Let's see. Try this again. Grab my headset. Yeah, we were going to try to do a pizza dinner, and my sister stole the Red Baron. So I was like, well, I need something to eat. What else is there? Am I gonna have to get creative? And I went through the main freezer, the backup freezer, and then I dug around and found a salmon fillet frozen. And I was like, oh, I have an idea. I don't know if you can see it that well, but you can actually see the smoke. Not the smoke, the steam, ever so slightly. But yeah. Let's zoom in just a little bit to appreciate the fish that I will pleasure my taste buds with. Thank you for the head pets, Lily. How are you doing? Welcome in. So yeah, our TV YouTube date has turned into salmon. But it's it looks pretty damn good, doesn't it? It's so juicy and everything. But hello, hello, hello. We're doing a bit of YouTubing, just some Pokemon stuff. I love salmon a lot.
Running it went under.
Believe me,
Dallas plagued by treasure
I said
hunters
it
and
was an
haunted spirits.
upgrade.
You find piles of books and files on unemployment and the workers
It just took a
losing
bit
their
longer to cook than we thought
the
it was
workers
going
were
to.
horribly overworked and
So-
underpaid. No paying during overtime is mentioned in one of these files. There's other documents too, so what exactly are they hiding? Japanese jungle booster box displayed what appears to be an elongated executor. This is most likely what the inspiration behind Alolan Executor we see today. They look exactly the same.
Not again. So it's like perfectly done in the front, but it's like not cooking all the way through. God, it's good. But like right here, is it done or is it just juicy? Like right here? How is it not cooking in the center? I think this is gonna be a bit of like eat around and then try to cook it again. It's very cooked on the edges. I think there's something wrong with the oven. Or something, but like, look at this. It's almost a little overcooked on the sides. It's perfect. But like right here is like, it's not cooked. Oven, 420 or 425 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's separated in threes because there's a cut right there. But like, I've never cooked one that did it like this. Lower, maybe. I'm gonna eat some of it because I'm just really hungry, and it's more than done at the front. So there's probably a issue with heat disparation, and it could be the pan. It might be like, it might have a bump, and it's just not heating properly. So I'll eat some of this, and then I'll cook what's not cooked.
First Pokemon movie, there was a scene from a trailer that never showed up in the movie. That scene depicted what looked like an older Misty with a young
I should
girl,
just use an
presumably
air
a
fryer.
child. Was that
I don't know
Ash and
where
Misty's
ours
child?
is, but
20
it'd
years
probably
later,
do
there was
a
an interview that debunked this
good
theory.
job.
Apparently that red-headed girl was supposed to be a
It's
generic
really
gimmick,
good and
not
really
an older
spicy
Misty,
though.
even
But I
though
like
they
putting a
looked
lot of spices on
suspiciously
it.
similar. On your way to the Pokemon Kalos League, you were able to see what looks like a hidden town or pond in the distance. Maybe it's a cut event, who knows? So the ore region is mostly a wasteland. It's based on Arizona, so that may be why, but let's ignore that for just a second. What exactly caused it to look like a wasteland in the first place? There's a bunch of ruins all over the place, so there might have been a war. Throughout the Pokemon anime, we see a woman and her daughter. According to the theory, Ash and Pokemon don't exist. Everything is simply a story told by the mother to her daughter. The events we see in the anime
Like
occur in her
what?
daughter's head, which explains why Ash doesn't grow up. Every region is a different story. The theory states that there is a fourth member of the creation trio. They're all based on the three types of matter, but there's one missing, plasma. The original dragon was probably fire and electric type. These are the two types of plasma. Kirim is supposed to represent the absence of energy, being an ice type, while Reshiram and Zekrom is the presence of energy. Project Azoth was a plan to bring the world back to its first state. Azoth was a term used in alchemy referring to mercury, which was believed to exist at the base of all other metals.
It's like
The generation that
cooking
followed had
the
a ton to do with
outsides and then
alchemy,
trying to
so
go
perhaps they were
inwards.
hinting at it here.
I hate when it does that.
Have you ever stopped and wondered what Eternatus' Eternamax
I think
form
it
was
probably
supposed
needs
to
a
be?
lower temp.
No? Well, too bad. There's
We
a
could
theory
try
that claims it's the corrupted
for...
hand of God,
We're
or
375
Arceus,
at
whichever sounds
20.
cooler. It may be based off the biblical seven-headed dragon that in the Book of Revelation
If it is heat
throws
disposition,
one-third
or
of all stars down to Earth
dispersion
and is
that's not
banished by
working the
Hebrew
best.
giants, which ultimately leads to the end of time.
Hey
This might
Sylvie,
explain the origin
how
of
are
the
you doing?
wishing
Welcome
star
on
and the
in.
darkest day.
Yeah, we're gonna
In
do
Diamond
a
and Pearl,
pizza
there are some
dinner
books
date,
which state that human
and the
Pokemon
pizza
were
was
once the
stolen.
same. This is widely accepted
So I was
far
like,
to the point
well,
that
there
it
was a
is normal
salmon
to
in
have
there.
relationships
And now
with
we're having an
Pokemon.
issue with the
And if
oven
that's
not doing
true,
proper
maybe that explains all the
dispersion, so it's
humanoid
like
Pokemon we see.
raw, and it's cooking, and it's only
Ron Paul
cooking
was
the
running for
outside,
president
so
back
we're
in
like,
2012. The guy
oh,
who
Hurt,
originally
how
sung
long
the
were you
first Pokemon
playing?
opening made a parody version supporting Ron Paul. That's it.
Like, my Factorio sessions would just be
Mewtwo
really
strikes
long.
back when Ash runs from the cloning machines to save Pikachu from being cloned.
Oh,
The machine tries to
yay!
stop him. But wait, hold on. Those look like human bones. Are they made using modified bones?
Oh, I need to turn the
Mewtwo told all
alerts back
scientists
up
in the
later,
lab
I
before
forgot.
rebuilding it as new island with its fortress and all. So does that mean he used the bones from the scientists to create a machine?
Silva,
Where else
thank
would
you
he have
so
gotten
much
it?
for
We saw he's being funded.
resubscribing. T3 again, 19 months straight. That means so much. Thank you so much, Sylvie. Thank you so much. Guys, I promise I'll add the total for the subs later. I've been forgetting to do that all day, so I will get to it at some point. Thank you so much, Sylvie. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But yeah, what was I gonna do? Thank you for the head pets, Alex, as well. Wow, I literally just forgot whatever I was gonna do.
In Red and
Sylvie,
Green's
do you remember what I was
betas,
gonna do?
Erica was a ghost-type gym leader.
Say
This
your
right shows her kimono right over left, which is
anyways.
reserved for the deceased at funerals.
Pizza stolen, therefore
Golem and
cooking
Machamp
salmon,
different
but the
types
salmon's
of
not like
pre-evolutions. Golem becomes more
cooking
reptilian and loses a
just
set
right.
of arms when it evolves, and Machamp gains an extra set of arms and has a
Hello,
more
little
human
robot
face.
fairy. Thank you for the
People think that an
raid.
exchange similar to Carablast and Shelmet was planned. These two Pokemon only evolved
Welcome
if they're traded
in,
with each other,
Raiders.
so maybe
We are
something similar
celebrating our
was supposed to
2-year
happen with
anniversary,
Golem and Machamp,
and we're
but
in
was
the third
ultimately
week.
scrapped.
So right now, we finished a
Recently, the
ASMR
beta
session a
for
little
Diamond
while
and Pearl
ago.
was leaked. There was a ton of cool
We're
beta
just gonna
designs
cook a
that we saw,
pizza
like
and do
Garchomp.
like a date with
And
chat and
Chad
YouTube.
himself knows pass. I'm not gonna go over
There was
everything,
no
but some
pizza.
of these sprites are obviously
So I
just
was
an
like,
idea
well, there was a
Arceus.
salmon, and we were trying to cook it. The
So there are a
instructions are
bunch
kind
of
of
unused Pokemon
not the
game
best
names.
because my
Most of
oven's
these are
not
put in
dispersing
place so
heat
ripoffs
properly.
and fan games aren't made.
So we're ending up
Delta
with like
Emerald's gray, and
kind of
Xevious some,
undercooked in the
but there are
center,
other weird ones like
but it's
Pokemon
cooking
Crimson
all
and
around. So
Pokemon
we're like,
Brown.
eat a little bit, cook it, try again.
G-Max Toxtricity is in Sun
Is
and
what we're
Moon. As a
doing.
poster at the Game Freak
But yeah,
office, you can see
it's
the color scheme
delicious.
like
This is
coil-like
salmon.
tail. Kinda crazy how something so small can be so
So
important.
hand cam food date while watching, you
If
know,
you don't know, Porygon Z is a
weird
corrupted version of
Pokemon
Porygon.
lore stuff right
Porygon
now.
is a reference to polygonal
Hopefully the
graphics.
stream was well
Porygon
and
2 is an
whatnot.
effort to
Sonic
smooth things out,
3? How
so
was it?
welcome
How was
Porygon
the
3D.
stream?
Maybe
Hello,
a
hello,
hyper-realistic
Hessian.
Porygon from a bad creepypasta.
I know you. Welcome back. Welcome in. Yeah, salmon's
The
amazing.
original Pokemon anime,
It's
there's an episode
amazing.
where Ash and friends go to
Which
Bill's
is why I want to
lighthouse.
make sure
On the door, there
the
are some pictures of the
it
legendary
cooks
birds
all
and
the
some
way
other Pokemon
through,
like Ditto and Arcanine.
but it doesn't
But
overcook
Mewtwo's on
the
the door as
sides.
well. How does Bill know
So
about
we're eating
Mewtwo?
it like piece by
Someone's
piece,
science
kind
fair
of.
project gone wrong, so either he was involved, or Mewtwo is somewhere out there. Or maybe it's just
It's
a coincidence.
very spicy because I like a lot of spices.
On November 15th, 1997,
But there wasn't
an
any
early
Cajun,
playable
so we
demo
went
of
for
Pokemon Gold and Silver was shown at Space World 97.
basically
Considered to be lost in
spicy
time,
lemon
the
pepper.
groundbreaking revelation happened on May 26, 2018. An anonymous user unexpectedly dumped ROMs of the elusive demos online. So
Oh no,
now we have all these really cool beta sprites.
that's so cool.
Originally, we were supposed to get Pokemon Pink alongside Pokemon Yellow. Mention of Pokemon Pink
Wait,
can be found
really?
in ancient source code for Pokemon Yellow, which includes
That was
test
a
audio
thing?
for
I thought that was
Morpheus, some anime
fake.
to be implemented into the game. How we know all this is from a Nintendo server breach all the way back in 2018.
But
He
yeah,
was arrested, but he shared
We're
his
just
findings with his
having
friends,
good
and they're
food.
slowly making their way into the public.
um,
In Space
Understandable, it
World
happens,
97
trust me,
demo,
it does.
instead of starting a new Barktown, the town
Make
is
sure
called
you have a
Silent
good
Hill.
rest and
It was
whatnot,
probably
okay?
changed to avoid comparison to a horror game released during development called Silent Hill. Or maybe they thought the name was lame?
So
I
thank
don't
you
know.
so much for everybody coming over here and whatnot.
Imposter Oak,
I
a Pokemon
promise I will
TCG
not be
exclusive
stuffing my
character,
face
was
and we'll do a
originally going to appear
proper
in Pokemon Gold and Silver as a
intro
villain.
later, but
He looks just like Professor Oak,
we
but
are
he has
very
a
much
scar on his
living up
forehead.
the
No
marathon
explanation
life.
was given as to who he was, but
So
he
we
appears
live in
multiple
each other's
different Pokemon
screens,
cards.
we
In
eat,
Space
we
World
laugh,
97
we
demo,
dance.
Imposter Oak has Sprite.
We
He
talk
was
about
probably going to be
everything.
involved in the plot, but was scrapped between 1997 and
And
1999.
yeah,
This would
this is
explain
just one of
Imposter
those
Oak's
little
appearance in the
episodes
TCG, which was released back in
where we're
1996.
caught
Since Oak
eating
appears at the
salmon
Goldenrod radio
and watching
tower to record
Pokemon.
his daily radio show, Team Rocket
But thank
probably
you so
hired some
much.
sort of imposter to help infiltrate the radio station. Puka is a Pikachu that debuted in the Pokemon episode Pikahuna. Victor tells Ash that he has no idea where Puka originally came from. Puka is very different from most Pikachus. For one, he has blue eyes, just like an Alolan Raichu. Puka can also sense big waves coming
God,
to
there
the
was a
beach
lot of
where he
space
lives,
right there.
causing his eyes to glow with
So good,
strange
though.
aura to form around him. If that doesn't scream Psychic type, I don't know what does. And he loves to surf. This is just way too coincidental. Let me guess, Puka loves pancakes too.
An Alolan Pikachu.
Mystery zones are the void, often seen in Pokemon games.
Okay.
You may not notice it at first, but once you notice it, it's hard not to. In
It's
Diamond and
time
Pearl, it's
to
actually possible
attempt
to go into a mystery zone. You can go to
a
event
third oven
locations using
session.
this method, which is
We
pretty
are
crazy.
going to try. Yeah, Fox does love salmon. We're gonna try to pop it in there. I think I'm gonna go for. Let's try 350, but let's do 20 minutes. That way we don't get like even more cooking of the edges and whatnot, and try to get the core temperature of the salmon. I think the salmon is practically cooked in the center. It's just we want to be safe. We want to be safe. But have a good rest. Take it easy. Have some good food too. And I'll be right back, guys. Hang tight. Okay, so let's put 20 minutes on the clock. And let's see, did somebody handle the shoutouts? Thank you so much, moderators. Sovi! Did we get both of them? Probably, so thank you, Jen, as well. I imagine it's a little race to see who gets the shout out and stuff and whatnot. So guys, one thing I found out was these little things of Ben & Jerry's actually have 12,000 calories. 400 per serving, and the servings aren't that big. So this is like even more jam-packed with yeah, the entire carton, 116 grams of sugar. But I mean, it's a rare treat. Once again, we did get this for a memorial. So, I already said I wasn't going to count calories then. Yeah, these little things, somebody could definitely go through one of these in one sitting. Fortunately, we've spaced it out over 2 or 3. So,
Prior to Black and White's release, someone
I'm
who's known
gonna
as a very
continue to
credible
snack,
source said that
obviously
there would be
probably not even finish the
157
rest.
Pokemon in Black and White,
But
and
we're...
that a green cobra.
Hold on.
Some people just can't get past that
No,
rubber.
no, no, not yet. We'll watch funny stuff later. I don't remember when I popped it in there. I'm gonna try 17 minutes. I have the oven set to 350.
Pokemon was one of them. There was 156 Pokemon.
So
However, in the next generation, we got
let's just
Zygarde,
hope the
a
salmon
pink
doesn't
Kobe
come out
Pokemon.
completely
Kinda
overcooked.
weird how Zygarde
But I
would've
think
had
it'll
a
be
role
fine.
in 3 generations.
160 grams for a whole kilo.
Imakuni is a
Is
name
it?
of a costume character played by
It's
this
1
dude who was
pint,
used to promote Pokemon cards.
473
Imakuni appeared in
milliliters.
many promotional live
It
events
is
conducted in
gluten-free,
Japan between 1997
somehow.
and 2002, but isn't around much
Every
nowadays.
2/3 cups. So this is 2 cups.
Pokemon Picross is an unreleased puzzle game for the Game Boy and Game Boy Color, announced in various game magazines in spring of
Yeah, I had a
1999.
little
It was
bit
developed by Jupiter Corporations, but sadly never
on the
saw the light of day.
memorial.
However, in
I snacked
2015,
on a
a
little
Pokemon
bit
Picross game
yesterday.
was finally
I had just
released.
a bit ago, so like I've had this for 3
Instant
days.
Bike Shop text glitch can be found in Pokemon Red and Blue, but
I
not Pokemon
could, if I
Yellow.
was really
If you talk to the
hungry,
shop owner while pressing
do
B
this
through the
in one
dialogue, it will
sitting.
temporarily enable
But I'd
instant
have to
text.
be really
Speedrunners
hungry
debated if this should be
to
banned or
eat
not.
half a
Ultimately,
day's
though,
worth of
it was allowed
calories
because you could get kicked
in
out
one
of an
sitting.
instant text mode by pressing start, healing your Pokemon, or changing routes. The ruins of Alph lines up with Hiroshima when Johto was
So
superimposed
the
onto
salmon will
Japan.
have to be our
The people who were
healthy
killed in the blast left a black outline made
meal.
of ash.
Well, this is
By now,
our
it looks similar
unhealthy
to these,
meal,
so
and
people
probably
connected the
not
dots
eat any
together, and this was
other
the
meals
result.
today.
Because of complicated copyright laws with Shepro and the dubbing company in Lebanon, we most likely won't get the Arab dub of late Johto to Advanced Generation. The Arab dub was switched from being based off 4Kids to the original Japanese version. No more jelly-filled donuts, I guess. Back in the 90s, Pokemania was at its peak. Everyone wanted to get in on it, and Burger King was no exception. They made these toys that came in Pokeballs, but the toys weren't the problem.
Oh
It was
god,
the
I remember
container.
that.
It was a choking hazard, so they had to recall
I
all the
remember
toys.
that. I guarantee
Deoxys
there's
is
some
known
of
for
those
its many
toys
different
downstairs
forms.
somewhere
There's a
in a
form that
box.
excels in every stat. Pokerus is known
I
to
remember the
increase
gold
the rate
cards
of
at the
Pokemon's
Burger
speed,
King
so
as
did
well.
Pokerus originally come from Deoxys?
I know, it's very heavy. I almost never eat ice
The
cream.
Cloudstone is a key
It's
item
a
found in
rare
Pokemon
treat or
Black and
special
White,
occasion
and
thing.
even their sequels. It has no use whatsoever, but it was likely used for an event Pokemon, but that's just speculation. The Lock Capsule is an unreleased key item from a special event. When playing Heart Gold and Soul Silver, the Lock Capsule would have been transferred to Black and White via a relocator. On receipt,
It is
the
very
player
much
would have
a like
taken it to Mr. Lock in Castelia City,
luxury
who would unlock
special
it and give the
occasion
player
thing that you just,
TM95, aka
you know,
Snarl, although it's
obviously,
impossible to get without
this
using
isn't
keys.
something you want
What's weird is that
24/7.
it's obtainable as an item generation
Especially if you have
4,
any kind
5,
of
but after
slight
that, there's
or
only
major
reference to in the
lactose
code of
intolerance.
almost all the Pokemon games following it. The stage based on the scrap metal from Pokemon
Blizzard.
Gold and Silver was considered in the development of Melee.
Hold on.
Ultimately, though, it was scrapped, but at least we got Poke Floats. Full Trainer Nick is notorious for being
Blizzards
one
are
of the most
even
strict NPCs in
worse.
the game. Basically, if you ever saw
But they
him in a bug
taste
catching
even
competition, just restart your
better.
game. In the Space World 97
Blizzards
demo,
are oh,
the
they
main character
taste
had a brother
way
named
too
Ken.
good.
Ken's sprite was reused as
But did you
Trainer Nick's
know
sprite.
a large blizzard?
In an episode of the
So they
original
have
anime,
4
James is
sizes.
swallowed by his
The
weeping doll.
tiny
He
snack
screams something
size,
inaudible, though.
small,
When played in
medium,
reverse, he says, "Ian
large.
Burnett and 4 kids are the devil."
If you get a large blizzard, on average,
This might have been his voice
on
actor making a
average,
joke, or maybe working conditions were too good at the
2,400
time.
calories.
In non-English releases of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, Reggie's sprite was fitted because
2,400.
the pose it was in looked a lot like a Nazi salute. It was
Yeah.
changed in all versions of Platinum.
But they're
In
so
2009,
worth.
a man dressed as James
You
from Team Rocket
obviously don't
conducted
eat
a
it all
New York
at
Pokemon event
once.
with racist gangsters.
You can
This was
split
done
them
by
out over the
modifying
course of a
ROMs
few
the direct
days.
distribution card that
Yeah.
shops like GameStop
So like,
use.
if you're
You
getting
could
them,
modify the
make
ROM and
sure they're a
distribute
treat.
Pokemon just like an
Make
official
sure
event.
they're a
Somebody
treat.
made a racist Gengar named the N-word, injected it into the ROM, used a flashcard to run the ROM, and took their DS to Nintendo World for people to download Gengar.
Hold on, my keyboard's all the way over here. But let me see. I'm pretty sure I'm not remembering correctly. Or incorrectly, but Dairy Queen. Take 5. I don't blame you. Let's just try. Let's do the Butterfinger, just for reference. Where's the E? I promise I don't type like this. It's just my keyboard's all the way over there. But I wish autocomplete was gonna work. So it's like butter. Typing backwards is messing with my brain so hard. Finger. Maybe it'll find it first. Okay. My ass. You just have to balance it. Like, as long as you can balance it, you can eat something like this. Like, I could go through one of these, but I'd have to schedule the rest of my diet that day or for the next day or two around that kind of intake. So a mini Butterfinger Blizzard Treat Mini, 350. Small, 520. Large or medium, 430. Wait, there's no way. Less than 1,000? That ain't right. Maybe the one I looked up in the past was wrong. Only 1,000 for a large? Nah. The only way I could see that being incorrect is if the thing at mine got the numbers wrong. 260. Oh god, I remember the Fallout did the 76 set. Okay guys, I'm wrong. On average, we're looking at half that. So 1,200. 12, not 24, 12. I'm just gonna blame my Dairy Queen for just being very bad at getting the numbers. Almost gaslit you. So sorry. But still, 1,200 is a lot. And I figured this is the equivalent of a large blizzard, in all honesty. Yeah, the nylon bag fiasco. Be careful with that one. But yeah, just about every thing that's gone into the stream's kind of gone to something, paid off debt, or you know, I would love to help if I had money, but I don't have a job or anything like that.
Because of an earthquake and tsunami. TV Tokyo said in 2011 that it would air someday, but this statement was never updated upon. It was removed late in 2018. The episode's events have been removed from continuity entirely. These 2 episodes were supposed to impact
Commander Dex?
Essentially, Team Rocket were supposed to have a gang war with Team Plasma.
Symphonia is a game I wish I finished.
Team Plasma and the return of Looker, but due
I
to
don't know
Team
what I
Plasma's
did with my
taking
copy of the
delay,
game.
The Plasma Grunts were never shown in their original outfits from Pokemon Black and White.
Tales of is a series I just want to get into in general. But it's also another one of those series that I would love to start from the beginning. They look good, they play good, but I'd have to find the time to get into them. I respect anybody that loves Symphonia, because Symphonia has some really good systems, characters, and just all-around goodness.
Little Boy was tiny compared to Fat Man. Its limitless energy is a pretty clear reference to nuclear power, and its fire typing is probably a reference to nuclear fire.
Oh, they don't list the sugar? That is sus. Yeah, it's like, welcome to America, though. Maybe it has so much sugar they can't say it because it's... I don't know. That is hilarious.
In 1993, a console known as a Sega Pico was released. It used book-shaped cartridges known as Storyware.
That's so funny though. Why hide the sugar? At least Ben and Jerry's puts it on there. Of course. How much? 124 carbs for the entire thing. Total sugar 116 grams, including added sugars 96 grams, which daily the DV percent is 190%. A single serving is 64% of your included sugars. Like I say, do not make a diet of this stuff. It's a treat. It's a luxury. Have it once, maybe a week, month, year,
Pokemon are
preferably.
not held Pokeballs against their
But
will.
they
We've seen many
exist
different instances of
for
Pokemon
reasons.
breaking
But
free
some
just 'cause they
people
want
like,
to.
nah, I eat that
Ash was
daily.
unable
I
to
eat a
keep
whole one daily,
Pikachu
and
inside
it's
his
like
Pokeball, and
that's
missed his
when there's a
Psyduck whenever it
problem.
felt like,
Too
just as
much of a
Wobbuffet
good
broke
thing
her
is
all the
not a
time.
good thing.
If you don't have enough gym badges, your Pokemon will flat out disobey you. Pokemon are perfectly free creatures that choose to serve their trainers. If a trainer and their Pokemon have a falling out, or the Pokemon doesn't feel happy or safe with their trainer, they can just
I still think
leave.
Symphonia would be
It's not
my
like a trainer
favorite
can
one,
really fight
which
back
is
or
why I
fight like a
definitely want
monster.
to start
Pokemon
with it.
stay with their trainers because they've proven their worth by battling and catching.
Oh,
Pokemon can make their own decisions, so in a sense, yes, they're sentient. When Pokemon X and Y were first released, many people were encountering what seemed to be monochrome Pokemon. Monochrome Pokemon began as a rumor and were allegedly rarer than shinies, but it turned out to be
Tales
just
of
a glitch that would
Abyss.
happen if a Pokemon's
That
color
one
palette
rings a
didn't load
bell.
in properly. Pokemon would revert back to normal after being caught.
Which one
I
was
really
that
wish
again?
this was real, but oh
Give me a
well.
second.
The 3DS Pokemon games are almost 1 gigabyte larger
Yeah,
than
this is
they
the one that
should
had
be.
the
The reason
anime.
being that each area has its own texture
I would
and
totally
character
check that one
database
out.
instead of reusing the same one. Some cutscenes even use duplicate
I
maps
think.
instead of using the overworld one. In Sun and Moon's files, there are over 50 Lily models that
Oh,
are
I had to
copied and
remix
pasted
it.
throughout the game's code.
Lily. Hold on, I want to go back and
Lana's concept
hear
art
that
shows
one.
a drawing of her and her twin sister. The art depicts Harper were allegedly rarer than shinies.
I
But it
love
turned out
Lily,
to
by
be
the
just
way.
a glitch that would happen if a Pokemon's color palette didn't load in properly.
Not my
Pokemon
favorite
would revert back
Pikagal
to normal after being
or
caught. I
Pokegal,
really
but
wish this was real,
she's
but
high tier.
oh well.
Symphonia had a good anime
The
too, yeah.
3DS Pokemon games are almost 1 gigabyte larger than they should be. The reason being that each area has its own texture and character database instead of reusing the same one. Some cutscenes even use duplicate maps instead of using the overworld one. In Sun and Moon's files, there are over 50
What?
Lily models that are copy and pasted throughout the game's code.
That's so unoptimized. What
Lana's
the
concept
fuck?
art shows a drawing of her and her
Who
twin
does
sister. The art
that?
depicts Harper and Sarah as Lana's
Hey,
older
Pancake,
sisters,
how are you
with Lana being
doing?
the youngest. In the final version, Harper and Sarah are actually Lana's younger twin sisters. Apparently Harper and Sarah's anime designs are deep in the game's code, but I couldn't find anything while researching.
Wow,
Recently, it was discovered that in Diamond and Pearl's code, there were different encounter rates depending on the date.
that's
On 9/11 and the
hilarious.
bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for example, there's a 10% less chance of encountering Pokemon. However, some holidays only have a 5% decrease in spawn rate. But we also found out Pokemon are more likely to spawn on certain holidays such as Christmas Eve, the 4th of July, and St. Patrick's Day.
What?
Okay, so allegedly, the term Bulbapedo comes from an alleged scandal that occurred within the Bulba Garden forums. The mods allegedly had a private
Triples are
section of
fun.
the forum, and some illegal shady stuff went down in there. Apparently, the mods included young teens, and allegedly there were older mods receiving nudes. Apparently, an admin from the site made a comment on the VP board of 4chan about underage love having no age, or something along that lines. I'm saying apparently and allegedly because I'm not sure if any of those claims are true. I found some sources, but apparently 4chan is known for hating Bulba Garden.
Oh,
That's why I'm making this, though, finding the deep mysteries of
I've never had
Pokemon,
it lag
so
for me
take
though.
these claims with a grain of salt. A lot, and I mean a lot of people
Huh.
in competitive Pokemon have been
Are you
caught
on
using hacked
emulator or
Pokemon. The
hardware?
hardest part about VGC is team building. They don't really want to waste time messing with RNG via breeding or resetting for legendaries. The whole competitive scene is just really sketchy, and people suspect a lot of top players of cheating. It's hard to tell though, unless they accidentally slip up and make an illegal Pokemon. Calvin Riley was out playing Pokemon Go when he was abruptly shot out of nowhere. The police ruled out that it was a robbery because his phone and wallet were untouched.
I remember
A
that
reward
story.
of $100,000 was put up for any information, but it didn't work. The case of Calvin Riley was unfortunately never solved.
Yeah, I've never
Stanford
played
University
it on
conducted a
hardware.
study on the human brain. The study explored humans' developmental window, during which the visual cortex forms regions that recognize specific objects like faces, words, and surprisingly Pokemon.
It's not surprising
Results
when
show that these Pokemon selective regions exist in
Nintendo's
the same
hardware
brain
can't
areas
support
among
its own
people who
games.
played Pokemon as children. Apparently, it is irreversible, so we have a region in our brain that is dedicated to Pokemon now.
Also, I lied. I caved in. I'm eating
Apparently, the Homestuck forums
the
banned
entire
fanfics
half of
and
this
fan art
thing.
of the characters getting pregnant a while ago. In response,
It's so
Toby
good.
Fox composed a 15-minute rock opera about male pregnancy and posted it on the forums for the memes, getting banned in the process.
Also, time not
This
to have ice
absolute
cream
mad lad
again for
snuck
like a
in
few
the
months.
background music from it and put it into Sword and
This
Shield
is the
as
first time I
Battle Tower
bought like
theme.
one of these, but the last time I had ice cream like this was
In the
last year on
original
my
Pocket
birthday.
Monsters manga, the first Pokemon Red catches is an unnamed Pokemon. It escapes shortly after, but it looks suspiciously like the scrubbing bubbles. Primordial soup is said to have been here when the universe was first forming. The first bacteria were formed from it and is said to be the ancestor of all life. Since Ditto can turn into any Pokemon, people think he's Primordial soup. So apparently the guy who illustrated the electric tail of Pikachu was a hentai artist, and from what I heard,
I
this is pretty
just
common in
learned
the world
about
of
that
manga,
like
but he illustrated a
not
doujin
even
of
like
Jesse
weeks
and James
ago.
having some fun. And even Misty makes an
I
appearance
learned
in it.
this from
In hindsight, it should have been
a
really
fluffy
obvious that he was
friend
a
of
hentai artist.
ours.
Just look at Misty's breast. This video took a lot longer than expected. It was originally supposed to come out like about a month
So
ago. I know I
yeah,
probably missed a ton of things, so
one of the I forget which Pokemon Adventure series or whatever. The manga artist was literally a hentai manga artist as well. The official Pokemon Dojin.
comment something to add on to the iceberg. I'll try my best to.
He did a second video like 4 years later, and it's like 3 hours long. I don't think we'll get to all of it, but like salmon should be done in about a minute. We'll see if it cooked too much or what happened to it, but yeah. Small indie developer.
Our mysteries
I love that
waiting to
meme.
be uncovered, and I'll do my
I got the
absolute
hiccups.
best
I'm
to
sorry,
leave no
guys.
stone unturned. In my last video, I covered this iceberg image I made, which contained about 80 or so entries, but this time, I've compiled around 400 brand new entries, most of which have not been covered in any other Pokemon iceberg videos. Trust me, I've checked. I've been inspired by my bootlegs to finally make a sequel to the Pokemon iceberg. If you weren't familiar with
so
the
he's
term
like the
iceberg, let me give you a
OG.
quick little rundown. An iceberg refers to this: an image with an assortment of different facts, theories, controversies, and whatever else I could find. The deeper you dive into the iceberg, the more dark, bizarre, and overall obscure.
It's funny that he doesn't get as many views as the rest, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if the other ones were just popular
Things get. If
people
you don't agree with where
trying
some
to
things are
attempt to
placed,
do what he
then that's
did
perfectly fine. I
and
just felt like
got
that was
more
the best
views
place
for
to
it.
put them. It's best to stop
I
wasting
much
time
prefer the
because this
people
video's gonna
that,
be really long,
you know,
so get cozy.
do the better job of it,
Quick
not
ball
get the most
controversy.
views.
This is still a relatively new topic, which is why it's so high up. It's extremely fresh, but if I were to wait a few months, it
Oh
would be a
god,
bit
I
lower
love
on the iceberg. Anyways, you still might be wondering what this even
Hilda?
refers to.
I forget her
A YouTuber
name.
known as Reversal catches a
Rosa?
shiny Pokemon using a quick ball on stream. The reaction most people had were positive and they were congratulating him. While looking through the comments though, Reversal found one comment in particular really baffling. The comment was essentially shaming him for using a quick ball on a shiny Pokemon. He posted the comment on Twitter and the tweet blew up, but not in the way you'd expect. Some people were actually agreeing with the comment. Then an all-out civil war broke out on Twitter. Many people called the quick ball a mark of shame for shiny hunters, and because of how good it is, at least try to downplay anyone who uses one, which is stupid. Many argue that using a Pokeball that corresponds with the color of the Pokemon is better, and I agree it does look more aesthetically pleasing, but that doesn't.
That one is hold on, that one was about to give me an aneurysm. I'll be back after I see what our salmon looks like. I do think it does make more sense to match, but am I gonna do it? No. Quick ball, I love the quick ball. I love the design of the quick ball. Fuck anybody that thinks it's a ball of shame. I'll be back. I will say the final presentation of the salmon has lost all its visual flair and garnish. I guarantee it still tastes just fine, but it's definitely done cooking. It was ready to fall apart, and it did just that. Don't you just love when that happens? You finally get it or cooked just right, and the thing wants to fall apart on you. But hey, that's how it be. Pokemon community can be toxic. Yeah, for reals. I was also gonna say quick ball, like quick bowling, a legendary. Do you guys know how hard is to do? Whether it's the first ball or not? Yeah, if it's falling apart, then it means it's done. Oh, it's still gonna be tasty. Don't worry. I garnish for me, it looks nice, but all that matters, well, not all that matters, but it definitely matters that it tastes good and is not undercooked. I don't mind that it fell apart. If anything, I enjoy a happy accident.
Doesn't
Ain't that right,
invalidate
Bob
anyone
Ross?
who uses a quick ball. Quit being dumb, guys. Pokeball button mash. This refers to the countless amount of people who have claimed that holding down a button or mashing it while catching a Pokemon increases
So
the
let's
catch
see.
rate. This is an infamous playground rumor, and many of us may have believed it when we were younger. The technique varies from person to person, though. For me, it was mashing the B button over and over again because that's just what my brother taught
Yep.
me. I don't think I do it anymore, though, unless it's just out of raw
Finally,
instinct. Others claim
point and
that holding
center,
the A button or holding down the
just a
D-pad
tad
also
soft,
works, and they're just about an
but
endless
all the
amount of
way
strategies
cooked.
to try. But I think we all know the ultimate strategy is throwing the Pokeball and walking away, acting like we don't care if we catch it or not. I didn't want it anyway.
Delicious.
Small Dawn. When Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl were first unveiled to the world, many people were hyped until they laid their eyes upon the chibis, myself included.
No! What the fuck is that?
All of the trainers were now chibi designs, which is a
Why
very
do people hate
controversial
on that
take
one
in the
so much,
Pokemon
though?
community. However, as time passed, people started liking the chibis more and more. This chibi Dawn was used in a lot of fan art and memes, causing people to like it more. I'm not sure how the community feels about this decision now, though. I don't really hear many people talking about
Two
it since the game's
Kickstarters for
kinda
your
old,
dinner.
so I guess that's a
Get
good
some
thing.
protein or
Sonic tried
something in your
saving
system,
Pikachu.
too.
I'm sure a lot of you played
I've
Super
actually
Smash
never had a
Bros. Ultimate,
Kickstarter.
myself included. The first cutscene of World of Light
It's
features
Mountain
all
Dew,
of the main
right?
characters fucking dying. Great job, guys. The only one escaping this massacre was Kirby, but there was another who could have possibly made it out. Sonic could have easily outran the mass destruction, but he slowed down to save Pikachu. And then they both got murdered. Yeah, it was really nice of Sonic to slow down and try to save Pokemon's cash cow, but I just can't help but feel like they knew what they were doing.
It's
Sonic
so
Two
good,
confirmed.
guys.
3 birds in Spanish.
It got better
In my
every
last
time,
video, I brushed over
even
this
though it
because I
still
thought
tasted
didn't
good
need much explaining, but
with
some
what
people
was
still
done.
left a little confused.
But,
so here we go. The 3 legendary birds from Kanto, Articuno, Zapdos,
Man, they
and
really
Luchas
need to
all contain a
correct
number in their name.
the,
If you don't speak Spanish, it's a little
the
less
instructions
obvious.
on those
Uno,
things are
dos,
such
and tres
ass.
in Spanish is 1, 2, 3. So
I'm just gonna look
Articuno,
up a different set of
Zapdos,
instructions to cook the next
Moltres.
one.
This is also how
Just
they're
in
ordered
case
the Pokédex and how
the
they're
Evan
ranked
also
from
doesn't
best
like
to
it.
worst. Sorry, Moltres.
But also
This is the worst,
the
second
air
to the
frying
best, third is Alex
idea.
Matrix
I want to try that next time.
Receiver!
Alright.
All
Pokemon
nighter?
official Flash games. Around 2010,
I wish you
there
the
was a
best of
section
luck
the
then.
Pokemon website
What are you
titled
working
Play
on?
Games, which featured a wider array
Like
of official
school,
Pokemon
work, or
Flash
stuff like
games.
that?
However, due to Adobe Flash shutting down in 2019, the Flash games have all been taken down. It's still possible to find archives of them though. I remember playing these a lot when I was younger, so if you want a renegade recommendation, play Gothita's Portrait Panic or Snover's Dessert Drop. Digimon versus Pokemon. During the 90s, Pokemon and Digimon were
God,
having
it's
an
so
all-out
spicy.
war against each other. Okay, well, it wasn't really them necessarily,
But it's
more of
great.
the fans, but
Oh man.
Pokemon fans constantly accuse Digimon of being a ripoff. Although Digimon isn't as popular as Pokemon, I still think it's pretty
Ah.
cool. It's not a shameless ripoff.
Well, I
as
had
many people
fun doing
claim
it
to
at
be.
least.
I really like how they
Yay.
handle evolution in Digimon. It's more sort of like a skill tree instead of a linear line. Maybe one of these days I'll give
Also, how are
Digimon a
you
shot
doing,
and
Sylvie,
play
by the
game.
way?
Pixelmon.
I know
In
my
2013,
hands
a
were full
Minecraft
and I
mod
didn't
took
get
the
to
world by storm.
ask
Pokemon and
anything
Minecraft
just yet.
combined sounds like such an amazing experience, and it was.
Are you doing
However,
my
the original
Factorio?
developers of the
Are
mod
your
had a
eyes
sinister
okay?
secret. The developers had put code into the mod that could
I
shut
know,
down
even
servers
even
that
when
didn't
my
comply
body
with
was in
rules or
pain, I was
just
still
flat out
playing
ban players.
Factorio back then
Mojang
too,
got
don't
pissed
worry.
off and told them to remove it, and the developers posted
I know
a terrible
exactly what
apology
it
on
feels
Twitter.
like.
However, they quickly changed their minds and tried covering their tracks by DMCAing a video by GameChap. Then, out of nowhere, Nintendo swooped in to save the day. For once. The project got shut down and Pixelmon was dead. Until one day in 2012, Pokemon
Kabamon.
Reforged revived the project. As far as I know, the project is completely safe now with no malicious code whatsoever. Apparently, the current devs are trying to keep what happened under the radar from what I've read online, but now everyone watching knows. I'm not sorry. It's only a matter of time before Nintendo swoops in for round 2 and ultimately kills the project again, and I really hope they don't because I love Pixelmon. Pokemon Go to the polls. During the 2016 presidential elections, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton were at each other's throats. On July 14th,
Yeah, they were.
2016, at a campaign event in North Virginia, Hillary Clinton made a joke about Pokemon Go. The game was insanely popular during 2016, so it's not surprising that it's made its way to the mass media. Most people mock Clinton's comment for being cringy, awkwardly using Pokemon to pander and get people to vote.
I don't know who created
I know.
Pokemon Go,
It was so
but I'm
bad.
trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Among Us. If you've never heard of Among Us before, what's wrong with you?
I
Everyone
hate
and their
it so
dog knows about
bad.
Among Us. Among Us has a very similar name to
It's
Among
not
Us,
a
and that
memory
was
I
enough
wanted to
corrupt it and send
remember.
it into the Among Us rabbit hole. I also unintentionally predicted Among Us. In the first iceberg, I made mention of a character called Imposter Oak, and I called him suspicious. So once Among Us took off, the comments came flooding in. You're
I'll
wrong,
make an egg
guys.
out of
I
that one.
heard you like mudkips. Long ago in the early 2000s, this phrase was used frequently on 4chan. There are many different variations of the phrase, often starting with so. The phrase originated from the DeviantArt group Mudkip Club. The account
Oh,
was
sorry for
founded
the
on
screeching
October
sound.
5th, 2004, and served as a place users could share Pokemon fan art. The club was not limited to Mudkip though, as the first art was actually of
Mudkip!
Swampert. The owner of the community began
So I heard
posting
you
the
like
phrase,
Mudkips.
So I heard you like Mudkips on other users' comment walls as early as February 7th, 2005.
Right.
While the motive behind the
I knew
comments
it
are
was going
unclear, the wall messages served as an invitation to join the Mudkip Club community. Variations of the phrase peaked in April 2008 because of a DeviantArt April Fool's prank where all users' avatars were changed into Mudkips. Although Mudkip's popularity has died down significantly over the years, there's still a lot of people who like it. Don't use the phrase now though, it's just an open invitation to get bullied. Voice actor changes. Throughout the anime's duration, there have been some voice actor changes. For the first 8 seasons of the Pokemon anime, Ash was voiced by Veronica Taylor, but after that, she was replaced by Sarah Natosheni. Veronica Taylor says that it was heartless to be replaced for no reason, and I agree. But alas, there's nothing we can do about it. I actually really liked her voice. Not to say Sarah's Ash is bad though. They both have their own unique charm. ANA shorts. I was a little confused
Oh yeah, I
as to
forgot
what
I also put
ANA
crushed red
even
pepper
meant,
on
but
this as
apparently
well.
it stands for All Nippon Airways. They've made several commercials featuring Pokemon airplanes. That's right. There's multiple. In 1998, the company held a contest to design one of their planes. Something
Oh yeah,
they'd done
tomorrow
before in the
remind me to
past.
get out the
Pokemon game
pineapple.
was so popular,
We'll
however,
try
that they
another
even
slice
stuck
to
with
see
it,
if it's
even designing
matured
several more. As
and
of
how
writing
the
this
taste has
video, a new
changed.
plane has just been revealed. All of these planes result in more commercials. While it is pretty odd, I guess it can help kids who have a fear of flying get over their fear, which is nice. Sword and Shield's poor reception. Before Sword and Shield's release, there was a ton of drama surrounding it. People were
Oh,
saying that the games
really?
looked awful, and they were right. But others argued that the gameplay footage was not final, and that they would fix it once the game came out. But they didn't fix it.
I was gonna
At
say.
all. Along with that, Game Freak cut a
They-
ton of
they- I-
Pokemon
I-
games
I
for Sword and
remember.
Shield. People even
Nothing
gave this a
changed.
term. They were calling
Gloria
it Dexit.
looks so
Dexit.
fucking
Once Sword and
cute.
Shield did come out, though,
She's
people hated it,
amazing.
myself
She's so
included. This was
cute.
the first huge divide.
But the
in
game is
Pokemon community
ass.
that I can really remember. It was a whole civil war, and to be honest, it
Yeah, I
still
have
isn't
like
over.
it's
People
like
still
a
constantly fight
Mexican
over every new Pokemon
chipotle
game that releases,
chili
as this world will
spice
never
blend,
use Pokemon manga.
lemon
The Pokemon manga
pepper.
has been around for a very
I didn't have
long
any
time,
cayenne
and they're actually
Cajun,
pretty great. They have a darker
so that's
tone
why I
than
used
what we're
lemon
used to in
pepper,
the Pokemon story.
crushed
And
red
apparently,
pepper,
this is the
and some
closest we'll ever
paprika
get to
for
Satoshi Tajiri's original
color.
vision of the Pokemon world. I've only read up until like
I kept it
volume
on the
8 or 9
simpler
of the
side,
Yankees
just
manga,
spicy
but I recommend it.
lemon
It's a fun
pepper
read if
mix.
you're looking for a more mature take on Pokemon. Pokemon Legends Arceus skipping. There's many places that you aren't intended to go until you reach a certain point in the story, but that didn't stop people from trying. There's many different ways to reach those locations. It can be as simple as jumping or
Arceus.
just engaging in a battle wherever your destination is. You just gotta be careful once you're there though, since the Pokemon are probably gonna be way above your current level. Trust me, I learned the hard way. 4Kids airbrush edits. Back when 4Kids
I'm
still
glad
had
I
the
missed
licensing
whatever
for
that was talking
Pokemon, they
about,
made a
'cause,
lot of edits to the anime, and some
I'm
just
playing that
flat
game,
out
trying
awful.
not to
Here's
get
a few
spoiled.
that just kind of suck. Kind of speaks for itself. Serena Kiss.
Yeah, the
Throughout
manga
X
does
and
get
Y
wild.
anime, fans
And there's
shipped
different
Ash and
ones
Serena
too.
together, and when the anime was about to come to a close, a scene nobody saw coming happened. Serena kissed Ash, and this was the moment that blew Amore shippers' minds. The Pokemon anime never followed up on it after that, but they're just happy it happened at all. Pokedex entries. Pokedex entries in the Pokemon world can get pretty outlandish, to the point where I'm not even
remember
sure
that
if they're
episode.
even true or not. For all we know, the Pokedex could just be gaslighting the world into thinking that Ponyta can jump over the Eiffel Tower. Huh. Well, what do you know? They really do need to elaborate on these though. Like, some of them have been proven to be true, but then others are just ignored entirely.
I don't
Some people
blame
think
you.
that kids are writing these, but
I am the
think
type to
Pokédex
try to
gathers
enjoy
all
my
its
food more,
information on its own.
even
More
if it does
Kids
mean I eat a little
happens.
bit
In
slower and whatnot.
2005, 4Kids TV released an album with songs from media like
It's like,
One
it's
Piece,
so,
Sonic,
I
and
don't
you
get to eat
guessed it,
salmon often,
Pokemon.
so
Most
it's
of
like,
the Pokemon songs are just anime intros, but several
you
of
know,
the songs in
it
the
is a bit
album
of a
are in there
treat.
twice because, well, I don't really know why actually.
If I had made the
guess they
pizza, I
just
probably
thought
would have
nobody
destroyed the pizza
notice,
really
but I
quickly.
noticed. Weed Cats. When the starters for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet got
Weed
revealed,
Cat.
people saw Sprigatito for the very first time, and a lot of people started calling it Weed Cats, resulting in a ton of fan art and edits of Sprigatito doing drugs. Doesn't help that its eyes are fucked up. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl failure. The Pokemon community has been begging for Diamond and Pearl remakes for years now, and one fateful day, it finally got announced, and was quickly considered the worst thing since Illumise and Volbeat. Jesus
Yeah.
fucking Christ. People hated it so much.
Time
and hey,
sucks.
I did too, but it grew on me a
Time
little bit,
crunch.
and I was willing to give it a shot, and then I was severely disappointed. How do you fuck up a
Now,
one-to-one?
like when I'm
I'd
working,
rather just play
or if
the
I'm in
original.
Unity,
TCG shortage. There have been
or
countless times
offline
Pokemon
work,
cards have become almost
crunching
impossible
numbers,
to find, and you
then
have
I eat
scalpers
quicker than
to
I
do
do
that. It's
normally.
gotten so bad
But
to
right
the
now,
point that
I'm just like,
Japan literally
relaxed.
had to set an age
I'm
restriction on
enjoying a
Pokemon
good
cards
meal.
because fat middle-aged men kept buying all
Kind
of
of
them and
EP
selling them
too.
for profits. I never got the whole
But yeah,
phrase personally, but
I'm not doing anything
the
that
Misty
needs
lore.
like
Misty likes
attention
Fit.
to
So
work
of course she has many different lures she uses
and
to
dire
catch
work.
water
I will
type
say when I play
but she
video
claims
games
that her
and eat,
best one is
I
the
probably
one
eat
of
way too
herself.
much and way too
That's right.
fast.
She made a lore of herself, not just one. She made multiple. We've seen 5 different versions of this lore. So either she's right,
I forgot
it's
about
really
that.
effective, or she just has a bit of an ego. And I think we all know what the answer is. I think Chris Hansen could make use of these though. Fire starter Chinese zodiac. There's a theory that each one of the fire starters represent an animal on the Chinese zodiac. Those being
Oh,
the
really?
dragon, rat, rooster, monkey, pig, dog, tiger, and rabbit. Some of these are a bigger stretch than Marth's grab range, though. You can't convince me that Cyndaquil is supposed to be a rat, but people will do anything to keep the theory alive. Generation 9 introduced
I also don't
Fuecoco,
like
who
saying that
basically ruined the whole
Fennekin is a
theory, but
dog.
That's okay. He didn't know
because
it. Honest movie collectibles. When a new Pokemon
foxes
movie
are
gets
related to
released, they like to
canines,
release
but they're in a
collectibles to
class
go
of their own
along
called
with
the
it. And there's
Vulpines.
way too many to show here, but some notable ones are the Ancient Mew card,
I
the
have
Dragonite
too many
card
of
from the
those
first
somewhere.
movie, and the Detective Pikachu cards. They're pretty cool to have, although they probably aren't too rare since, you know, literally everyone who saw the movie has one. That shouldn't matter too much. Fat Pikachu. In the 90s, Pikachu was a lot more rounded.
Pikachu.
Like, really round. Look at him. Since then, though, Pikachu has become a lot bigger. Sword and Shield gave a little nod to its early fat design, though, with its Gigantamax form. See, guys, good things can come from bad games most of the time.
Oh my god, it
I'm
was
sure
a
that all
meme
of us have heard of
reference.
Pokerap. I mean, it's iconic. But
I didn't
apparently
know
there's a
that.
dub of the rap where a British person raps instead. It
Do
sounds
you?
really
Nice.
cursed after
I
hearing
own
it
none of the
so many times,
merch.
and I don't think anyone can
I
ever
want
top
Sylvie
the
on
original, so don't
something.
even try. Ash is gone. Ash's story finally came to a close.
I just want a
He's been the
giant
center of the
Sylveon.
Pokemon anime for 25 seasons, but he's gone now. It's honestly kind of sad. Even if I didn't
Yeah,
watch the
I
Pokemon
forgot that
anime
that
as much
was
as
a
some other
thing.
people, I still
Has
liked Ash
anybody
a lot.
seen
I grew up watching him start his adventure.
the
and to
anime
see him
since
finally achieve
he
his goal
left?
is so surreal.
Thank you for the
I haven't
hydrate
watched
SCN.
Pokemon
Let me get that for
Horizons
you.
yet, but I've heard good things about it, so I'm pretty excited. Bug was weak to poison. In Generation 1, Bug was weak to poison, and poison was
Thank you,
weak to
thank you
Bug,
for the
meaning
hydrate.
that Parasect had a
I need
double
to
weakness
see that
fire,
anime.
flying, and
Just to see what
poison.
anime
In
without
Generation
Ash is
2,
like.
the type effectiveness was
It'd be
updated so that
weird,
Bug
but at
had
the
a
same
normal
time, it's just
effectiveness
like,
of poison, and poison now
man,
resists
I've not
Bug. I
not
wish they kept this,
really
though. It just
watched
makes a ton
much
of sense.
Pokemon
Pesticide
anime.
kills Bug,
I've seen
but
a
I
little
guess
bit
they
of
didn't
Best
wanna make the
Wishes.
Bug type
I've
complete
seen
garbage,
Indigo.
so I guess they get a
I don't
pass.
remember much about
Poké
Orange
Raps. On
Island
top
or
of the
anything
UK
after
Poké
that.
Rap I mentioned earlier, we
I've
actually
seen
got
some of
two
the
more,
newer
the
stuff,
GS
like when they were
Poké
doing
Rap,
the
along with the Hoenn
reboots,
Poké Rap.
the origin
GS Rap
stories.
is pretty solid, but the Hoenn one is just an embarrassment. I hate it. The GS Poké
Go
Rap was later
series,
repurposed as the intro
most
theme
of that,
for
I
Pokemon
think.
Chronicles, and I think it does a good job. Splatoon X Pokemon. Splatoon 3 had a Splatfest a little before Scarlet and Violet's release. You got the chance of choosing between Sprigatito, Fuecoco, or Quaxley. I, of course, went with
I remember that.
Fuecoco, but unfortunately, we were completely and utterly destroyed. Quaxley won, which makes me mad. Fuck you, Quaxley. Pokemon
That
X
was just a
Switch
funny
Wars. On July
moment.
20th, 2022, the official
That's
Squishmallow
because
Twitter account tweeted a sneak peek at a
majority
future
of
Pokemon
Splatoon
collab,
players
and
suck.
the community went fucking
And when they all
insane.
go one
Later that year,
faction,
on November
another
22nd,
faction's
a
gonna win.
Pikachu and Gengar Squishmallow were released, with more to follow in future waves. Then, on April 27th, 2023, Togepi and Snorlax were released as well. And as of making this video, a third wave has been announced featuring Piplup and Pikachu. again. But this one's winking, which is apparently enough to warrant
Hey
an
there,
entirely
Alex.
new
How are you doing?
Squishmallow. Who knows what other Squishmallows we'll be getting in the future. If Zorua becomes a Squishmallow or even Billup, I'll lose my mind. Pokemon X Miku.
Give
Out of
me
nowhere,
Sylveon.
Hatsune Miku and Pokemon announced a collaboration. They released a Miku
Wait,
of every
what?
Pokemon
Oh,
type
right,
along
they
with
did do
15 tracks
that.
to accompany them. At the
Dicka
time of writing this,
27.
they haven't dropped it yet, but I am in love with the Ghost type Miku design. It's so good. The Ground type one is great too. I hope the tracks turn out well too.
Oh, wait, what?
Hypno's Lullaby. Hypno's Pokedex entry in Fire Red reads, it carries a pendulum.
More
device.
Pokemon
There once
Hatsune
was an
Miku
incident in which it
designs?
took away a child it hypnotized.
Sign me up.
First of all, what the fuck? That's some EDP type shit. But yeah,
Yeah,
anyways,
it's
this
pretty
entry
known for that
inspired its
mythos, it
variant
is.
Creepypasta. In the creepypasta, Hypno tries
Hippie
to lure children
memes.
with its pendulum and lullaby. You gotta be pretty stupid to fall for that. Oh hey, Sammy Paradox. In the fourth Pokemon movie, Ash travels back in time to meet a young Professor Oak. And of course, young Oak sees Ash with his Pikachu. But that creates a few problems. Oak was the one who gave
Wait, what?
Ash his Pikachu, so was he saving Pikachu specifically for Ash all along? It is pretty strange that he had it lying around his lab, conveniently placed as a fourth starter. I don't think he would have forgotten meeting Ash.
I feel like
and
I-
at the end of the movie, it was hinted that Oak
I don't think
does
I've seen
remember
that
what
movie.
happened. So is there
I know
an
that was a
alpha
thing.
Pikachu out there? Where is the original Pikachu Ash had in the first
Wait,
one?
what?
It's a lot to think about, so let's just move on. If you're happy and you know it. A video was posted on the official Pokemon TikTok account. It had two people in a Pikachu and Lucario outfit. Nothing seems out of the ordinary until you listen to what the audio is saying.
If you're fucking happy and you motherfucking know it, clap your motherfucking hands. If you're fucking happy and you motherfucking know it, clap your motherfucking hands. If you're fucking happy and you motherfucking know it, and you really motherfucking wanna motherfucking show it. If you're motherfucking happy and you motherfucking know it, clap your motherfucking hands.
If you're fucking happy and you motherfucking know it, clap your motherfucking hands. Someone 100% got fired for that one. What I think happened was some poor Japanese man was looking for some trending audios to use, found this one and innocently chose
What?
it, not knowing what the lyrics were actually saying. Misty and Jesse's mallet. In the early episodes of the Indigo League, Misty and Jesse were seen using comically large mallets in a few gags, but this was quickly dropped and never seen again. It's unknown why this gag was dropped, but some people think that it was because of the show's rating being for kids. But I don't really think that's the case, because they literally show guns.
Forgive
later
me,
on
I
in
may
that
have
same
spat and
season.
shoveled a
Maybe
piece
they
of
just
food
forgot
out when I
about it.
left.
Who really knows?
was my
Charmander
bad.
Gummy Bear. In Super Smash Bros. 64, one of the stages you can play on is Saffron City.
They let
A wide
interns
variety of
upload
Pokemon can
anything?
show up as
Yep.
stage hazards, one of them being Charmander. It even shows up and does a little cry. However, the cry can easily
Oh, I'm
be
starting to get
misheard
full.
as Charmander just
I will
screaming,
finish
"Gummy
this
Bear."
though. And this will be my
Hacked giveaways. Around
This'll
the
be
time
my
of Generation 6, it was
meal
pretty common
and
to see
meal
these types
before
of
bed.
hacked giveaways, usually in the form of YouTube videos where people beg you to subscribe and comment in order to receive one. Game Freak started cracking down on these sorts of videos and banned a lot of people mysteriously receiving shiny level 100 Pokemon on the GTS, when that was still a thing. Now it's just locked
What?
in Pokemon Home, which is pretty stupid, but I digress. Apparently though, these types of giveaways still go on, this time in the form of link trades and wonder trades. I'm not sure if Game Freak are actively cracking down on those too, but time will tell. Lieutenant Surge swears in
Bruh.
episode 14. In the episode Electric
Nintendo.
Shock Showdown, Ash's Pikachu is battling Lieutenant Surge's Raichu, and Raichu seems to be winning. Brock points out Raichu doesn't have fast attacks because it evolved too soon, and Ash takes advantage of this, telling Pikachu to use agility. When Ash points out this weakness, Surge answers with, "Okay Raichu, give it a Thunderbolt." However, in the Japanese dub, he simply says, "God damn it." This is one of the most relatable moments in the entire Pokemon series.
What?
So I'd do the same. Hammerlock Ghost Girl. In Hammerlock, a young girl named Paula asks you to deliver a letter to a boy named Frank. It turns out that this boy
That's
is an elderly man
hilarious.
who remembers Paula as a childhood friend. He mentioned she was very sick but never learned the truth, which is that she died shortly after Frank moved
I
away.
actually
The player
remember
doesn't
that
tell this to
line, 'cause it's
Frank,
like,
and he is
"Give
left
him
with
a
the thought of Paula still
Thunderbolt."
being alive. When you return to Hammerlock, the girl is gone.
'Cause
but a
Lieutenant,
Reaper Cloth remains where she once
Surge
stood.
talks
I
in a
this one
funky
because it's
kind of
different from the other
accent.
Ghost Girls in the series. Instead of just appearing for like 5 seconds and never being seen again, you gotta do a little side quest to learn the story. Scarlet and Violet crunch accusations. Before Scarlet and Violet even released, people
Oh
were
yeah, they
accusing
totally
Game
got
Freak of
crunched.
rushing development. This is mostly due to the choppy frame rates that were seen in
Yep.
pre-release footage, and these claims only continue to grow.
I
once the final
oh
game
god,
came
it's
out.
coming
It ran
back to
extremely
me.
poorly, to the
It's
point where it
coming
was
back
just
to
straight
me,
up impossible
Sophie.
to
You
ignore.
remember
And you would
this
think they
shit?
would've fixed this issue by now,
Oh.
but nope. The frame rate still looks like a slideshow presentation. Tynamo line has
Oh
no
god,
weaknesses.
those
Dynamo
are the
line is
fun
pure electric,
times.
meaning it
Those are
should
the
only
fun.
predict to ground
Oh
types,
my
but because it has the
god.
ability levitate, it can't
Yeah,
be hit by ground
me
type
and Sophie
moves.
got
Yeah,
to see
sure,
some of
things like
those things
Wolverine still
firsthand. It
included.
was
And they're not the
awesome.
first Pokemon without a weakness. Sableye used to have no weaknesses too, but then Fairy type ruined it. But as it stands right now, they're the only Pokemon without a weakness. Paridon Wheels. When Scarlet and Violet legendaries were first revealed, people started to theorize that these Pokemon could be used as motorcycles, and they were right. Maridon Koraidon was a futuristic motorcycle thingy, and the wheels functioned as wheels. Who would have thought? But soon you'll understand why that's so mind-blowing. So you would think the same would apply to Koraidon, but no. Turns out that these wheels are just glorified pool floaties, not wheels. I don't know why they didn't just get rid of the wheels or make them work as wooden wheels instead. Wheels are the oldest invention ever, so it wouldn't even be that outrageous to have them. Penny watches anime. Towards the end of Scarlet and Violet, Nemona
Yeah, that
Armin,
was,
and Penny all gather together in a room along with Gita. When Gita
Even
asks
I
her to
can't
do
come up with an
something, Penny
idea
is
to
hesitant and says that there was a lot of anime
make
that she
sense out of
missed and she wants
nonsense.
to binge it all. I feel like Penny smells bad.
I
Mega
can't defend
Evolution
that
is
one because I
painful.
thought it was
When
dumb
Pokemon
myself.
introduced Mega Evolution, each form got their
X
very
and
own
Y,
Poké
best
potential. But they
game.
revealed the horrifying truth about Mega Evolution. It turns out that Mega
Oh.
Evolution causes extreme pain to the Pokemon using it.
Yes.
Scizor and Houndoom's bodies literally melt. Sableye's gem grew too big and it got ripped out from its body, and
Yep.
Glalie broke his jaw. So much for the power
Yep.
of friendship. Raichu evolved. In Pokemon Red and Blue, you can trade a Raichu for an Electrode on Cinnabar Island. Upon receiving Electrode, the person you just traded with claims that the Raichu you gave them evolved. How? Although the idea was scrapped, Raichu was actually supposed to evolve at some point. It would have been named Gorochu. In an interview with Ken Sugimori, he said that it was removed due to game balance issues. I don't know how that makes any sense, but okay. Penny's
What?
dad. It's never really said who Penny's father is, but there's a theory that it might actually be Peony.
Yo,
Peony has
hold
a
on.
daughter
That's
named
that
Peony.
design looks sick. I can't hit my directional keys. Can you show me that design again?
Literally melts. Sableye's gem grew too big and it got ripped out from its body, and Glalie broke his
It
jaw.
ran on the
So
same
much for the
engine
power of
day,
friendship.
Rainy.
Raichu evolved. In
I
Pokemon
agree,
Red
that
and
one
Blue,
was
you
also
can trade a
good.
Raichu for an
They were
Electrode
on the same
Cinnabar
engine.
Island.
They
Upon
were equally
receiving
as good.
Electrode, the person you just traded with claims that the Raichu you gave them evolved. How? Although the idea was scrapped, Raichu was actually supposed to evolve at some point. It would have been named
That looks sick, does it not? That would have been cool. Why did they give Raichu? Game balance my ass. It's a pure electric type. And I guarantee it wouldn't even be stronger than like a legendary or something. How would this be Oh. Maybe overpowered for Gen 1. I hope they bring that back.
Gorochu. In an interview with Ken
Gorochu.
Sugimori, he said that it was removed due to game balance issues. I don't know how that makes any sense, but okay. Penny's dad. It's never really said who Penny's father is, but there's a theory that it might actually be Peony. Peony has a daughter named Peonia, who we nicknamed Nia. Penny claims that her father gives her nicknames too. Peonia and Penny, on top of having very similar names, also have Pikachu and Eevee-based accessories respectively, which could make them counterparts as Pikachu and Eevee are often paired together. It still hasn't been confirmed whether this theory is true or not, but maybe we'll find out in the DLC. Brock and Misty's last names. Eric Stewart
I don't know if I'll ever
and
check
Rich
out that
are credited
DLC.
as the voice actors of Brock and Misty.
It depends if the
respectively.
game's
What's
ever gonna-
weird, though, is that
or
their
if it
full
has
names
been
are listed
fixed.
as Brock Harrison and Misty Williams. But because this
Oh, was
information is
it?
not officially from Pokemon and are never mentioned anywhere else, it's safe to say that these names are not canon. Rumors also said that Misty's last name was Waterflower, but again, without any official sources. Detective Pikachu 2. Detective Pikachu is supposed to be getting a sequel.
Wait,
that includes
2?
both the game and movie. The game is called Detective Pikachu Returns, and the movie
game
is just called
sucked.
Detective Pikachu 2. Real creative. Nobody really cares about the game though. Not even the Pokemon Company. It's being marked at $50. I really hope we get to see more Pokemon from recent generations appear in the
I like how
movie,
that's
since
when
the
you
first
know
one
it's an
mostly just
insult.
had Pokemon from Generation 1 through 3. Pokemon Tower Defense. Pokemon Tower Defense was a fan game from long ago. You were able to catch Pokemon and use them as towers.
I
The mechanics
probably
of
would have
Pokemon
played
are
a game
very
like
well
that.
executed, and the storyline was decent to say the least. But with Adobe Flash Player no longer being supported, the game's servers were shut down and all existing data has been lost. However, the game has been made playable once again by dedicated fans. Nice job, guys. Poliwrath don't miss. The official Pokemon Twitter account posted a GIF with the caption reading, Poliwrath don't miss. And it was just an anime clip of Poliwrath absolutely decimating a Sea King. I can imagine someone
Might
at
have to go
Pokemon
look
saw
for it
the
later
episode
then.
and thought to himself, I gotta post this. To be honest, I just wanted an excuse to bring up this tweet because I know I'll never get another chance ever again. So yeah, Koro leaks. If you've been in the Pokemon
Okay, guys,
community for
I
a
am
while,
full.
You've 100%
That was
heard of
delicious.
Koro. But what is it?
But,
Koro is a monthly Japanese magazine that just shows
that
off a
was
bunch
an
of
entire
gaming and
salmon
anime-related
fillet
things. They like revealing Pokemon-related
to
things in
replace
there, and some
the
people get
entire
the magazine
pizza
early, resulting
that I
in
would have
leaks.
consumed
I actually found
otherwise.
this really old post from when Black and White Koro leaks were first dropped in
Mm.
2010. It's pretty interesting seeing people's initial reactions
Salmon.
to characters, Pokemon, and whatever else was shown.
And ice
Pokemon
cream.
Brick Bronze. This was a very popular Roblox game that a lot of
I
people
have
adored,
ate
but
like
it
a
eventually got shut down due to
king
copyright.
or
I never got
queen
the chance to play it, but
or
it plays
whatever.
just like a Pokemon game. game, even with the 3D sprites ripped from it, just in Roblox. There's a new version of the game up now, though, and it goes all the way up to Generation 9, surprisingly. From what I played of the new version, yeah, it's pretty much just Pokemon, and I have no idea how it's still up. Pokemon 3D and 4D. Pokemon 3D Adventure Mew Osagase and Pokemon 4D Pikachu's Ocean Adventure were 2 short films released around 2005. The reason they're named this is because they're a 3D and 4D movie. I had no idea what a 4D movie was up until now,
What
but apparently
is
you
a
can
4D
feel and
movie?
smell the movie. Sounds strange and dystopian.
What?
Sure. The first movie was Pikachu and friends trying to find Mew, and the second one was Pikachu and friends going on a vacation and finding a treasure map looking for a treasure called
I
Wayward
know.
Sphere, which is in a sunken pirate ship. One sounds way more strange than the other. These 2 films are lost media now, though, so good luck finding it. DMCA'd hunting game. Around 2022,
Wait, what?
a Pokemon first-person shooter was revealed, and then
Wait,
immediately
what?
DMCA'd. It didn't even have a chance to breathe. The game, while bare bones, did look kind of cool, and I'm getting COD Zombies vibes from it,
What?
which I love. All that remains is this footage of Pokemon charging at the player, them shooting them, and fighting legendary Pokemon as bosses. It would have been really cool to see what kind
You
of
know
mechanics
what's
this game could have
funny?
offered, but alas,
Is that,
it will never see the light of day. South America. South
You
America
could
is
argue
mentioned to
that
be the
Power
home of
World
Mew. In a diary presumably
achieved
belonging to
something
Mr. Fuji,
similar
the creator of the
without
Cinnabar Lab, the person
Pokemon.
who created Mewtwo. It's said that on July 5th, they discovered a new Pokemon in the jungle. More specifically, Guyana,
That
South
one
America.
walks the
In
Power
the
World
games,
Record
Mew
one.
has only one
I
known
bet it was
habitat, being
a
Faraway
inspiration,
Island, but it is unknown
much
if the
like
2
Legends
locations
was
are
an
the same or
inspiration.
even connected. It would be kind of funny if
Anyway.
among all these fictional regions, there's just one that's South America. Lions versus Pokemon. This was a popular debate from a while ago. Who would win? 1 billion lions or one of every Pokemon? The earliest known mention of this was all the way back in 2011 when Black and White had just been released. The roster has now more than doubled since then. The main arguments in
I wanna
favor of
play
the Lions
Arceus,
usually rely on the
but at the
actual
same
game
time,
mechanics, whereas those in favor of the Pokemon are often
the video
loyalists. I think
is,
it's pretty obvious that one of
really
every Pokemon
capturing
will
my
win.
attention.
They're just a bunch of animals with superpowers. How would you lose to a normal lion? Taller Rosa. According to Pokemon Masters EX, Rosa is taller
Masters
than Hilda,
X?
which just feels wrong in a way. A lot of the Pokemon Masters proportions are kind of strange though, so I'm not even sure if this would be canon. I did the math on this Rosa figure, and I'm not gonna go all MatPat on you guys.
Oh
but
my
the figure
god,
is
it's
1 to 8 scale and
MatPat!
7 inches tall. So if I were to scale it up, that would make Rosa 142 centimeters or 4'6", and Hilda 170 centimeters or 5'6". But I don't know if it's her ponytail making her taller. Putting the figures side by side, Rosa does look shorter, so I don't know. Maybe I'll make a video about it later, but don't expect it soon because I'm awful at math. Point is, scale is fucked up in Pokemon. Sword and Shield Peanut Bug leak.
It
Leading up
really
to Sword
is.
and Shield's release, we got a ton of leaks, some of which being faked. And this Peanut Bug was one of the fake ones, which is unfortunate because I actually really liked it. A lot of people thought it was real, myself included, and this could have been our first Bug Dragon Pokemon, Holon region.
Oh, the
Holon
new
region,
anime was
or
based
Holon,
on,
I don't know how you say it,
Scarlet
is
and
a region
Violet,
only mentioned in the Pokemon
which
Trading
means
Card
Weed
game.
Cat's
The
in it.
people of the Holon region
I
were
totally
searching
have
for
to
Mew
watch it
and
later
used the magnetic
at some
properties
point.
of the area to produce electromagnetic waves to track it. This ended up having side effects though. Those same waves mutated some Pokemon into having different
I
types,
find it
and thus,
funny
Delta Pokemon were born. I
how
always wondered what these
so
things
many
were,
years
so
would
it's
go
nice to
by
actually finally have an
that
explanation.
Nintendo could
Pokemon
just
Z.
never
Pokemon X
wrap
and Y
their
are
head
the first
around
games in the franchise to not receive this history.
the fact
With
that people
Zygarde
wanted
being the third
Pokemon and
legendary of the
guns.
trio, fans speculated that naturally Pokemon Z would be the next game, but we never got
And
it.
when
Zygarde
something
did
even
get some
close
special
finally
attention in
came out,
Generation 7 with it getting 2
it
new forms,
sold
but it kind of felt shoehorned
like
in, and we're putting
wildfire.
scrapped ideas together. We did get leaks of Pokemon X and Y sequels in the form of a data mine, and they were supposed to come out after Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, but before Sun and Moon. So the timeline does line up. I really wish we got these games, but alas, they're gone forever. Dennis.
I always
Before we
wonder
got
what
much
happened to the
information on Pokemon
supposed
Black and
Z.
White, the soundtrack leaked in Japan, and when
I
people
wonder
heard
if it
Ghetsis'
bled ever
name,
so
they
slightly
misheard
into
the chanting in
ZA.
the background of the song. They're supposed to be saying Getsis, but many
Necromos
misheard
got
Dennis
that
instead,
Goku
which
energy.
I think is hilarious for a villain.
Very
No,
bisexual.
not
Yeah, something
Dennis.
like that. People House. We'll see ya. Take it easy. Night night. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh wait.
Chin
I didn't know that
Chin Pokemon is
happened.
a parody of
And that
Pokemon
was
the series
literally
itself.
yesterday?
The name Chinpo/Chinpoco is actually just
Long
stupid
live
because, thanks. The
MatPat.
episode went from kids
I
liking
didn't know he was,
Japanese
like,
toys
still
to Kyle
around.
almost helping bomb Pearl Harbor. Yeah,
That's
more or less
that's
South
that's
Park
cool
episode.
though.
Gen 4 is slow. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl are notoriously slow.
That he's still
Saving
been
can take
doing
up
it.
to 20 seconds, which is
May
just
he enjoy his
outrageous. The
retirement
sluggishness
then.
doesn't
He will
just
be
appear, though.
missed.
The HP
But
bar
I've not
takes
watched
forever
his
to
stuff
go
in
down
so
these games,
long.
so if you have a Blissey at full HP,
I'll
you
be
get
honest,
one
the
hit KO,
content of
go
the
take a
channel was
vacation,
better
get married, settle
back
down,
then.
and maybe it'll be done by then. Apparently, the reason it's so slow is because instead of the usual speed of percent per second,
Let me try to get a
it's
good spin
HP
on
per
this one.
second, which is a lot slower. Higher quality animations. There was a ton of controversy regarding graphics and animations leading up to the release of Sword and Shield. Many people called Game Freak lazy for their poor attempts at animating Pokemon. I mean, can you blame them? Some of them just hop around. So when their excuse for cutting the Pokedex down to a select few Pokemon was to create higher quality animations, fans were outraged. And I don't blame them, because seriously, what is this? Pokemon Picross. A Pokemon Picross game was
There we
announced
go.
in various gaming magazines in spring of 1999, but the game was never officially released. And you would think that's the end of it, but no. In September of 2020, a prototype ROM of the game was posted online. Even though it was just a prototype, the ROM was fully playable, complete with 217
I feel like I
puzzles,
have
and
actually
even
seen
had
that.
credits.
Guys, I
All
have no idea how to play
151 Pokemon
Picross.
got their own dedicated level,
Is
and
it fun?
Togepi even shows up.
Challenging?
The fact that this game was
Is it like
basically
Sudoku?
completed makes me wonder
Where is
why it was never
Picross?
released. Homebrew Export. The Pokemon Picross madness doesn't just end there. There's a ton of different methods of homebrewing your Nintendo 3DS. A dog could do it. And one of the methods just so happens to involve Pokemon Picross. You just gotta have it installed. I found this Reddit post of someone experiencing an error while trying this method, and I know it's just a coincidence, but I love how the screen turns red and white. It's like a Pokeball. Pokedex book errors. There have been many Pokedex books made in the past, and a lot of them contain errors. Some of the more notable ones are marking Rotom and Spiritomb as legendary Pokemon, showing the wrong images, getting gym badges in the wrong order, wrong type matchups, the list goes on. I can't talk about every
Wow,
single
it makes
one, or
you
else we'll be here
wonder
forever, so let's just move on.
how
Pokemon Heroes
badly they
movies. There's
outsource
a ton
stuff.
of Pokemon movies, but none of them have ever
This
been
is,
entered like this.
an
When Pokemon Heroes
iceberg.
released its dub, the entire movie was given this
So,
really strange blue tint,
just
making the
strange
colors a lot darker
facts.
throughout the movie.
It's
I
like a
never
deep
noticed this
lore
when I watched
dive, but
it.
it's into
So,
it's a
either
dive
the
into
version
the
I have didn't
weirder
work, or I'm just
things.
blind. Nobody
How are you
knows
doing,
why this
child?
filter was put on the movie. It's all really strange, but
Hacking
I
them
guess
into
whatever.
3DS,
Friend
yeah.
lock. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with the term Nuzlocke, but have you ever heard of a friend lock? It's the same basic premise, just instead of you controlling your Pokemon, your friends control them, which can make it a bit of a nightmare to say the least, but it leads to some
Wait,
pretty funny
what?
moments. I tried doing one.
How does
and,
that work?
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least.
I got this, guys.
Just kill the baby!
I should survive.
Talk like Elmo
Gotta-
from like
we
little
gotta-
kids.
Anime Lily likes Ash. Before the Aether group
Mhm.
went off on a mission, Lily wanted to tell Ash
Friend lock
something
'cause
and
I
was
don't
really
have enough
embarrassed,
friends?
But then she was
Like, I
interrupted by
wonder how,
Gladdy
like,
before she
the
could tell
entire
Ash.
concept
Aurelia
works as a
shippers
whole.
believed that Lily was going to tell Ash that she liked him, but Serena swooped in for the kill before she could, so... Melmetal can't eat Max Soup. When the Isle of Armor DLC dropped, you could feed your Pokemon Max Soup so that they could Gigantamax.
I feel like
However,
everybody
this
just
didn't
wanted
work
to
with
get in better
Melmetal.
with
Despite
Ash.
it having a
Let's be
Gigantamax
honest.
form, the only Melmetal capable of Gigantamaxing was the Gift Melmetal you get from Pokemon Go. This Melmetal is also shiny locked, meaning that there's no legitimate way to get shiny Gigantamax Melmetal. PokéRap GS meant for Johto League champions. The credits that were included with the PokéRap GS on the Spell of the
I'm
Unknown
tempted
DVD
to use a
state that they will
can
be added to the end of
of
season 4 TV
compressed
episodes,
air.
but it never was.
I would really
Pokemon
like to
Gold
see the
Rescue
fidget
Team.
spinner go
Pokemon
fast,
Red and
but
Blue
it's just
Rescue
like
Team are unique in
everybody
that
wants
they're
speed.
The only pair of games that released on two
Iris?
different platforms. But what if I told you it's actually a trio of games released on 3
Brr.
different platforms? This was a free PC demo of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team. The demo was released exclusively in South Korea on August 11th, 2007. It could be
Mhm.
played up until meeting Xatu at the Great Canyon. And if you're looking to play this version of the game, you're out of luck, as the demo required a connection to an online server to function, meaning that it can no longer be
Wow.
played. I think this is one of the few examples of a Pokemon game officially being released on a PC. Crystal Onyx Terrastalize. In episode 87 of the anime, Ash and friends find a Crystal Onyx. It's all blue.
Wait. Crystal Lynx is actually a thing?
And it's apparently weak to fire type attacks. I would have just ended it at
Wait,
that,
what?
but the anime has been notorious for
Is it made of
foreshadowing future
ice?
gimmicks, like Mega Evolution,
What's an
Dynamax,
ice
and now Terrastalization with
bit-
Crystal Onyx. Maybe this is
Oh.
an actual Onyx Terrastalized to be an ice type. It would explain why it's weak to fire types.
Oh.
T-Rex in the third movie. The third Pokemon movie
That was
actually
the
had a
first
completely
type of
different plot to what we know now. Takeshi Shida, the main
terrastellization.
writer of the anime series up until that point, as well as the first
I didn't
two
know that was a
movies, posted some
thing.
information about this on his blog. The original plot of the
Beyblade.
movie would have delved into the mystery
Let's
of how the world came to be
Beyblade.
inhabited by Pokemon and what happened to the real world animals that once existed in the past.
I
This
had
would have been
Beyblades as a
explored
kid,
through
I'll
the
be
discovery of a
honest.
fossil in the
Not
Pokemon,
many.
including the fossil of a real world Tyrannosaurus
But
Rex.
this
No,
lasts
I'm
so
not
much
kidding.
longer than a
The fossil
Beyblade.
would have been revived, leading to it
I've
going
like
on a
never
rampage
had a
across the
fidget
Kanto
spinner.
region.
I've always
Ash,
admired
Pikachu,
them in
Brock,
anime.
Misty, and even Team
And I will
Rocket
say
would have
there's
spent
so
the
much
movie
bitter in
trying
real
to
life.
stop the T-Rex. Shudo spent half a year writing
You
his
still on
plot,
too?
and
I
was
have no
shot
idea
down
where
by
my
producers
parts and
who
stuff as a
wrote
kid
a
were.
story where a bunch of
We even had the
miracles
little
gained
plastic
consciousness and
arena.
comes to life won't be a hit. Night at the Museum says otherwise. Brandon is Paul's father. Some people think
They're
that
in
Pyramid King
Kanto,
Brandon is the father
and you
of
need to
Paul,
be
along
in a
with his
place
brother
with the
Reggie. They
gems
look
for
extremely
Terra.
similar to one another, and Paul's goal is blind to people. They never
Oh.
really acknowledged their possible father-son connection.
Hold
and
on.
honestly, if Brandon really is Paul's father, he's not a very good.
I'm really curious about this one. I love searching random stuff like this. We can finally explain it as of 2 months ago?
Hey, Pokemon Masters, Bunky Toby here, and this is my final Pokemon theory on the channel.
It
for now,
is.
at least.
I'll
Speaking of
spin it
finals,
again
right
once,
now might be your final chance to get hold of my Tropical Festivities jumper.
Let's jump into
before
this
the
one.
merch store closes down.
I might
Thank you
play it
to
on the side. I
everyone
might play
who's been
Arceus
supporting
or
me, whether it's through picking
save
up a
more for
jumper,
later,
Trio
or
of Evolution, or over the years just
we'll
watching
see.
my
I like
videos,
these
liking
things.
my videos, commenting on them. This might not be the last video. It may be the last theory. It's hard to know with the Indigo
We'll
Disc
find
coming
out.
out. But yeah, this
So
is
it's
probably
not
gonna be one of the
Terra,
last
but it
ones,
was something
because it's
special?
also the first one. The very first
Mhm.
Pokemon theory I ever did here on the channel, the one that launched my YouTube career 9 years ago, the theory explaining the origins of the Crystal Onyx. I have thought about this Pokemon theory a lot over the years, and since I made this theory originally back when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire had just come out, there has been a lot of new Pokemon lore, so I'm not going to be going it alone. I'm going to give you 2 to 3 answers on what I think the Crystal Onyx actually is, and I'm going to be helped out today by another Pokemon researcher, the wonderful Copperfee.
Hey Toby, can I have a go at being the Pokemon theorist?
Yeah, of course you can help out on this one.
I would love to
Right,
get
let's
into
start off with the
Pokemon
very
theory,
first time
but I
I
have to
covered
spend
this
so
topic,
much more
by
time
looking into the Pokedex
doing the
entries
Leap
of
Door
Onyx's
Deep Lord
evolution,
Dive.
Steelix. Steelix has Pokedex
Deep
entries talking
Lord
about how it's
Dive.
somehow harder than Diamond, despite the fact
I
it's
can't speak
Steelix.
English.
It's supposed to be made of steel. Steel is not harder than Diamond. In fact, there's not many things that are. So how can it be harder than Diamond? Well, we all know that Onyx evolves into Steelix by way of the metal coat mechanically, but maybe in terms of the lore, it is just that, a metal coat, an outer layer. We learn from Onyx's Pokedex entry that it lives underground, ingesting mud and dirt and minerals. It's possible that it's picking up metallic minerals that, well, you are what you eat, make their way to the outside, creating a steel shell, and that's what Steelix's
Yeah, we have to get
exterior
into the
is.
biology,
Steelix's
the
Pokedex
anatomy
entries further mention that it
of
forms
the
underground under
Onyx
intense
itself.
heat and pressure. So
Because we've seen that Pokemon can be varied in size and build,
more like
various
diamond.
like
That's how it can
region
be harder than diamond. It's got a
variants.
crystal body or a body of diamond, and that is what the Crystal Onyx is. We further see this in Onyx's, or rather Steelix's, Mega Evolution, where we see a crystal structure jettisoning out from underneath the core of the Pokemon.
Oh, I forgot that was
It
a
might
thing.
technically not be diamond. It might be some kind of special Pokemon crystal. This is, of course, the generation of the Mega Stones, which are their own type of
I wonder
like,
what the lore
crystal
behind Mega
structure.
Steelix
And we
was.
see also on Mega Steelix there are like these floating bits around it. That might
It
be
does
as the
have bones
result
and
of
flesh.
magnetism. Have you ever
Okay.
noticed how in like the Pokemon Stadium games, for example, Onyx and Steelix float? Well, again, it could be because the magnetic metal particles within their body are charged in a way that causes them to levitate. It's the magnetic elements in the Pokemon repelling
I do
away
want to
from
argue
the
that he's
magnetic
probably true
field
about
over the
that.
Earth. And I still really like this idea. This idea that Crystal Onyx is just what every Onyx looks like.
Steelix would be
underneath
way
the
too
dirt
heavy
and
to
mud
just
that
float.
surround its body. This Onyx does not live underground. It lives on a place called Sunburst Island.
Ah,
with
is there
Orange
something?
Islands.
Is it not
Sunburst suggests some
working?
kind of meteoric impact, so there might be something else going on there. And furthermore, this Onyx is not weak to
Oh,
water like
I know
other
wjust going
Onyx
on.
are.
It's
In fact,
working,
really weak
it's
to
just quiet.
fire, and given the
I
way
can
that it
fix
looks,
that though.
it's
Hold on.
possible that it's not actually made of crystal, but rather made of big bits of ice. If that's the case, then solution number 2 has always been, oh, this is a regional variant. This
There we
Onyx
go.
is a regional variation of Onyx, because when I made this theory in the first place, regional evolution didn't exist. Alolan Sandshrew and Alolan Vulpix were introduced the following
Hey
generation
Lily,
of
how's it
Pokemon
going?
Sun and
Welcome
Moon.
on
And
in.
when I first saw them with their ice type, I
What you
immediately
up
thought,
to?
oh, of course, they're going to do the Crystal Onyx, because they did the Alolan Executor, which originally popped up on the jungle artwork, so it looked like there was a want
I got
to
too low of a
repurpose
spin
some
on it
older
that time.
Pokemon content. And on top of that, just look
Just
at
arrived
the,
at work?
the
Sweet.
Orange Islands and the Alola region. It's an island hopping adventure with trials instead of gyms. Ash wins the league in both cases, and of course, when it comes to the Pokemon you meet there are these regional variants, but exclusively of Kanto Pokemon. That's the Orange Islands in game form. So surely they were going to do a Crystal Onyx then, right? Right? They did not. I then held my hopes out for the Galar region, because of course that was the next region to introduce regional variation, and once
Welcome
again,
back.
no luck. I thought the reason that they didn't do it in
Time
Sun and Moon
traveling
is because
Pikachu, I
any
feel like
Pokemon
I
that got
do
new
remember
forms
that
in Sun
one.
and Moon and Ultra and Ultramoon were not
But I can't
Pokemon
be
that
sure.
previously
I'd
had
have to
Mega
Google it.
Evolution. It seemed to be the case.
We'll
that
see
we
what we can
get
find on
new
next.
forms to Pokemon
I
that
guess-
hadn't got new forms. When Mega
Well, I
Evolution
just love
happened in
Pokemon
X,
stuff
Y,
in
and
general,
Borax.
so
But then come like Sword and Shield,
we'll see what
we
other
had
funny
Gigantamax
videos we
Pokemon
find.
of Pokemon that previously had
It's
Mega
exclusive to
Evolutions,
Heart Gold
so now
Silver
it was an
Soul?
option for Onyx. But again, nothing.
Ah,
Legends
okay.
Arceus
Then
roll around
I
with the
definitely need to play
Hisuian
those games
forms, and
because
there are gem-like
I've
structures
not
all
played
across
those.
the Hisui region from which we get the stone that we make our Pokeballs
I see
from.
Arceus in the
Perhaps
background of that
this
video.
would be the time for Onyx.
I'm staring at my
Again,
fidget
nothing
spinner, so
happened.
I'm
And this is
also
such a
like,
shame because a
there's a
regional
piece of the
variant
video
would
not
make sense. It
showing.
would make sense for the type difference. But then
I need to
type
watch the
changing
time travel
and
one because
crystal
I didn't
structures,
know about
how
Young
could it not
Oak.
be? When I first saw the Paldea region, I thought there's gonna be crystal
Yeah,
forms of Pokemon.
the Iceberg
Surely, there'll be
video that we
terrestrial
saw
Pokemon
like
and
an hour or so
terrestrial
ago
forms,
talked
and so I
about
was
that.
certain we would finally
It's just like,
get Crystal
he
Onyx
just strangely
canonized,
has this
even if it did have a
Pokeball.
big
It's
crown
like,
above
was
its
the
head.
Ash intended for
That
him all along,
also
kind of
did not
thing?
end up happening. So what exactly is the Crystal Onyx? Well, allow my lovely
Pokemon
girlfriend and
Forever,
fellow Pokemon
Young Oak.
researcher and Pokemon YouTuber, who, by the way, you should absolutely subscribe to, her link at the top of the description, let Cupperfee explain.
Naturally, when terrestrialization was first announced, everyone's first thought was, crystal forms? Seems kind of familiar. True crystal forms could finally bring the Crystal Onyx to life, but upon release, all we got are a bunch of gaudy hats with a texture overlay. But it's looking like the beautiful crystalline
Now
Pokemon
it's
we've all
saying
dreamed
it's
of
not
for
saying
just
it's
this Pokemon.
terrestrialization
There have
just
been
yet.
exceptions given to two
but
Pokemon in the Gargantuan
let's
Mars
see
terrestrialized Ogerpon and the poster child of the phenomenon,
what else
Terraformers.
they're gonna
But it's a
talk
shame
about
that
it.
this treatment wasn't extended to Pokemon like the Onyx line. Even without the type change to Ice, it would have been pretty sick to finally get our hands on Crystal Onyx after it was revealed over 20 years ago. Although terrestrial forms are seemingly out of the window, Generation 9 has introduced a new type of form that would do the job just as well. This is Blood Moon Ursaluna. You might have heard of him. This is a Pokemon with a form that it gained over prolonged exposure to a new environment, which is a pretty similar story to the Crystal Onyx of Sunburst Island. This island houses statues made
Is
from
that the
glass that
DLC?
are so well sculpted that they look like they could almost come to life. This is taken literally by the
'Cause
rock
Gen
type
9 was
Pokemon
Scarlet
Onyx,
Violet, and I don't
who found
remember
itself
that.
stranded on the island and whose stone body has become glass-like crystal due to the terrestrial energy in the water. This is similar to what happened in the timeless woods of Kitten Carmeet from the terrestrial pool on the mountaintop. This Onyx was even known to fluctuate its type in battle as a result. According to more recent reports, however, it seems as though the Crystal Onyx may have
It could do
evolved some
that?
time ago. The now Sunburst Steelix is a behemoth that few have seen with their own eyes, but one that is worth the search. Every facet of its levitating body is intricately carved crystal, reminiscent of Terrapagos' shell, shining with fractals of prismatic light. The diamond-like skin of this creature is somehow even more impenetrable than its typical steel counterparts.
I could
Shrugging
think
the
of
most
some reasons as to
devastating of blows,
how
but not so
crystals
much as a
could
scratch.
get there.
Equipped with moves like Shell Smash, Heavy Slam, and its new signature, Sunburst.
But that
a
would
move
get
that
into
uses refracted light to
geography,
glitch opponents
platonic
and
plate
follows up with
movement.
physical damage from a swift slam if it goes first, much like the move Fake Out. This twinkling
You know,
titan also has a new ability.
we'd be
in
looking
Prismatic
probably
Protection,
further
which is
back than
able
just
to give
1,000
Steelix
years ago,
immunity to
like
whatever
further
type
back
hits it
than
first in battle. For more
the
Blood Moon
Legend
creations,
series,
funky
for
fusions,
example.
and general Pokemon creations, make sure to check out my channel where I upload a few times a month. I've only been making
I'd have to
videos a
really
short
think
time,
about
but
it.
I'm having a blast learning the ropes, and I have the best teacher a girl could
You
ask
need
for,
over
only a
30?
floor away.
Can you make me a cup of tea?
Yeah.
Thanks for inviting me onto your channel. Now all we need is to have you online.
Sunburst Steelix. I personally really love this idea, and actually this whole video and that concept was also Phoebe's idea before it was a collaboration between the two of us. Look, I might not be uploading in 2024. I might not upload
I
it
don't
ever
think the
again onto
Crystal
Let's Go. I
Steelix
just don't
is
know. But
Terra.
she has started her YouTube journey this year. She's
I'm
done
more
3 months,
interested in the
3
biology
videos.
theory,
Actually, maybe 4 months. and
but I
4
don't know
videos
enough
by the
about
time this
Onyx.
comes out. And
Like I'd
these
have
videos
to
are of
watch that
such
episode,
exceptional quality. They
read
remind me
about
of
stuff.
when I started and
Like
the
this is the
passion that
stuff I
had
would
for
like to
YouTube.
do.
I'm
I
more
would
passionate
love
about
to
her videos,
research
generally speaking,
fiction
nowadays, than I am for my own.
because it would be fun.
If you liked
And I
what you
think there's
saw
so
and
much
the way that because she just edited
details
and did
out there
last
that you
section of the
could
video. If
you could
liked it,
come
then
up with
please consider clicking
theories.
the link at the top of the description, heading over to her channel,
Yeah,
and checking out
it
her
is
other
a rock
videos.
snake.
If you like them, consider subscribing, leaving a like, leaving a comment, maybe even supporting on Patreon. She is making a YouTuber, like being a full-time YouTuber, and making that her job. She's gonna make a real go of it over the next year, and I want to support her as best I can. But obviously, what she really needs is the support of you watching, everyone individually coming together to make Cup of
Snake
Fee
plus for
the amazing place
making
that
a
I know it
YouTuber
can be.
pog.
Rallied around some content that is of in
Yeah,
my
there's some
opinion,
great
click
content
the link,
creators
see
out
for yourself,
there.
be a judge yourself.
You just kind of have
is
to go
of
out there and find
exceptional,
them.
exceptional quality.
And it's videos
So
like
please
that
make sure you
when
subscribe to Cup of
somebody,
Fee.
you
Thank
know,
all so much for
blows
joining
up
me
or
on
has
my
been around
YouTube
for a while,
journey. There may be a few more
introduces
videos after
other
this
people
one. I'm not quite
that are
sure
like,
how
you
many,
know,
'cause I'm not quite sure what
fresh
my
or
final
just,
upload schedule
you
is gonna look
know.
like. But I think this is probably the last
Like
time I cover
Lily?
Crystal Onyx Theory. I really do
You
like
mean
the idea that
me
it's just kind of
or
like a Blood Moon Ursula.
a Lily
Anyway,
specifically
thank
with
you
two
all so much for
L's?
watching. Let me know
You
what
mean
you
Lily
think in the
Game
comments
Fox
down
over
below.
there?
Make sure also while you're down
Once
there,
a theorist,
head on over to the
I
merch
just
store to
love
pick
being
up
a
some of my
theorist
merch
for
before
being
it's
a
gone
theorist. I
forever.
love
Thank you all so much for
theorizing,
watching. Happy holidays. And of
strategizing.
course, so hi Pokemon
No worries, no
Masters.
worries, no worries.
Hello there, it's me, Professor Oak.
I won't
This
say
video's over, so please choose another
Oh.
one wisely and quickly. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we can go back to
Father
this
figure,
one.
much like everyone else in the Pokemon
It
series.
still got
After Reggie
2
lost to
I'm
Brandon,
surprised
that's
we
when he
watched
decided
like
to become a
40 minutes
Pokemon
of this
breeder
already.
instead. It's so strange, but
It's
for
so
right now,
easy to go
this is
down
all
these
just
rabbit
for
holes.
Future Pokemon Legends games. With the success of Pokemon Legends Arceus, it's only natural
Oh, I
that we
love
get
that
another
BGM.
Legends game. I, along with many people, believe that Legends Kyurem is the next step in the series. Other popular theories are a Johto or Hoenn.
I like how this
I
was
made a video
posted
all about
literally
Legends
like
Kyurem, so
2,
watch that later.
3,
Smash
4
or
months
pass.
ago.
Markiplier uploaded a video
And
where
then
he went over
ZA gets
all
announced.
898 Pokemon at the time
The
and
fact that
answered
he
one
announced
simple question,
anything
smash
within the
or
realm
pass. He's made some
that
questionable
close to
choices,
ZA's
especially Pokemon
announcement,
like Magneton,
it's
Wailord,
crazy.
Excavalier, and
Also,
Hollow Sand.
Markiplier's
Get out of the same
Smash or
way.
Pass
This
was
video blew up
hilarious.
and resulted in other people making their own Smash or Pass list. Matt Pat even joined in, creating a video where he designed
Everybody's
multiple
done one at
Pokemon
least
Markiplier would
once.
Smash. I hate it here. Soak move inspired
Every
by
region
Pikachu
but
versus
Kalos.
Onix. The anime is filled with errors, but in some
Oh, that's
cases, they happen to
hilarious.
become mechanics later
So he
on.
got the
One of those
Legends
being
part
Soak,
right,
which
but
turned
the
the
fact
target
that he
into a
thought it would.
water-type Pokemon. In the
Aww.
5th episode of the Pokemon anime, Pikachu fights Brox's Onix.
I'll
and
be
it's not
honest.
looking too good, but Pikachu gains the upper
If
hand
somebody
when
told
one of
me
his attacks
what the
set off
next
a
Legends would
snowball,
be,
causing sprinklers in the building
I
to go
would
off and soak
want
Onix
it to
shit.
be X and Y
Maybe,
so
but Pikachu is
badly,
then able to
but
damage
I'd be
Onix
telling
with
myself
electric
there's
attacks
no
despite
way
doing
they'll
close
go
to
to
no
my
damage
favorite
to it.
game to
This was
give us
more or less
more.
just anime bullshit, but in Generation
And
5, the
they
move
did.
Soak was introduced, and some people theorize that Soak was inspired by this very scene. Pre-Porygon versions of episode 1 through 37. After the Electric Soldier Pokemon
I don't
incident
know
that
Lola.
caused many seizures among
Lola
viewers in Japan,
100%.
the show was put on hold for a bit, and when it returned, all episodes were edited to slow down.
I
flashes
promise I'm
for
not
Mickey's
trying to
left
shit on the
right, even if
Lola,
they didn't cause
but I
seizures
really did
previously.
not like the
Pokemon
Sun and
Legends
Moon
Arceus
ones
starters should
all
be
that well from a
the
lore
starters in Pokemon Legends
perspective.
Arceus are unique because
I
they
do
each
think
come
the
from a different
various
generation. It
region
sorta makes you
variant
wonder
stuff
why
was
these
kind of
starters
cool.
were chosen to begin
Z
with, and the
moves
answer has to do with
sucked,
Japanese culture. Each starter represents an
but
aspect of feudal Japan. The Decidueye is an archer, Samurai is a samurai.
I don't know.
Typhlosion, well, it
I
turns
just
out that
didn't get a
Typhlosion's
sense
name
of
comes from Bakufu, which
more.
means blast, but it also
They
means
were
shogunate, a shogun
fun.
being a military
Like
ruler. I hope the
I'm
next
being
Legends
serious
game has
because
this
like
much
I
thought into their
played
starters because it's such a cool
Sun,
detail. Verity is
and then I
Cynthia's.
played
A
Ultra
popular
Moon,
theory is that Verity from the
and
I Choose You movie is
I
Cynthia's
stomached
daughter, because
both
in the movie, we
games.
see
I
a photo of
loved
Verity's
Lily.
mother,
I
who looks
loved
exactly
Lily's
like
story and
Cynthia. The movie's
everything.
director, Kunihiko Yuyama, has
Her
debunked this
mother,
theory. So
her
fans went to the next
brother,
best thing,
however
saying
that
Cynthia
worked
is her
out.
aunt
Seeing
instead,
Giovanni
to
come
save
back
face. This theory does
too
have
is
some
kind
weight
of
to it,
funny.
though, because Cynthia is known to
I
have a
don't know.
sister,
I
but she's
don't
never
know
seen
why
anyone
I
in the
felt
media.
so
And the woman in
empty.
the photo is her
Was
sister,
it the
making Verity
gameplay?
Cynthia's
Was
niece.
it
Scarlet and Violet
things
got
that were
shinies.
done
For
well but
some
just
odd
weird to me
reason,
that I
Scarlet
didn't
and
like?
Violet have
Something
the
about it
worst
just
Pokemon shinies in the entire
didn't
series. I have
appeal.
no idea why half
Yeah,
of them
the
are pretty much the
Ultras
same. The
were
other
just
half
better
just look
versions of
bad,
the game.
and then there's the few that actually look
I could have
kinda
just
good. I thought
ignored
the
the
era of
first
bad
one.
shiny Pokemon would have ended in Generation 6, since that's when they started hand choosing them, but I guess not. Nemona Goku. People say that Nemona Fiona as the Goku of the Pokemon world because of
She
how
really
much she
is.
loves to battle. And she's not very
She
smart,
gives
but
that
a genius when it
impression.
comes to battle.
She has
And I
that
love
kind
her.
of
She's
energy.
the perfect Mexican icon we need in Pokemon. Dragon Ball and Mexico go hand in hand. Look, I know the region
They
is
actually
Spain, but
do.
our only other Mexican representation is Halucha, Lombre, and Ludicolo. Let us have this. Gardevoir. This is
beat her
patient
easily?
zero of Pokemon Rule 34.
I
Well,
mean,
there was probably
yeah,
some
because
before
Pokemon
Gardevoir, but I don't wanna
games
think about it.
easy,
Fans sexualize
usually.
it to the point where if you say that Gardevoir is one of your favorite Pokemon, people look at you weird. Look what
Yeah.
you did, you sick fucks. Don't even get me started on Logan.
They
Gen 4
actually
untapped
do.
variant mods. As I mentioned
And there's
earlier,
like
the Generation
worse
4
you could
games are
say as a
notoriously
favorite
slow,
that would
so some
get you
people
like
take it upon themselves to
looked at
fix that,
weird.
and they did
Like I
this by
think
creating a mod that
I'll be
impacts
honest.
the
I
frame
think
rate. To be
liking
honest,
Gardevoir
it might be a little
as
too
a
fast now,
favorite
but it's really interesting to
is
look at
less
because
likely
this
to
is
make
what I'm
you
used to
think
seeing
I want to
Twitch
bang this
plays. Twitch
Pokemon
plays Pokemon
than
to
saying
Twitch channel where
Lopunny is
you,
my
the
favorite.
viewer, can actually
That's
decide
if
inputs
somebody
in-game.
said
The first
that,
game
then
ever
I
played
would
was
be
Pokemon
looking at
Red
them
all the
like,
way back in 2014.
yeah,
In the 17
I
days
know
that
what
it
you
was
want to do
up,
with that
it got over
Lopunny.
1 million participants,
I bet
beating
you
a
want a
Guinness
male
World
Lopunny
record. It's
too.
also played some other mainline
You know,
Pokemon games,
I'm just
some ROM
joking, but
hacks, and even
I
Red
do
Rescue
think
Team,
Lopunny
which
would be
lasted
more
for nearly
sus
an entire
than
year.
Gardevoir.
Twitch plays Pokemon as well as the
Gardevoir,
original Lord
she
Helix
looks
and
cute.
Lord
I wouldn't
Jesus. They
say
would sometimes
hot.
open up the menu just to look at the Helix fossil while they were
Gardevoir is
praying
just
to it or something. And
beautiful.
Lord Jesus was just a Pidgeot
She's
that
not one of my
punch a
favorites, but she
lot.
does look really
Cerulean City
nice.
Afro. Cerulean City
I like
Afro
Lopunny
personally
too.
understand
I'm
the
not saying there's
purpose.
anything
They
wrong
have
with
Pokemon Red
Lopunny.
and Blue.
I'm
The
just
main sphere is the
saying
same color as the entrance in
Lopunny is
Cave,
one
but
that
he has
more than
large
likely
afro. In
those
the
that
Let's
say
Go
they like
games, the cave
Lopunny
entrance
probably
looks
want
totally
to,
different, but the main
you
still
know,
stands beside it till this day. Some people say that
Lopunny.
it's top 10 in the verse, maybe even stronger than Afro.
I want a male
Slam
Lopunny
is
too.
translated as door slam in Spanish.
I'm not
This one more or less just speaks for
calling them
itself. When
out.
translating the move
I'm
slam
just
to Spanish, they use the
saying,
word portazo, which pretty much
yeah.
just means door slam. This lasted all the way up until
I also
Generation
want a
6,
male
when it was changed to
Masquerada.
Pisar. Portazo is just way funnier though.
Female
Bring it
shiny
back. Misty
Lopunny.
paid full price for her bike. The bike shop in Generation 1 initially
Oh
was
god, the
the bike that was
bike.
set at 1 million Pokédollars, but thankfully you
Yeah.
can get it for free with a bike voucher. But that's with the bike voucher. And most
I like
people
how
probably didn't use
like
that.
bike
So it makes
vouchers
way more
kind
sense
of
why
grow
Misty
on
was so upset at
trees,
Ash for destroying her bike. She
and
paid $1 million for a bike, and some kid stole it and fucked it up. I don't know where Ash is gonna get $1 million, but that's not my problem. Pokemon art style shift. This can refer to many different things. The anime
we
has
were
had a
watching
very
because
drastic art style
we
shift. It used to be way
did
sharper, and I really
ASMR.
liked the way it was looking.
We
But
got
then Sun and Moon made
tired and
everything
put
more
the
bubbly and
ASMR mic
expressive, and
away,
a ton of people didn't like
and
that
I said,
change.
guys,
In
I need
Pokemon
to eat.
Journeys, they settled on a mix
So
between
we
the
were
two,
gonna make a
and
pizza
honestly,
dinner
I think this
date.
one fits pretty well
I was
for
gonna
this
cook a
type of
frozen
sharper
pizza I
style.
had
And I
saved
think
in the
that James' little
freezer,
hair strand looks
and
so
then we were gonna
cool. This
watch
can also refer to
YouTube
how
for a
the
little
games are going
while.
through an art style change.
The
trainers
pizza
look
was
completely
stolen,
different to what they would have
so I
looked like
looked
in Sword
around
and
for
Shield,
something
and
else I could
hate
make.
they're going
Found
for
a
this strange, more
frozen
realistic
frozen
look and vibe. I know Sword
salmon
and Shield didn't
fillet.
do a lot of things right, but one of them was the
It took a
art
little
direction
while to go
and
back and
animations
forth,
were great.
but we had a
Followers. A follower
delicious
is someone who
salmon
has passed through an
fillet.
ultra
That's
wormhole,
why the
and when
hand cam
passing through an
stream's still
ultra
going,
wormhole, these
because
followers
that's what
get
we were
exposed to
doing
an
till
energy that
recently.
lingers within them. Ultra Beasts are capable
Like I
of
think you
sensing
just
this
came in
energy,
as we
targeting
were
these followers for
finishing the
unknown
fillet,
reasons. Some notable followers are Lucario
or
and Annabelle.
like we were
Annabelle lost
watching
her
this while we
memories
were
and so
eating
did Lucario
basically.
Loras. It's not known why this
Wish you were
happened.
watching the microwave. I
Minnesota.
mean,
This is another
you
time
could
a
go
real
do
world
that if you
location
want
is
to,
mentioned in Pokemon.
assuming
When
your
Brock
house
says he
has a
didn't know
microwave.
Vikings were still around, Ash replies by saying that
We're
they
watching
mostly
this
live in Minnesota.
because
I have no idea why
why
Ash of
not?
all people would know this, but alright.
This is interesting. This is fun, and I'm also,
Minnesota,
you know,
South
playing with the
Africa.
fidget spinner.
Shaman, thank you. Some
Like,
people hear shamans cry and hear it.
I'm not gonna lie. I
Might
see
need to slow
why
down the
they
audio a
market
bit to hear
these
it, but
towards
it's definitely
ADA or ADHD people
Gastrodon
for
Shell.
like,
Several
you know,
Pokédex entries state that
anti-stress
Gastrodon used to have a
release.
large
This
shell
is like
in
so
ancient times,
fun.
and that
It's a
evidence of it
simple
can still be
pleasure,
found
and
in
I just keep
cells.
doing
Its
it
red
again
shell
and
is
again and
still
again.
very
It's just
hard,
like
but way thinner and smaller than
this.
what it
These
used to
were
be. No
totally
artwork of what it
made
would
for
have looked like
people
has
with
ever been shown, but
ADHD.
maybe it'll show up one day as a paradox form or maybe even a regional variant. Moist
I forgot about the
in Pokemon
paradox
Scarlet and
forms.
Violet, when challenging the Montenegro
Gardevoir, like
you face against a trainer
Dreamwalkers,
named MC
Incubi,
Sledge, who already
Succubi,
bears a striking resemblance to Moist
Omnibi.
Critical. But the similarities don't just end
Like,
there. His name
actually?
is literally MC,
Or
which
just
so happens to fit with Moist
popularized?
Critical perfectly.
Like, is that a
And just when you
canonical
think the
thing?
coincidences end, nope. There's even more. One of Moist Critical's most infamous clips is one where he's
ADHD
screaming,
didn't really
"That's what we've
exist?
been waiting
When
for."
did they?
You've probably seen it, but in case you haven't,
Huh?
here it is.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about. Woo!
And MC Sledge just so happens to say something very similar. This is what you've all been.
Oh yeah, we all thought
There's
that was moist.
absolutely
We
no
all
way
knew
this
that
is
was
all just
moist.
one
There's
big
no way that
coincidence.
wasn't
It all
moist.
fits way too perfectly. Dr. Lava's cut content. Dr. Lava covers a ton of old but really interesting information about Pokemon. What he basically does is buy old Japanese magazines containing Pokemon interviews with Ken Sugimori or whoever else is there, and pays to have them translated. He posted on his website Dr. Lava Cut
Oh, cool.
content, and there's a whole treasure trove of information there. So thank you, Dr. Lava, for your contributions. It's very helpful. For the girls, Takeshi's Paradise is the 9th Japanese.
Thank you for the
anime from the original
hydrate. Let me get
series,
that
and
for
while
you.
no official English translation has been released, the scenes where Brock sings a segment of the song was kept in the English dub.
Like it wasn't known much. When fidget spinners came out, people didn't know. ADHD has been around longer than fidget spinners. Early versions of anti-stress toys, anti-ADHD, you know what I mean, the ADHD stress toys, like button pushers, like we call fidget itself is just a marketing term. There have been, you know, toys and devices that, you know, have been studied in individuals, kids, ADHD, stuff like that.
De-evolution.
Speaking not English is canon. What do you mean? Mexico is canon. Español es canon.
Magneton, who can likely be taken apart as seen in
What are you asking? Drain Kiss.
The same should in theory be true for Dugtrio.
Synchrony can drain you with a kiss.
Probably just need some divorce papers to devolve. Silvally just needs yeah, that's it.
That sounds like a stretch. I was asking, did you have any like canonical, you know, Pokédex, any sort of deep lore dive or something like that to support? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, I wanted something more concrete if you haven't. I love deep theory and having something to,
Calyrex Blue Dynamax.
you know.
For some odd reason, when Calyrex Dynamaxes, it has a blue aura instead of the red one everyone else has. Some theorize that Calyrex Dynamax is using its own power rather than Eternatus' power, which, if true, would explain why it's blue. But not much else is known. Clickbait.
I haven't seen that mon, so I didn't know that. That must be another DLC mon.
And milking anything they can. New leaks? Real? This breaks the meta? Insane new leaks? They use the same thing in every thumbnail, and it's just really sad. I'm not gonna say any names, but you know the people I'm talking about, and they know who they are too.
I don't look for like
yes, this is
a lot of
term.
leaks and
Pokemon
stuff like
Omega
that
Ruby
for that
and
reason.
Alpha Sapphire were the last games to contain a national Pokedex, with the Generation 7 game still allowing every
Those are
Pokemon
amazing
to use
games, by the way.
Generation 8 was the first generation where all Pokemon weren't able to be used in-game. The name Dexa
Yeah,
is
basically
a parody of
clickbait.
Brexit, because the Galar region is based
Brexit!
off of Great Britain. It's really clever, actually. Graffiti art style. When Pokemon was getting localized in the West,
Oh
they
my
wanted
god,
to
that's
redesign
hilarious.
all 151 Pokemon in a graffiti art style because they thought it would be more appealing to Western audiences. This is because graffiti art was on the rise in America at the time, and they created some mock-ups of what a graffiti-style Charmander line would look like. And it's kinda cool to look at, but I'm happy they stuck with Sugimori's art. Pokemon Go
I'm glad
AI
they
arts.
did,
Pokemon
but I
Go
would
was
love
accused
to
of
see
using
just
AI
art like
for
that
one
as
of
like
the
a fan
backgrounds,
art
and I
thing.
can see why. It doesn't look like it was made by a human. And there's a strange lack of Pokemon-related details in the image. When accused, they responded by saying, Niantic uses a variety of tools and software to create visual assets. We don't disclose specifics around our processes, which is the worst response you could ever give.
Unova!
Holy shit. It's such a shame. They have so much money.
Which
so
one
they have
was
no
Unova?
excuse
What
to
gen
get
number
AI to make
again?
this instead of commissioning an actual artist. Toya and Pokemon Masters EX. This is a great example
Oh wait,
of what
wasn't
the
that?
Pokemon company
Wait,
should be
5?
doing.
Oh,
Toya
black
Roki is
and
a
white.
popular Pokemon
Okay.
Twitter artist, and for Christmas last year, she partnered with Pokemon Masters
8
EX
was
to give us a nice little
Galeria.
Christmas-themed illustration. It's honestly such a surprise. You don't normally see the Pokemon company commissioning fans to help with art, at least not outside of Japan. So this was really cool to see, and they should be
That
doing
is
this
kind of
instead
cool.
of AI
There
art
is
for
one Pokemon
Scarlet
TGC
and
artist
Violet
that I
trainers.
adore.
Sort of back to the art
I
style
forget his
shift, the
name.
Scarlet and Violet trainer
It's
models
like
look so gross.
Sato
A good
Sensei.
majority of the community agrees that they look awful, and I am praying
I forget,
that the
but I
next big Pokemon
absolutely
games
adore
doesn't have these types of models.
their
They were
stuff.
doing perfectly fine before. Pokemon Masters EX is the
Galeria?
perfect way to bring
Yeah,
Pokemon
Galar.
characters to life. You might not think that the Scarlet and
Because
Violet models are
Galarian.
strange now, but
I
imagine
couldn't
seeing a
remember
character from
'cause
an
I
old game
didn't
return
play
with
8.
Scarlet and Violet art style. You'd see their individual hair strands, creepy face, and weird noses. They would look uncanny and like a former shell of who they're supposed to be. Vaporeon. Much like Gardevoir, Vaporeon has been sexualized to all
Oh,
hell.
God.
The big difference here
Yeah.
being that Gardevoir is more humanoid, so it's somewhat understandable. Same goes for Lopunny. But Vaporeon is just straight up a water dog cat fox thing. This all stems from one 4chan post that became a copy pasta. I'm not going to be reading
Yeah,
it because it goes
if it
way
wasn't for
into
that,
detail
they would
describing
never
why
sexualize
Vaporeon
him.
is the most compatible Pokemon for human breeding. I don't know who wrote this, but you're not allowed any dog parks anytime soon. Pokemon
Whoever
Learning.
came
Pokemon
up with
Learning
that is
was a web-based
legendary.
educational series that used
They
characters from
literally
Pokemon
created
Go to teach kids
internet
science,
history
math,
with
language
one
arts, and motor
fucking
skills. The
post.
animations look atrocious, and it was later shut down.
They
in
could have
2008.
picked
Go to
any
Reddit.
mon, and
Rayquaza
they
is in its
picked
prime.
Vaporeon
Pokemon
to
Omega
do that
Ruby and
too.
Alpha Sapphire
The They're a
introduced two new
legend.
forms for Groudon and Kyogre, those being their primal reversion forms, which are very cool and their shinies are amazing. But for some odd reason, despite Rayquaza being third in the trio,
Lugia
it
was
got a
supposed
Mega
to be an
Evolution
exclusive to the
instead. It's
movie?
strange.
I
You'd
didn't
think
know
all of them
that.
would match each other, but I guess
So,
not. But this
as
does
in,
bring
it
up
would have
two
only
questions.
appeared in
Does
the movie.
Rayquaza have a primal
So
form?
what would
And
have
do
happened
Groudon and
to
Kyogre have Mega Evolutions?
Silver?
And some people actually speculate that Rayquaza is in its primal form. Primal reversion restores
And
a
did
Pokemon's
Crystal
true
do it?
powers,
Wait,
meaning
what?
the Pokemon
What was the story
undergoing
behind
primal
Crystal?
reversion are actually weaker than what they used to be.
'Cause
This theory implies that
how
Rayquaza
did
never
that
lost
affect
its true power and has likely been active since
the
last battle between
legendaries?
Kyogre and Groudon,
That's
which
actually
is
one
over
thing I do
2,000
not know
years
and
ago.
don't mind getting
Anime Ash
spoiled
Greninja
on.
Ancestors.
How
In
did
Pokemon Legends
legendaries work
Arceus, we were introduced to a bunch
in
of characters
Crystal?
who look a bit familiar. Reason being is that they're all actually ancestors of modern day Pokemon characters. While it's not outright
Oh
confirmed,
god,
it's
I'm
pretty
glad I didn't
obvious
look
that
at
they're
that too
related in
much.
some way. They
Stop!
must
I
have
need to
some
stop
pretty strong
looking.
genes,
Don't
though, if
spoil
they're
me. I
able to
want to
look so
figure this out on
similar
my
even
own.
after all these years. Some are pretty obvious.
I
like
saw
Kanto and
some that
Professor
were
Rowan,
like not
Cyrene,
even from the
Cyrus, Lolo,
same
Kogita, and Cynthia, and Arizu and Mars, just to
you know,
name a few.
same
If we
Gen
get another
4.
Legends game,
I was
we're
just like,
likely
wait
gonna
a
get even more
second.
ancestors. Hiroki.
Wasn't
This
that
random
what was
Pokemon
the
character
little
from the
kid's
anime
name
named
from
Hiroki is
Gen
modeled
3?
after his Japanese voice
Willy?
actor,
Wally?
Haruhi-kun, a cast member of Meetup at the Pokemon House, whose real name is Hiroki Kabari.
And they're
1010.
playing the
Pokemon has a
Arceus
monopoly
BGM. His name was Wally K.
more or less.
I need to get
Any
back
other
to
game that
that.
tries
It
to
just
spoil
feels like it's so
typically ends
easy
up
to walk
failing,
into
and
a
this holds true with
spoiler,
Temtem.
and I've
This was
been
being
walking
hyped
like
up
I've been
as
a
the next
well.
Pokemon
I
game,
forget
but it ended up
very
killing
easy.
itself.
So
Okay, well maybe it's not dead per se.
let's
more
just
or
keep
less on
watching the
life
video,
support.
not make a scene of it, and I'll
When you're trying
probably
to
forget
dethrone
that that
Pokemon,
happened.
you have a lot to live up to, and I don't know. I don't really like the art direction.
We'll
in Temtem,
try to get
but
the
they did
Arceus,
take this
but like,
platypus Fakemon and put it
you
in
did a
the
good
game,
job
so
of compiling all this
this is
information.
sorta unrelated, but this new
I
game
just
called
love.
Palworld looks really promising, and I'm actually pretty excited for it. So hopefully it doesn't suffer the same
Oh,
fate.
hold
Kalos
up.
and Paldea. When you open
So this one was Temtem, right?
the game, so that's pretty cool. This is sorta unrelated, but this new game called Palworld
This new game called Power 4 months ago. November 8th. The colors on this look so oversaturated compared to the final product. I'm glad they didn't go with this. This is so oversaturated. Whoever did this is just like, they're trying too hard to appeal to the Pokemon saturation values. I'm glad they went with something a little bit more real, like a half between Pokemon and Arc Survival Evolved. We actually support Palworld. We love Palworld. We've played Palworld. I know life like Palworld on day one. It's a good game. They're not trying to be. They're not copycats. Bruh. Don't even get me started.
World looks really promising, and I'm actually pretty excited for it. So
I
hopefully it
will
doesn't
start
suffer
playing
the same
Palworld
fate.
right
Kalos
now.
and Paldea. When you
I will
open the
start
map
playing
in
it
Pokemon
right
Scarlet
now.
and Violet, you can see an area being hidden
Game
by
is
clouds,
good.
but what's hiding? Since Paldea is based off of Spain and Kalos is based off of France,
Do you know
people
what a
think that the
parody
clouded
is?
area South Kalos.
Just,
They seem to match
just
really
real
well
quick,
with
do you
Violet's
know
Victory
what a
and Yellow.
parody
And I'm
means?
guessing we were supposed to be able to explore South Kalos in Pokemon X and Y too, but you know, that never ended up happening.
There's a
so this
reason
would be
they
the
look
perfect
so
time.
close.
Determinate values. I'm sure you've all heard of
Yeah.
IVs, also known as individual values, but apparently they're also
But do you
called
see the
determinate
value
values.
behind
I've just never
parodies?
heard anyone refer to them
Do
as
you
such
know
in
what
my entire
satire is?
life.
Do you
It
know
sounds
what
like someone
comedic
wanted the
relief
term to
is?
catch on and it went nowhere. You failure. Armored Pokemon hoax. Again, we have some more fake leaks from the Sword and Shield era. This one was pretty cool too, though. The Pokemon Company
I'm not
trademarked the
trying to
phrase
be
Armored
mean.
Mewtwo,
I think
and
they did a
people
good
started
job.
freaking the fuck out. The reason this was given so much credibility, though, was because someone on
Like,
4chan
look,
correctly
it's a
predicted the
game where
title
you
of
go
Sword
and you
Shield, along
shoot
with it
things
taking
with
place in Great
bullets.
Britain. One of
You
their
throw
claims was that
balls
the
and
two
capture
legendaries would be a metal
people and
slug
you
and
put
a
them
green
in
horse.
balls.
But the
It's
biggest claim was that armor evolution would be a
it's
thing, including Pokemon like
it's a
Armored
glorious
Charizard, Armored
shitpost.
Mewtwo, Armored Flygon, and Armored Zeraora. So the fact that Pokemon trademarked Armored Mewtwo made it seem way more credible. The post also said that Melmetal.
You
might
do realize
play a part
that
in it,
trying to
seeing
make
how its
animals
sword
with
just
powers end
left
up looking
in
quite
that
sim-
game. Similar to how Zygarde didn't play a role until
Look at
Generation 7. The guy
Digimon.
got half their information right, so maybe they were really lucky, or maybe Game Freak changed their mind. Who
Also,
knows?
where's
I
this
think the Armored
BGM
Makes
from?
You
This
Free was
is.
just part of the movie though, since in the first movie. he
Oh,
does
I
get
remember the first
foreshadowing
movie. There
next
was some
game.
really
Pokemon has foreshadowed future
interesting
games countless times. In X and Y, we got the
concepts.
strange souvenir, which at the time we had no idea what the significance of this was, but then we got to Alola and
Hmm?
it all made sense. In Generation 7,
I'm not
we saw a
talking
poster
about
of what
the
looked
designs, I'm
suspiciously like
talking about the
Gigantamax electricity.
concepts.
And what made this even more believable is that the poster is found literally inside of Game Freak's office. We don't know what Scarlet and Violet could be hiding, but if I
It
had
was
to
a
guess,
fucking
it's probably related to
satire.
Alola.
It was
I
a
like
shit
the seal.
post. The
I'ma be
game was
honest, I just
literally a
really wanted to show you
reskinned
guys this
Ark
clip.
Survival Evolved. It was a low budget shit post, and
I like the seal.
it's great.
GoFest 2022.
Wow.
Pokemon Go held an event in 2022 where players
Hold
could
on, I
pay
think I missed that
$15 for
joke.
tickets to get special Pokemon Prince. I like the seal. What Scarlet and Violet could be hiding, but if I had to take a guess, it's probably related to India. I like the seal. I'm gonna be honest,
Pals?
I just really wanted to show you guys this clip. I love it.
Huh?
I like that.
Yeah, the
charming
games are
prince.
extremely different. Like I said, it plays so close to Ark Survival Evolved. It still has a little bit of the Craftorial recipe in it. It's a glorious shitpost.
Seal. You would.
GoFest 2022. Pokemon
Prince.
I like the.
I don't get this joke.
I like that charming prince.
I like the seal. You.
I just really wanted to show you guys this clip. I love it.
Oh, okay. It wasn't a special
like that
reason. It just I really like this clip.
I like the seal. You would.
GoFest 2022. Pokemon Go.
That's
held an
just like
event in
one of
2022
those,
where players could pay $15 for
kind of
tickets to
funny
get special
moments
advantages.
that make
Many
you
players,
think there's
however,
something
placed
more
in a
to that
malicious
when
such
it's
as
really
getting
just
out of rooms, spawns
a
instantly
brain
vanishing as soon
fucker.
as you click them, decreased spawn rates overall. It was awful. Many people consider this event a total disaster. Cobblemon.
I'm
Some
just
people
gonna
don't
drop
really
the
like how
conversation. Feel
detailed
free to
Pokemon
believe what you
Pixelmon
want.
are, claiming that they don't really fit with Minecraft's art style. So some people came together and made Cobblemon, another Pokemon Minecraft. But this time
Cobblemon!
the
I've never
Pokemon
played this,
actually
but
look like they belong in the Minecraft world. I think it fits really well, and it's still getting updates, so keep a lookout. Crystal Clear. Pokemon Crystal Clear is a ROM hack, but not your typical one. This one is
Oh?
actually really cool. It's open world. You can pick from 24 starters. You can start in any town
What?
from Kanto or Johto. There's Pokemon palette and character customization. The map changes. Pokemon can follow you
What?
around, and you can buy your very own house. I don't really like playing Pokemon ROM hacks, but this one sounds really interesting, so I'm gonna give it a
What?
go. Mega Flygon. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, a ton of Generation 3 Pokemon were getting
Yo,
Mega
I gotta
Evolutions,
check out
and a
that
lot
ROM
of
hack
people really
sometime.
wanted Flygon to get a Mega Evolution, but it never
Crystal
got one, which was
clear.
really strange. But the reason we got was stupid. The reason we never got a Mega Flygon was because they couldn't come up with a design that was cool enough. Literally anything is better than nothing. I just want more Flygons.
No, no,
in
no,
it.
no,
I
no,
love
no, no,
Flygon.
no.
Pikachu song. This is a really old song.
I
so
don't
there's a
like that
good
line of
chance a lot
logic.
new Pokemon fans have never heard it before. but if you're a
Sometimes
long
nothing
time
is
fan,
better
you've
than
100%
anything.
heard it. Someone took the song Butterfly from Smile DK and made a Pikachu remix.
Aye,
or same
aye,
remix, but it's
aye.
just Pikachu saying Pikachu over and over again. So make of
Okay.
that what you will.
Yeah,
This
you can
was
hook me
uploaded
up.
all the way back in 2009, and it's probably older than that. So
Pixelmon
it's
better?
But the 2000s vibes are overflowing with this song.
Oh,
Central
I didn't know
Leaks
they were
versus
different
Riddler
things. I
Coup.
thought
Two
one got
major
shut
leakers
down
in
and one was like the
community
reboot of
were
the other.
Central Leaks and Riddler Coup, but they both hate each other. The reason is because Central Leaks quote unquote stole a bunch of leaks Riddler Coup would post, which I think is really stupid. It's kind of like when people get mad at me for quote unquote.
So if it
stealing
doesn't have
facts.
one,
You
I would
can't
definitely
steal a
design it
fact.
with
Knowledge
maximum
is
pain in
free.
mind.
Nobody owns a fact.
I love the
Sure, you can
concepts
source
of
where you get
the
it from, but
Pokemon
it doesn't
being in
really
an
matter
intense
because
pain
chances are the source
for the
you're
sake of
citing,
power.
quote-unquote, stole it too. Those are just my
The
two
fact
cents,
that
but yeah, it's
one
really
of
dumb. Even
Sable's
though Central
eyes
Leaks
just
now credits
expands to the
Riddler
point
Coup,
it
Riddler
rips
Coup
out
still
of its
bashes
own
them every
body.
now and then, which is just immature. Just let it go.
That was
You got what you
amazing.
wanted. Hypno's Lullaby FNF. I've already talked about Hypno's Lullaby, but there's also a Friday Night Funkin' by the same name. They adapt a bunch of different
what?
pastas into songs, and I think they're pretty good. They even made their own original one called Shinto. Unfortunately, though, the mod was cancelled because one of the team members leaked the mod a few days early, and I was just gonna end it with that. But a few days ago, at the time of writing this, it was announced that it's actually back in development, and I'm pretty excited for it.
Hey,
I
if they
don't
ever
know if
make
this
a
means that they're
Pokemon
just now
FNF, I'll
starting
play
development
FNF
again,
for the
or if
first
we're getting
time.
version 3 of this mod this year. But either way, it's good.
Wait.
Shit knows knows the best song. Ice Punch Blaziken Apology.
Guys, just
Around
hit me up when that
2014,
happens,
the official
'cause I
Japanese
probably won't know
Pokemon
when it
website for
happens.
Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire stated that
I've
Blaziken
never
was
played
like Ice
FNF.
Punch,
If
which
they
just straight
drop
up
that,
isn't
it's
true.
so
They
abusive.
later
So
went ahead and made a
you
full
forget,
apology
I'm a
for it,
person
which
who
is
loves
really
some dark
crazy to me,
shit.
because if this happened today,
I'm
the Pokemon Company would most
dark
likely
is
just
one of my
sweep it under the
favorite
rug and change it without
flavors
saying
in
much. Pokemon
world
Stars.
building,
Following Sun and
story,
Moon, fans
concept
began to wonder what
design.
Pokemon game would be next.
I'm
Thus,
a
Pokemon
you
Stars
know
was
I'm
born.
avid
Even though the
about
sun
dark
is a
fantasy.
star, so Pokemon Eclipse would make way more sense, but I digress. People speculated that Necrozma would have
I
been a
don't
Boxart
support
legendary,
abuse
Lily
in
would
real
have returned
life.
from Kanto, and this would have been the first Pokemon Switch game.
There's a
Instead,
difference.
we got Ultra Sun and
There's a
Ultra
reason
Moon, which was
why
kind of
we
lame,
let
not
these
gonna
things
lie. Most
thrive
people
in
who played the
fantasy.
original Sun and Moon didn't complete this one.
It's
At least
because
most
it's
people that I've
very
asked,
different.
including myself. It just felt too similar early game, which usually isn't a problem, but Sun and Moon is very story heavy, and you can't really skip most of the cutscenes. Water Arcanine. During the buildup of Sun and Moon, there was a Chinese leak that accurately predicted some information. So naturally, people
Oh,
started
really?
to bite and believe the rest of it. More specifically, a bunch of Alola forms, like a fighting type Alakazam, a fighting poison Nidoqueen slash Nidoqueen, a dark type Raticate, a fighting flying Dodrio, and a psychic bug Butterfree. But out of all of those, people were anticipating the Water Arcanine the most. Unfortunately though, the leaks were not true, and the only one that ended up coming true was the dark type Raticate, which was probably just a lucky guess. Tailless Galarian Pokemon.
It probably was a
During
lucky
a
guess.
24-hour-long live stream, a little before Sword and Shield's release, several Pokemon made their debut. One of these being Galarian Ponyta. Multiple were seen actually. However, one of them didn't have a tail, but this form was never seen again. It's unknown whether this was intentional.
No,
or
no, no,
not,
no.
But I'd have to
Yeah,
assume that
Ultra
it
should
was
be better.
intentional, right?
There should have been
you
no
would think they'd
agreement
use the same
that
model for all the Ponyta,
the
so
unskippable
why doesn't
part was
this one
maybe
have
an
a tail? Some people
unfortunate
think that it's just a
oversight,
scraps
but
form. Sword and Shield beta. A beta build
it
of
was
Sword and
supposed
Shield
to
was
be
leaked a while
better.
back, and it's pretty interesting.
I would just
It
say
had a
that would have been an
completely
oversight
different
if it had
title screen that looked
unskippable
really
text
cool, and I
scenes.
kinda wish they kept
Ultra
it. There was
was
also some early
better.
build maps, and you could originally move the camera instead of being locked in one position. There was also a female Rotom Dex that looks really cute. It's pretty cool seeing what
Wait,
could have been. Chinese
how did
riddles.
they
We get a lot
scrap
of leaks from
so
Chinese
much
sources, but
from-
they aren't your average ones. Instead of just showing or
Wow.
telling us, they make people
Gonna
solve dumb
leave
riddles
so
like
I
they're
don't
the
swear
Riddler
so
or
much.
some
I
shit.
want.
I used to think it was
Brad,
cool, but
please
now it's
do
just
not
annoying.
use
It just lets
those
people
last
who
three
clickbait milk
words.
these leaks even more.
I
The
might
only
have to
riddles I swear I
moderate.
like are the full Dex ones where they just show you the full Pokédex with no
Obviously,
context. It's
behave.
pretty
Do you
funny.
know how
Marvelous Bridge
to
Girl. In
have
Black and
respect
White,
for
you can
another
see a girl on
individual? I
Marvelous Bridge,
swear.
but they don't really
You
say
worry
anything
me
in the movie
sometimes.
that's
Please
close to them.
behave.
They
Do not make
disappear.
me
And
act down
Old
on the
Lady
sense of, like,
explains that
you
a
know,
girl used to play with her Abra before the
actual
bridge was built,
moderation,
and that
but
her
I do
spirit
have a
still
community
roams
to
around the
protect.
bridge. In Black and White 2, the
So,
Ghost Girl appears
be
again,
responsible,
this time in the
be
strange house. It's
respectful.
implied that Darkrai had something to do with
I
her
don't
death because she was
respect
having
wrong
nightmares. The
opinions.
Lunar Wing is
I
known
don't
for
respect
curing
people
nightmares,
that
but
can't have
unfortunately,
respect for
she didn't
another
receive it in
person.
time, and now
I
she
don't
wants
have
to
respect
protect
for people who
Celebi.
can't
Celebi
respect
Movie
others'
Special
opinions.
Edition. When 4Kids
I'm just
dubbed
gonna be
over
dead
Pokemon
honest.
Forever, they commissioned OLM to add scenes to really get the point across
I
that Sammy is
respect
Professor Oak,
those that
because I guess they
respect
thought we were
others.
too stupid to realize. Anyways, after they got their scenes, the scenes were actually dubbed
You
back
make your
into
choice.
Japanese,
You
airing
make your
it as a
choice.
special
You
edition
make
of the
your
movie in
choice.
2004. It was lost media for a little bit though, but luckily people found it and re-uploaded it online. Elite Forge
That's just
Giovanni.
your
An
that's
early
just your
builds of Red
choice.
and
If you
Green. Some
don't think
data
you
hinted that
can
Giovanni
behave,
was an
if you
elite
don't
four
think you
member, taking
can,
Bruno's
you know,
position. This could
be
explain why Bruno's
mindful,
elite
stuff
four
like
music
that.
is called Rocket
But if you're
Pie.
gonna be
Nobody knows why
salty,
they changed
angry,
their
and start
minds, but
talking
I
about,
wonder how
you
much
know,
this affected the plot, if it affected
you
it at
know,
all.
doing what you
Pikachu
just
virus.
said.
This was a computer worm released June 28th, 2000,
Bruh.
and was believed to be the first malware geared
Be an
towards children
adult.
because of the
This
use
is
of
18
Pikachu.
plus
The victim would
stream.
receive
I have a
an email
mature
titled Pikachu
audience.
Pokemon.
I
Upon
expect
opening
my
it, it would
audience
display
to
this
act
message. The worm itself appeared as an attachment
their
to the
age.
email titled Pikachu
You know,
Pokemon.exe. It was mainly spread through
adults.
Microsoft Outlook emails, and
Let's
once
not
you
act
were
like
infected,
children.
all of your contacts would also receive this email. The website that was included in the email led to
Which
a
is kind of
near
funny
identical
given your
copy
name.
of the official
But
Pokemon website. It was believed that this
I'm
website
sorry, I had
downloaded
to.
a
I'm a bit
Trojan to your
confused.
PC, or
Welcome in,
maybe it was just a phishing site.
Kisaraki-san.
You may
How
be
are you
wondering what
doing?
the
Welcome
virus
on
even
in.
did, though. It just straight up deleted
We're
System 32 from your PC,
just
which if
we
deleted
fell
would
into
render
a
the entire
rabbit
PC
hole,
useless.
an
Pikachu.
iceberg of
Alpha Sapphire
Pokemon
Extreme
random
Randomizer.
stuff,
Originally,
and
I
I
thought this
can't
was an
help
iceberg
but
because
not like
Tyranitar 2
unfidget
would
my
be
fidget
infected from
spinner.
this, so it just became lost
So
media.
we're
But
fidget
when I went to
spinning
go back to do a little bit more
after
research,
food.
I was surprised to find out that it's been
Yeah,
released
we
to
like
the
to keep
public,
it comfy
sorta.
here.
Okay, from what I
Exactly,
understand, these
exactly.
aren't
Let's
the
not
same
talk
people who
about,
worked on
you
the
know.
original Alpha Sapphire Stream
Ah.
Randomizer, but a different team that made the newer Divine
You
Diamond
try to
Stream
test the
Randomizer
rules
for
too hard,
BSP,
and we
they're
will
going back
have
to
to
recreate the
moderate,
older Extreme
basically.
Randomizers. They're also working
It's
directly
as
with
simple as that.
Tyranitar, which is pretty helpful.
The
But
inability
you
to
would think he
behave,
would
be
have the original
respectful,
ROM,
like
right?
that's
But I
that's
guess
that
not. I
goes
guess the
beyond just me
original one
moderating a
still lost
channel.
media, but
That's
at least
like
we have
you're
the
gonna run
recreation.
into
They
these
have no
issues in
plans to
life.
release Divine Diamond, which I guess makes sense because I don't know the
Extreme
legality of
Randomizer
releasing
sounds so
Switch game
fun.
mods, so maybe we'll get it in a few years. Unless another team has to recreate the recreation team's creation. Grookey/Rowlet Gen Switch. Some people believe that Rowlet and Grookey swapped generations. This is
Yeah,
because a drumming
that
monkey
was
feels like it would
me
fit the tropical theme of
soft
Sun and Moon, whereas
giving it.
Decidueye is based on Robin
Thank you,
Hood, a
Jen,
British
for
legend. I doubt this one is true, but it's
you
a
know
fun thought.
pointing
Every
out that it
Spinda is
is an
personalized. I
official
know you guys
warning.
always see the personalized entries on Ice
I didn't know
Birds, but
how
this one is just
better
straight up
to
true. If you caught a Spinda,
you know
it pretty much
deliver
is your own
that
personal
without just
Spinda.
saying
The odds of someone else having the
it
exact
is
same spinning
one.
pattern as yours
I
is
feel
so
like
low,
I
it's
feel
pretty much
sometimes to
impossible.
give
There's
the
over 4
literal
billion different Spinda patterns, and that's
words,
not even including
and I
shinies.
end
It's
up
pretty cool.
explaining the
Melmetal glowing. For
context,
some strange
but it
reason,
helps to
Melmetal
have
glows yellow
both.
whenever he goes near these
You
crystals
really
and
do an
severely
amazing
decay.
job,
It's
like
not known why this
doubling,
happens, and as
like
far as I know,
for
this
that
only
and
happens
like
with
serving
Melmetal.
as a
Camilla is
moderator
back. In the
and
first
friend and stuff
Pokemon
like
Iceberg,
that.
I mentioned this
Thank you
character
so
named
much,
Camilla in
Jen.
the
Thank you for
files
the
of
head
Pokemon
pats.
Masters EX.
Like
She
I
was
really do
unused
need
and was
somebody to help me
intended to be a
finish
second
putting the
rival.
foot down
However, she was never
sometimes.
released, and her files were just straight up deleted, and that was
Because
that. But
I'll be
now,
honest,
her
like
data was
there's always
reinstalled for
one or
version
two questionable
1.5, and she
people,
was
and I don't
officially
think I do
introduced
a
into the
good
main
enough
story,
job of
now under the name Tina. Camilla was a way better name than
properly
Tina,
making
though. The name
certain
an elephant
things
would have.
aware
Pokemon X Fire Emblem. There was
until
gonna
a
be a
reason
Pokemon Fire
creates
Emblem
itself to do
crossover,
so.
but it was scrapped because Pokemon Conquest was too similar to what they wanted to do. We don't really know much else,
Jen
but I
is
wish this
actually
had
an
been real.
MVP.
I feel like Pokemon fans
Jen
would
is
really like Fire
actually a
Emblem's
fucking
gameplay, and this would have
MVP.
been a nice way to get them acquainted with the series.
I will
Sorry
not
about
hide that
Yes, it's
fact.
as bad as
I
it
will not
sounds.
even try
Someone
to
made a
code it
parody of
over
the
with
first
anything.
Pokemon
I
opening,
wouldn't
but
want
it's
to.
filled with sexual innuendos and the most
I'm just being
degenerate
dead
things you
honest.
could think of. The most
You're
infamous
doing a
part of
great
the
job.
song is where Vaporeon starts rapping. And as much as I hate the lyrics, I have to admit
Because
Chip's not
I know
wrong.
where my
Then I
inabilities
comprehend what
are
she's
and
saying,
lack.
and all flow is lost.
I
Pikachu.
don't think I make a
Pikachu is
very good
real-life
moderator.
protein that was first discovered in 2008 in Japan by Shigeru
But I do think
Sato.
I make
The
a good
protein
like
was named after
person
Pikachu,
talker
inspired by Pikachu's
thingy.
quote-unquote lightning fast moves. I don't know much more than that because I suck at biology.
But hey,
and
that's
nothing
why
I
we're a
read made
community.
any
That's why
sense to
we're
me.
a team.
Inside a
That's why
Pokeball,
we're family.
nobody really knows what's inside a Pokeball. The way a Pokemon of any size can fit into a Pokeball
I
is a
love.
mystery
I
that
want to
has
do a
remained
deep
unsolved
dive
since the very
on
beginning. A popular
Pokeball
theory
lore.
is that Pokemon get converted into energy to be stored. We see a red beam of light take them inside, so I guess it makes sense. Leventon says that all Pokemon have the innate ability to shrink in size, so maybe that's how.
So this
I wish
won't
we
be a
got an
spoiler because
actual
we've seen
answer,
this.
but maybe even Game Freak doesn't know. Jinichi Masuda says, it sure
Jelly
would be
donut.
interesting if Pokeballs existed in real life, but in terms of what's inside of the Pokeball, it's a space that's incredibly comfortable for Pokemon, so comfortable that they would want to enter the Pokeball without any outside encouragement. What's actually in there is something we would like for people to sort of imagine on their own. In terms of whether
Yes.
humans can enter that Pokeball
I
or
would
not, it's
love
called
to
a
have like
Pokeball,
an
so probably
actual.
not. I think it's just for Pokemon, and that's more or less
Maybe
what we
it.
get.
You
Lumio
think?
City
Oh,
Ghost Girl.
I
In
wonder if
Pokemon X and
the
Y, if you went to a
designer
specific office
interviews
building and went to
have
visit
ever
a
been
photo,
asked
you'd be
that,
met
but
with an
were ever
apparition of a
given an
Hexmania
answer.
who creepily glides
So
across the
many
ground and
years of
says,
Pokemon
"No,
for me to
you're not
catch
the
up
one."
on.
It's stuck with a lot of people, and
Yeah,
it's the most infamous
there's
Ghost Girl in Pokemon.
over
I made
20
a full
years.
theory about who she might be, so go watch
And
that later. Poor kids
it's
are the
not just
devil
that there's over
explained.
20
In the anime,
years.
there's a scene where James is
There's
kissed
so
Spinny
much
while in Victoro's
information
mouth. It
behind
may
a
sound
single
like gibberish,
instance
but if you were to play the song
that
backwards,
the
James
theories,
says this.
you know, go well above
Some
and
fans thought
beyond
that
their
Eric Stewart,
entries.
Brock and James's voice actor, may have left that hidden message there to poke fun at Burnett's
And there's so
idea of
much
animation
more media and
commercialism,
content
mock poor
out there
kids
that
for
is
upsetting fans who didn't
mostly
like the guidance and
cohesive.
censorship poor kids made to the anime. In 2011 at MatsuriCon, a
I
fan
love
asked
some of
Stewart
those
about this quote, and he confirmed that it was
obscurities.
intentional and said he did it because he was no longer
Heal
being paid
Ball's
for his short
design just
commercials while
it
working
looks
with
so
poor kids.
bad.
In 2016
I'll
at
be honest, I
MetroCon,
can't stand
another
the way
fan
the
asked
Heal
Stewart
Ball
about that
looks.
quote, and we learned a little bit more about the situation. He said he was being paid a
I
lot more
will
for
I
doing
will argue that
commercials than the
Heal
actual
Ball
show itself. But
is
4Kids
like the
decided to give
disgrace
the
ball, not the
advertising
quick
company
ball.
a bunch of voice lines he did so they wouldn't have to pay the voice actors for
Oh,
commercials
only for
anymore,
certain ones?
costing
Which
Stewart
ones?
his healthcare plan and a lot of money. And that made him pretty understandably mad. Him and the voice director got in trouble for putting the joke in, and they had to pay for a new version of the episode with their own money. In the new version, television streaming
considering
on
more its
Pokemon
function.
TV. The
I
backwards
like that
line
it
is
heals
replaced with
them.
jump
I just don't
screen.
like the design of the ball. What the ball
Voldo
does is
Time
fine in
Traveler.
my
There's a
opinion.
theory that Voldo time
It's
traveled to
a
the past
little
to mess up events
convenience.
and see Arceus. That, or he's actually from the past and time traveled
Oh,
to the future.
that's
This
a
probably
spoiler.
also
I
explains why Cynthia has two ancestors, despite neither of them acknowledging having a
shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
know
I
that
knew it
fairy
was at
type.
least
It immune
related to
all
her,
direct
but I don't
damage
know
since
who
they
that other
wouldn't have had
lady
a
is.
weakness. This is no longer
I want to
possible
wait till
though,
I...
now that fairy types
My
are
love. My love.
There was
Ah,
actually still
Sylveon,
one
so
move
cute.
that could hurt these two in their prime. For some reason, Fire Fang in Generation 4
White,
was bugged
red
and could hit
stripes?
things through Wonder Guard. Takeshi's Paradise
Wait,
removed
white, red
because parents
stripes?
complained. We're
No,
back to
like,
Takeshi's Paradise. Apparently, this ending was removed
ones
after
that
6
pick the color
episodes
scheme
without
like
any
Ajuna.
explanation.
I guess
Some
there
people
are
think
some
it's
that
because Japanese parents
suit
complained
it,
that the theme was too weird and
but
they
like,
removed it after. This wasn't the last time we saw it though. We actually
I
saw
think
it
it's
recently
too
in Pokemon
cutesy
Journeys
for me to
episode
like it.
139. Brock and his Ludicolo
And while I
break
like
into
cute
dance. This
things,
was
there are
censored in the English
certain
version, though. They took away Brock's
genres
maracas
or
and Takeshi's
subgenres
Paradise
of cute
instrumental
and
was also
cutesy
removed,
that
but
are
Brock's
just like
Ludicolo is still heard singing the
too much for
original
me.
song.
I'm definitely an athletic cute kind of
Pokemon trading figure game. You've probably heard
What?
about the trading card game, but what about the trading
Wait,
figure game?
what? Tune out? Yeah. Just in case there's like spoilers or stuff like that.
Pokemon trading
Goodbye,
figure game.
child.
You've probably heard about the trading card game, but what about the trading figure game? Chances are you haven't, because it was officially discontinued on June 2nd.
I'll be honest. Of all the people we've had in chat before, that was by far one of the weirdest kind of how do I handle this person in chat kind of person.
With slight tweaks.
I
Watergate. Before Black
can
and
we
White
all agree they were
released, the
probably
starters
not over the
evolution
age of
were late to be
18?
posted on Cerebi. Many people
I'm
hated
not
the
trying to be
designs,
mean,
most
but
notably
like
Samura, and they believed that
everything
these
just
weren't real
came off
Pokemon,
like
but instead hoaxes that
the
Cerebi
reaction
cloned.
was
This
that
led
of
to
somebody
actual
who
fan sites
lacks
being created with
maturity
the
of
sole
some
purpose
kind.
of proving that these were fake. These beliefs were supported by some analysis images that convinced many people
I'm
that
not
these were
saying
just
they might
edited
have a
versions of
problem to
already
cause that
existing
and should
Pokemon.
be like, you know,
Serperior was believed to be an
people
edited
should be like,
Milotic, Emboar was
be
believed to be a
bad, or like,
combination
be
of
bad
Eevee
at them is more like,
and Samurott was thought to be an edited
I
Dialga.
can't
Both
fix
Cerebi
them.
himself and
I
Bulbasaur
can
and
only let
Webmaster
them
Archaic soon
be
appeared
made
on
aware
V3 and
that
entered the
they're,
arguments
you
themselves
know,
like some sort of messiah.
doing
Eventually,
things
more
that
scans leaked
will
and confirmed
warrant
that these leaks were real,
warnings, and
but
they're
the
like,
arguments had
I'm
already
gone.
spread across
It's just
the
like,
Pokemon community, and
they're,
that's when the
once again,
floodgates
like a
opened and
kid,
there was massive
not
stir.
even
A
making
member of
an
the Oshawott
attempt
line was
to
given
try
away
to
water, hence the
understand.
name
It's like,
Watergate. It's
oh,
also
I
played
got
on
my
a
wrist
real-life
slapped. I'm
board
going
game
somewhere
called
else to do
Clever.
the same
Paradox
shit.
that attacked
That's what a
Arven.
kid
In
would do.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet,
That's
Arven mentioned
literally
being
what a
attacked by
kid would do.
Paradox Pokemon while in the Great Crater, but we never get told which one. The exact dialogue changes depending on which game you play.
Stuff like that does kind of make me a little sad, though. I don't want people to go, but
And he never really
I'd
has a
just
moment
rather
of,
read
"Hey,
people like
you're
that
the one
out.
who
I'll
beat
be
the fuck
honest.
out of me and my dog." So either we actually haven't seen it, or he's just too scared to speak up. Pikachu's goodbye exists because of Porygon incident. After the Electric
Yeah,
Soldier Porygon incident, the
they
series went on a 4-month
were,
hiatus.
you
In
know,
the first episode that
they
aired
weren't
after this was
contributing
Goodbye
to the
Pikachu,
fluff,
which
and
was
if anything,
created
they were
during the
giving
4-month
anxiety that
hiatus.
would
This episode
defluff
was pretty sad
the
because Ash and
community,
Pikachu almost
you know.
parted ways.
So it's just
Some
like,
think that
well,
this episode was made to
we're
manipulate
just
the viewers into feeling bad
that's
for
why
Pikachu
I
after the whole
increased
incident. Since it kind of was Pikachu's fault, he's the one
like
who caused the explosion.
my
Movie 10
warning,
Darkrai
I guess
came
you could
from
say.
Mystery Dungeon. In
Yeah,
Pokemon
meanwhile,
Mystery
we just
Dungeon
deal with
explores
it. We
time,
just
darkness,
vibe,
and
yo.
sky. The storyline results
Nothing
in
but
Darkrai getting
fluffy,
injured, losing
fluffy,
its memories, and
fluffy
getting sent to the
foxes and
future.
fluffy
This happened
community
because the portal
members.
he originally traveled through got
You know,
destroyed by
that's what we're
Palkia.
here
It's likely
for.
that this portal can connect to different universes, though,
Stretch
because the
time,
player is
hydrate, sure
transported
thing.
from your world
Welcome
to
in,
the
Kirith.
Pokemon.
How are you doing
In the
tonight?
10th
Thank you, thank you,
Pokemon
thank you, thank
movie, we meet an
you.
injured Darkrai with no memories, and we don't know where it
I
came
don't know
from,
the
so
story
it's likely
behind
that it came
Darkrai at
from
all,
Mystery
but
Dungeon.
apparently it's like some sort of
Flareon has
a
no
dark thing.
moves. This is really shocking, and
Wait,
you might be
what?
a little confused at first. Surely
Oh, why
Flareon
do I
has a
feel like
good
I know
moveset,
this?
right? Well, no, not really.
Is this why
Its level
Flareon
of
sucks?
moveset is pretty terrible, with Fire Fang maybe being the only good move. I say this because it has
Oh,
stab,
thank you for the
and
stretch
Flareon
to me,
is a physical
hydrate.
attacker, so special attacks won't be as useful. When you take a look at the moves you can learn with TMs,
Yeah,
it
for
doesn't
real.
really get much better. So I'm sorry
Thank
to
you for
say,
the
but
tell. Let me
Flareon
bring it
just
on
kinda
out
got
for
screwed
you.
over. Shelter's Mega Form.
There we
Here's
go.
Slowbro, and here's Mega Slowbro. Do you notice anything? It's not Slowbro who changes, but the Shelter on
Wait.
its tail. Several Pokedex entries
Yeah,
even
that's
say
true,
that Shelter
because that
changes,
is
but
the
Slowbro
wait,
practically
hold
stays the
on.
same. This means that Mega Slowbro is actually Mega Shelter with a Slowpoke in its mouth, which means that the Megastone has the wrong name and colors. Nemona the Yandere. In Scarlet and Violet,
Oh
we're
god,
introduced
it's
to Nemona,
right.
and like I mentioned earlier, a ton of people refer to her as the Goku of Pokemon, but some fans refer to her
Wait,
as
didn't
a
we just
Yandere
see
and a
this?
Stalker because she obsesses over the player being their rival.
Did he
I
put
like the
this in here
Goku approach
twice,
way more
or is
than
this just
Yandere
more
one. It just kind of
context?
seems weird and sounds more like fans projecting their fantasies. Nazi imagery. This entry refers to several instances of either the anime
That was the
games or
Indigo
TV
League,
CG
wasn't
where
it?
People complain about apparent Nazi imagery. The most known one being Reggie Steele's sprite in the international version of Diamond and Pearl. This sprite was edited in the European version because it looked like a Nazi salute. Thank God they never did this again.
Wait,
Early in Diamond
what?
and Shining Pearl, you can get the time travel award for transferring a Pokemon from
my
Diamond, Pearl,
God.
or Platinum. This award would display the Pokemon's original sprite.
Yeah, I
art, which
love
means that
Flareon's
Nazi Reggie
design.
Steele was back. This was
Very,
later fixed in
very
Some other
warm,
instances of
snuggly
Nazi
kind of
imagery are Team Rocket's
soft
salute in
Eevee.
Japanese anime, and
But
emoji
like,
symbol appearing on
the
Pokemon's ninja
gameplay,
trick card, Pokerus.
you
I talked
know,
about Pokerus in my last
they really
thing,
kind of
but
left them
anyways, This is
behind.
an in-game virus that makes
That
your
was
Pokemon
definitely
gain
a
EVs twice as
stretch.
fast. It's really helpful for competitive players, but for some odd reason, it's completely missing in Scarlet
Twiig.
and Violet. Despite being present in almost every
Oh,
main
I
Pokemon
see.
game for years. Maybe they're all vaccinated now. I don't know.
I've
Shiny
only
trainers.
seen
In Pokemon
Pokerus
Battle
legit
Revolution,
once.
There's several Coliseums
It's-
that one can challenge.
it's rarer
Some
than
have
a
Coliseum
shiny.
leaders that wear Pokemon-themed clothing, but these costumes actually have a chance of being shiny, and with shinies, of course, comes shiny hunters. This particular
Oh,
hunt is pretty
no.
challenging because with optimal luck, you can get 5 encounters an hour. The first person to ever find and obtain one of these costumes was Professor Tops. After
What game was this?
8,736 attempts on up to
I don't
8
recognize
consoles at a
it,
time,
but
he
that
obtained the
sounds
shiny
horrid.
Groudon costume on May 12th, 2022. Other than Groudon, there exist costumes for Kyogre, Lucario, Electivire, Roserade, and Pachirisu. Good luck if you're actually crazy enough to try and find one of these. Advanced Generation Episode 101.
I'm
This is
just
an
going
unaired
to
episode and has never been seen
ignore that
anywhere.
game's
The reason it
existence.
never aired was because this episode
It makes me
featured
wonder if it's a
earthquakes, and
gacha
right
game.
before this episode aired, an earthquake happened in Japan, and they have never aired it since. It's now considered lost media, some thinking that it will never see the light of day. Gita is evil. Gita isn't really liked by the other Elite Four members and gym leaders for being too bossy.
She's
I also think
evil?
it's strange that despite her
Wait, who
already
is
being
she?
defeated by Nemona and the player, she insists on keeping her title
Right,
of
champion.
Whereas in other games, the champion is perfectly fine with stepping down from their position once they're defeated. There's just something off about her. Glimora. People think that there's more to Glimora than what
Mhm.
meets the eye, saying that it'll play a big part in the DLC. I think it is very strange that you can find
Evil
Glimora
is
in
like-
Area Zero, and now also the Crystal Pool.
I
It
mean,
likely has
it's not
something to
like
do
we're
with
stepping up
terrestrialization, seeing
to-
how it's made out of crystals. Glimora is also Gita's ace, so with people suspecting that Gita's evil, all of this is really strange. And they're
The way
probably
they
gonna play some
handled
big part in
champions
Indigo
in
Disc
Scarlet
DLC.
and
The
Violet
Pokemon Iceberg
was,
Experiment. 3 years ago, I made the original
different.
Pokemon Iceberg, and since then, I've
It
been
was
asked
a
to
bit
make
of
sequel
a
many times,
anomaly.
but I never really felt the need to because there just wasn't enough content to warrant a sequel. I like making sequels only when necessary, you know? And you might have
Mhm.
noticed that around the beginning of the video, I took a lighthearted jab at the other icebergs people have made. I don't have a problem with the creators, it's just that none of them really brought anything new to the table. It was all just regurgitated information. The original
Yeah.
Pokemon Iceberg was a passion project of mine. I literally made the whole video
And then
on my
popular
phone,
people
and for
try to
this video,
copy
I
'em
went out of my way to look
and
for
got more
150
views. It's
plus brand new
hilarious.
entries to prove that these other iceberg videos are just people being lazy. If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. I'm honestly surprised my first
He's
iceberg
not
went
wrong.
so well. Looking back at it now, it was awful, but I guess
Yeah,
that just shows how far I've come. Pokemon Sleep. When I originally wrote
I'll
down all
say
of this,
Scarlet
Pokemon Sleep
Violet
just
was
a
a
dead
step
project
up
with
from
no announcements or
Sun
updates after
Moon.
its reveal. But now the game has finally officially
No,
released, and it's
from
alright, I
Sword
guess. I
Shield.
thought it would feel more rewarding and
But
might actually help my deteriorating sleep schedule.
It just
but
feels
nope,
like
I'm forever doomed. India-based region exists.
the
In
games
Pokemon
have
Fire Red
been
and Pokemon
declining a
Sun,
little bit.
Raichu's Pokedex entries state that
Sun
it can make
Moon,
an Indian elephant faint. Obviously, this
and
is
then
already
Sword
weird because yet
Shield.
again, a real-world location got
Scarlet
mentioned, along
had
with a real-life
potential
animal. Generation
to
8
be
introduced
better,
Kakaraja, an elephant Pokemon whose name comes
but
from the
there,
word
I think the
Maharaja, which
crunch
means
killed
great
it.
ruler.
I'll be
Yungoos is
honest,
based on a mongoose
I
and
will
was first
blame either
introduced in
Game
Alola,
Freak or
a region
Nintendo.
based on Hawaii. In the
The
early
game couldn't
20th
get
century, a
optimized,
small
it
Indian
couldn't
mongoose was
see
introduced
all
to
of
Hawaii
its
and became an invasive
concepts
species.
finished,
Wouldn't you know?
so much
Yungoos'
was
Pokedex
cut
entry
from it.
states that it came from
Weed
another
Cat
region.
alone
So,
would not
yeah, it's
save the
pretty likely
game.
that there is a region
It's,
based on India. Professor Ivy is lesbian. When Ash traveled to the Orange Islands, Brock went to go stay with Professor Ivy and was replaced by Tracy. Later on, though, when Ash returned from the Orange Islands, Brock left Professor Ivy, and when asked what happened, he would break down and get really depressed. There was never an official explanation given, but some fans theorized that Brock found out that Professor Ivy
I'd
was
have to play
lesbian,
Sword
which
and
made it
Shield
really
to
sad
decide,
because he had a crush on
but
her.
I'll
Some
say
people claim
SV
that
didn't
Takeshi
leave a
Shido,
strong
the anime's main
impression.
writer, said
It
that
had
she
stuff
was,
that
but
I
I
liked
couldn't
in
find
it.
any evidence, so I think
It
it
was
just
really
fans
like
putting this
refreshing to
information
kind of
for
play
help. Also,
one of the
side note,
newer
a real
titles on the
behind-the-scenes reason
Switch,
Brock left the show was
but
because
the
creators
Switch
thought that the fans
was
in the
so
West would see him as
underpowered
racist
for it
because of his eyes.
that
When
I
in all
couldn't properly
actuality,
enjoy
everyone
it.
loved rock. So
I
they
definitely
eventually
liked
brought it
playing
back.
it.
F Nintendo.
It just
In November
wasn't one that I
2019, there was a
liked
massive
more
leak of
playing.
Pokemon Sword and Shield. A Portuguese website named F Nintendo was associated with the leak and was blacklisted by Nintendo. F Nintendo explained
Wow.
that an early copy of Sword and Shield was given to a freelancer to provide coverage. That freelancer then leaks the information online. Regardless of who did it, F Nintendo is still responsible. F Nintendo is now no longer allowed to have any Nintendo games early or even receive them for free, which is really bad. considering that's literally in their namesake.
Wow.
Ash's
I
Pikachu
mean,
from
what do you
Detective
think would
in Detective Pikachu, there's a cutscene where Tim mistakes a random Pikachu to be Detective Pikachu. It's heavily implied though that the random Pikachu is
I
Ash's
do
Pikachu.
appreciate that they
Pikachu
made
talks
the
about making their
attempt,
dreams
and I
come
think
true,
it can
Detective
work,
Pikachu makes a direct reference
but
to
I
the first
think
opening of the anime. Here's
the
clip
game
of
should have
this.
been released a year later. I see no reason to try to push a new mainline game every year or two.
Yeah, so I guess you two will make your dream come true.
I wouldn't mind waiting 3 or even 4 if the game would just be amazing.
Pikachu also says Pika P in this clip, which I know sounds silly, but
Like, they
that's
can
what
have
Pikachu
some really
refers to
good
Ash as.
concepts
His
and
name in Japanese
ideas,
is Satoshi, so
but
Pikachu calls him
things
Pika P.
need
It's
time
kinda
and
cute. I tried
fostering.
finding what Detective
All I can
Pikachu
say
says
is
to
I'm
him in
glad like
Japanese, but I
projects
can't
like
read it, so I
Arceus
had to watch this
Legends
Japanese guy play through
are
the game.
done
And
by
when he
a
saw the
separate
cutscene,
team,
he said Satoshi released
and
surprise, so I think it's safe to assume that
I
it's a
do think they
reference to
get more of a
Pokemon
time
Legends.
allowance because it's not the mainline games.
夢はいつか本当になるって
Scarlet and Violet book. In Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, these are two books that were used to document the
Polished?
paradox Pokemon,
Yeah.
which is already pretty
Polished,
strange since
fleshed
they
out
wouldn't have
games
existed
are
yet, hence
amazing.
the paradox. But there are 3 pages that are very interesting. This page depicts a fusion of Entei, Raikou, and Suicune, but we never see anything like that.
If we get to
Closest
the
thing
end of
we
this
have
game,
is
I
Walking
promise to
Awake,
play a
but
little
it's
bit
just
of
a dinosaur
Arceus.
and Raging Bolt, which is a giraffe or
I
something.
really want
This
to get
page
back to the
depicts a
game,
fusion
but
of
I also
Arceus,
really want to
Terrakion,
keep
and
watching
Valley.
this.
And again, we have Iron Leaves and Iron Crown.
Have a good
so
luck,
we're
Jen.
still
I'm
missing
so
one
sorry if I
trio,
didn't say
so
that. I
maybe
think
they
I
will
didn't
end
say
up
it.
using or something.
If you're out
I
there in
don't
the
really know.
back,
The
have a
last
good,
page depicts a
have a
Pokemon
good
with some
luck.
sort of creature on top, which might be Terrapagos, but we'll know for sure once the final DLC does come out. Pichu short banned in Japan. Pikachu and Pichu is the third
Huh?
Pikachu short that came with Spell of the Unknown. However, this short was banned in Japan after the narrator, Sakai Noriko, was arrested in 2009 for possession of drugs. This is the only
Aw,
theatrical Pikachu
I
short to be
saw
excluded
that
from the Pikachu
before that
Movie
happened.
Premium box. A sports game. Dad'll like that. In
Like,
Pokemon Red and
wow.
Blue, if you go to the
I
Celadon
didn't know
City
that was a
department store and
thing.
interact with one of the TVs there, a dialogue
I
box
love it
pops
so
up
far.
stating, "A
I'm
sports
not
game.
even that
Dad'll
far
like
in,
that." And
like
this is
at
just
all.
about the
I
only
love
reference
it.
we get
It's
to Red's
amazing.
father.
I
This
want
line
more
of
of it.
dialogue not only lets us know that Red's father likes sports, but it also lets us know if he's even alive. By saying Dad will, that implies that they're still alive. Whereas if they said would've, it would have implied that they're
So
dead.
Red
This
has a
line was also
father,
kept
and
in Fire
Ashes
Red
is
and
like,
Refrain. Kuzma has
Daddy,
fake
where?
tattoos. Lumeria from Team Skull has a tattoo
Yeah,
of
I
Team
highly
Skull
recommend
logo
it.
around her stomach area. But once the team disbands, she gets rid of the tattoo,
Yeah.
which likely means that it was fake all along. Unless she
Half
got laser
baked, yeah.
surgery, but I doubt it. And she's not the only one to do so. The Team Skull grunts do the same.
Like,
and
it's
so
so
does
rare to
Kuzma.
see
I just
a
imagine they're
fleshed
all about
out
the fake tattoos you
game
get from
for the
gaming
Switch
sometimes. Evil Pokemon
that is
exists.
just
There's a
worth
scene in the
having.
anime where Ekans says,
Like
"There are no
Arceus.
bad
Legends of
Pokemon, just
Arceus
bad
is fucking
trainers." To
amazing.
Meowth when being told
I
to
could
do
definitely
evil
see
deeds
room
without
for
Jessie.
more,
But in
like,
the X
more
and Y anime,
improvements,
there's a Malamar
but
that tries to
it'd be
take over the world
nitpicking.
by
It's
using
not
mind
missing
control.
major
And we know that he
content.
doesn't have a trainer, which means that some Pokemon genuinely are just evil. Ray /
Uh,
Akari are
weird
Lucas
looking
/ Dawn.
Pokemon.
It's very heavily implied that the main character in Legends Arceus are an
I do
older
wanna hear
version of
this,
Lucas
though.
or Dawn, depending on who you choose. They're said to be around 15 years old and look way too similar to them. It would also explain why they're so good at catching Pokemon, even if they lost their memories. But if this is true, then that would mean that Akari / Dawn and Ray / Lucas are their own ancestors. Like I
Mhm.
mentioned before,
I do
Legends
remember
Arceus
that
has
theory.
ancestors
No,
of many
okay, I'm
characters,
looking
but
away.
that
I'm
also
looking
includes
away.
the
I'm
character you
looking
play
away.
as. If you
Stop
play as
showing me
Dawn,
the
your
thing.
ancestor is Ray, and if
I
you
know
play
I
as
won't
Lucas,
get them
your ancestor
all,
is Akari, which
but I
makes things a little
definitely
strange.
definitely
Because they're your
think I could spot a
ancestor, they had
couple
to
of
have had
them.
a kid with someone, and it's possible that this results in an incest loop, and I really hope that's not the
A
case. But it
time
is still possible that
paradox.
they had their own separate children, eventually leading to both Lucas and Dawn. This is really confusing to think about, so let's just move on. I hate time travel. Ryuki's home region. When defending your title as champion in Pokemon Sun and Moon, you can come across a character named Ryuki. He tells you
But
that he
that
came
would
from a
also
region
be to
far away
say
to
that
spread his
there's
music.
not
He showed up briefly in
multiple,
Ultra Sun and Moon, and was never seen
whatchamacallit,
again after that. So we
multiple
still have no clue where he came
timelines
from. Fossil
parallel
Pokemon have
universe,
altered DNA. Every single
I do
fossil
think
Pokemon that we've
the
seen has been a
concept
rock type,
of
which is really
Legends
strange. I mean,
does
what are the odds
create
that every
a
Pokemon that has been
parallel
fossilized has been a rock type? This
or
has
even
led
a
to the theory that when a
paradox.
Pokemon is restored from a fossil, their DNA is altered and they become part rock type.
You okay?
Another way to look at this though is only rock type Pokemon can be fossilized, so maybe they were always those types. Pokemon doesn't like Nuzlocke.
Yeah, that is true.
Former
All
Nintendo
fossils
Treehouse
are at
employees
least
told the
rock
Pokemon
type.
Company that doing a Nuzlocke for a Nintendo Minute would be a cool thing
Ruki?
to do. But to their shock, the Pokemon Company
There's a theory
did
you have that
not
Nurse
like
Joy
idea
and
at
Officer
all.
Jenny
They
are
said that
hybrid
they consider
Pokemon.
Nuzlocke to be on the same level as
And
hacks, typical
human.
Pokemon being out of
Like,
touch with their
why
fan base.
else do
What
they
else
look
is
the
new?
same?
Here's the clip of the two employees.
We thought that this would be a fun
You bring
idea
up a good
for a Nintendo
point.
Minute
We
video.
did,
which is-
yeah.
And so we pitched it to the Pokemon Company
And
and
we
say,
did
hey,
not get slapped.
we would like to do a Nuzlocke run. What do you think?
And they thought they were gonna fire us.
They said, here's what we think. Bam!
Yeah, no, seriously. I was like, oh, shoot.
So they
Mhm.
said, we consider this to be on the same level as using like
a hack or hacked
game,
ROM.
hacks.
Like, how is that the
It's like,
same?
Excuse me?
What?
I don't know how, again, how they get to these
This
decisions.
is just a style of playing a game that everybody can buy. There's no hacking.
Nuzlocke equals ROM hack, therefore we don't support.
That
What?
was truly, again, one of the more like,
What?
wait, what?
What?
Responses.
Yeah.
It didn't just end there though. Creators doing randomizer Nuzlocks were actually getting blacklisted.
Oh,
by Nintendo,
randomizer.
which might explain why they've never tried contacting me. Over here, guys. Come on. However,
I
this
could
might
see
not be entirely
why
true.
it's
Joe
still a
Merrick
dumb
spoke to the
reason
Pokemon
why
Company,
Nintendo
and
would have a
apparently they
problem
said
with
They
that.
haven't cut out people
But
for doing Nuzlocks or anything like that. They
you
don't
would
care as
need
long as you follow
third-party
the
modding
confines of what's
software to do
possible in
that.
the game. Regardless, it was still pretty fucked up for these former employees to almost get fired over a simple suggestion. Getsus's
Oh
true
yeah, it
name-
was the
in an interview,
suggestion
Junichi
alone.
Masuda revealed that Getsus's real name was Jesus Harmonia Gropius. I don't know if this is intentional, but Jesus? Like Jesus Christ?
Wait, what?
Anyway. Detective Pikachu Facial Recognition Showcase. In 2013, a facial recognition motion capture for a Pokemon game was shown off. This later became the game Detective Pikachu. Apparently, this game was originally going to star a blue Pikachu that talks, but there's no blue Pikachu in the final game. Callum and Serena are 17 plus years old. Most people have the misconception that all Pokemon protagonists are 10 years old, but in Pokemon X and Y, we meet a character named Emma who has an Esper named Mimi. Mimi is apparently scared of the player because they're too old, and Emma is confirmed to be 16 years old, which means that Callum and Serena are 17 years or older. Clan leaders wear their creation dragon orbs. If you take a
Interesting.
look at Adaman and Irida's necklace, you'll see orbs
That
on
would
them.
create
They
a
look
bit of
very
an
similar to the Adamant and
inconsistency
Lustrious orb, which belong to both
because of
Dialga and
Selene and
Walmart.
Ash.
So maybe it's like an heirloom of some sort. I wonder how they got it though. Too bad they don't do anything with it. Ash exists in
Unless they're
games.
just older
Pokemon
in
Sun
the
and Moon,
game.
we see a drawing that resembles Ash
Maybe.
from the anime, which means he exists in some capacity in the games. But if that were true, that means that Blue and Gary coexist despite essentially being the same person. And this
Oh
holds
my
true
god,
with all of
that's
Ash's Pokemons.
true.
So this leads to more
That would
questions than
make-
answers. He shows up in Pokemon Masters EX, which was honestly a huge
Oh,
surprise. Maybe
I
just like
always
how there's
considered
game
them
versions
the
of characters and
same.
Anime versions of characters. This is the game version.
But at the
of
same
Ash.
time,
Not
there's
exactly
only
the
the
same
English
one.
version that calls
Oliver
him
was the
Gary.
legendary hero. In Pokemon Legends Arceus, we hear about a
Wait.
legendary hero from long ago.
Hold
this
on.
hero looks almost identical to Alder. So
Shigure. What can Shigure like? I know. I need a kanji in Shigure. Okiro is oak. Shigure is like rain or something, seasonal rain, rain shower. I feel like that's a theory that can only really exist within the realm of the English version being a thing. I feel like the West definitely created the concept of
either Alder's ancestor
red
was the
blue being a
legendary
weird
hero,
thing.
or Alder went back in time to become
Yeah,
the legendary
Satoshi.
hero. which probably isn't true.
So I thought
but the
she's
resemblance is so strikingly
Ash
similar that
Ketchum's
I wouldn't even be surprised
JP
if it
name.
was. Inevitable Battle
Okido
Shadow Lane
Hakase.
Faller. Earlier I mentioned
There's
that
also another
Annabelle
way to
and
say
possibly
Professor
Ego
Oak.
are fallers, and these two characters are both found in Battle.
But the weird thing is,
seeing the Battle Frontier and
Never
Battle
mind.
Subway. So if this trend were to continue,
Hakase has
a
a
Battle
couple
Shadow
of
Lane
other
from the
meanings
Battle
too.
Mason is probably next in line to become a faller. My money is on Evelyn because I like her design and funny hat. Jigglypuff
She's a
creepy
cute
image
one.
origin. This creepy image of Jigglypuff.
Yeah, where
is
did this come
infamous.
from?
You've probably seen it at one point or another. Hell, I even used it in my first
Flexo.
Iceberg video, and somehow accidentally scared a lot of people. So hell yeah. But I, for the life of
Oh,
me,
really?
cannot find the origin of this image, even back then. I remember seeing it for the very first time in a very
Wait,
old
the
Lavender
band
Town
episode
Simpson video
showed,
or Lost Silver video around 2010, I
oh,
wanna say.
because
But no matter how
dub.
hard I look, I just can't find the
It would
first
have been
time this was
JP
posted.
dub
I think it might be considered
for
lost
some of
media
them.
at this point. Berserk Gene was a pre-ability ability. In Generation 2, Mewtwo was supposed to carry an item called a Berserk Gene. The developers said it so only wild Mewtwo can carry one, but you can't find Mewtwo in the wild. This item confuses the holder, but boosts their attack by 2 stages. So maybe this was meant to be an ability before abilities were a thing. It's still possible to find this item near Cerulean Cave using an item finder, which intro has Gen 3
Oh, I didn't know
stories,
that.
Season 2 of which
I
has a
forgot all
wallpaper
about
featuring
that.
Torchic, Mudkip, and Trico. I have no idea how they got away with this because this show was made by Disney, not
That's
the
something I
Pokemon
didn't
Company.
find
Begin
back
on
then.
Mew 3. In Mewtwo Strikes Back, when Mewtwo first wakes up, you can hear a bunch of the scientists celebrating their accomplishment, but one of them makes this interesting comment, saying, "Now we can start working on Mew 3." It's really hard to hear because of all the voices, but it is there.
Oh.
These humans, they care nothing for me.
Congratulations. We've done now. Let's start Yes.
So maybe one day there will be a Mew 3. That is, if they weren't all murdered.
The Safari
Clara
Zone?
photoshopped her league card.
Gotcha.
In Pokemon Sword and Shield, many trainers give you their league card. Most of them are pretty normal, but there's one that stands out among the rest. Taking a look at Clara's league card, things seem pretty normal
Concierge?
until you look
Which
at her
one was
slogan on the
that?
background. It's warping reality, and I don't think she has reality warping
Okay,
powers,
my
so
hand's a
there's
little
only one possible
slower.
answer. She photoshopped her league
I've
card to
had
make her
my
boobs
fill of
bigger,
fidget
which
spinning
honestly
for
is
now.
pretty fitting for someone who is willing to cheat in a Pokemon battle to win. I just wonder if anyone actually questions it in game. Mr. Bonding Origins. Mr. Bonding is a character from X and Y.
I remember
with
that
some
guy.
powers, but he has a really weird origin story. His backstory is revealed in Oras. 5 old guys wanted to retire, and
An hour and a
fused
half,
together using the
or
power
switch
of
to
bonding and
Arceus,
became one man.
means
This is
I'd be up
probably
to
a Super
3, which would be
Sentai
close
reference
enough to
if I had to take a
bedtime.
guess. Pokemon 2000
We'll
Adventure.
see,
This
we'll
was
see.
a lost game that was meant to promote
Let's
the
keep
Pokemon
watching.
2000
If I
movie.
feel
It was
like playing,
considered
we'll
lost
play more
media,
game.
with only images to prove it even existed. But recently, it was
Clara
found, and now it's
Motion
playable, though I don't know why you
Pokemon
would wanna
released
play
on
this, but
Netflix
you can.
just
Jessie
a few
raised
weeks
in
ago.
Little
Oh, the
Root
Clay
Town. In
Motion?
the episode Hoenn Alone,
I'll keep it in
Jessie
mind.
says
If I
that
can
Little
find
Root
time, I
Town
might
never
watch that.
changed, meaning that
I
she's
forgot
been there
about that thing.
before. In a later
I think that
episode,
actually
she's
looked
shown to have an
interesting to me.
expired Hoenn
I feel like I
contest pass,
commented
only
on that
further
and just
proving
forgot
that she's
about
from
it.
Hoenn. Hitomi.
So
A lot
I'll
of you
probably
probably
watch
have
it
no
later.
idea who Hitomi is, and that's because she appeared in a very niche Halloween website that was Japanese only. She basically goes around and looks for mysterious things. in
She
the
is
Pokemon
cute
world,
though, and
documenting
she
her
spawned a
journeys.
lot
I
of
made a
fan
whole
art.
video about her actually, and how she might be the Lumio City Ghost Girl. So check it out if you want to know more. Sonichu. This abomination of nature was created by Chris Chan, and if you have no
Flex
idea
server?
who Chris Chan is, I envy you. I won't delve into the whole Chris Chan rabbit hole because, quite frankly, it's too much. And last I heard of Chris Chan, they fucking
Yeah,
bombed or
something about a
if you know
vacation
what I'm
island, yeah.
doing. So let's not
Oh
worry
no,
about that.
Sonic
Sonichu was
2.
first posted online on November 24th, 2004. It was a webcomic about a version of Pikachu
2004.
and Sonic, and has been widely mocked
20
online for its
years
image, art
ago.
style, and writing, as most of it was borrowed from Pokemon, Sonic, Dragon Ball, and XL Saga? Never thought I'd be talking about XL Saga on this channel, but hey, I'm not complaining. The comics departed from its original storyline and went on to talk about Sonichu's sex life and the author's own personal problems, which was apparently their inability to find a boyfriend-free girlfriend, whatever that means. Then Sonichu had a battle with trolls, and the series ended with Sonichu violently murdering all of them. What a way to go out. I mastered Iron Tail without a tail. In Poke Park, you meet a primate that says something that he probably shouldn't be saying. He claims that he mastered Iron Tail without having a tail, which is already an awful thing to say. But then he has the audacity to follow it up with, "And do you know what this means?" No, I don't want to know what that means. Scrapped Convergent Magikarp line. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet introduced convergent species, like Toedscool and Wiglet. Data miners discovered remnants of what appears to be a scrapped convergent Magikarp line. Toedscool is codenamed Okegeridosu, so it's likely that it was replaced in favor of Toedscool. Ash is 11 in Sun and Moon. There's an age requirement for trainers wanting to take on the Island Challenge. Trainers are required to be 11
I
years
messed bastard.
But the last we
Iron
heard of
Toe.
Ash's age was in the black and white anime, where he's stated to be 10 years old. So maybe he did actually age, or maybe they just made an exception. Who really knows? Dragons doesn't equal dragon type. There are countless Pokemon that are dragon-like, but lack the dragon typing, and many people find
I
that
wonder
weird,
what it
and Lance
means,
acknowledges this when
Zulu.
asked about Gyarados being a dragon. He simply states that not all dragons are dragon
Or maybe-
types, which I guess
oh,
explains his team, seeing as how he has a Gyarados, Charizard, and Aerodactyl. Sylph Worker was setting a bomb. When the Sylphco building got taken over by Team Rocket, you could find a worker hiding from Team Rocket behind some boxes. They panic at first, but calm down when they notice.
Oh
the
yeah,
leader of Team Rocket.
yeah, this
Then they
one was
give you the
very
TM for
obvious.
Self-destruct. Some theorize that she was planning to blow up the whole building using
I didn't know about the
self-destruct.
self-destruct part. I didn't
Latios
pay
grew
close
into
enough attention to that. I just knew it
has
was
red
that
and
was
blue
definitely a
shapes on its
bomb
shell,
scenario.
and they just so happen to look exactly like
Hey,
Latios
Colors,
and
how you
Latios'
doing?
markings. Togekiss also looks extremely similar to the Eon duo, so maybe this is another Manaphy and Fione situation. Jirachi gave Rayquaza.
Oh, no,
Mega
100%
Evolution.
is.
Zinnia explains that Groudon and Kyogre battle every 1,000 years, and coincidentally, Jirachi wakes up every 1,000 years. People got together and wished for Rayquaza to stop Groudon and Kyogre from destroying Hoenn, so maybe that very wish is what allows Rayquaza to Mega Evolve without even needing a Mega Stone. N's full name. Something a lot of people may not know is that N actually has a full name. That's right, he isn't just a letter of the alphabet. His full name is Natural Harmonia Gropius, which sounds like something you'd hear on National Geographic.
This
I
is
don't know what
true.
the significance of this
He
name
does have a
is, so
long
it's
name.
pretty
I
strange.
forgot
They could have just
why.
left it at N, and I would have just accepted it. Unova Horoscope. Horoscopes exist in the Pokemon world for some reason. Which
You thought
gives the people
Rayquaza
something to
ate
be
a Mega
delusional about
Stone?
because they have no personality.
I'll be honest.
Anyways, unlike in real
I
life,
don't
each
remember
star
too well,
sign
but I'm
lasts
pretty
for a
sure
whole
there was
month
no
instead of just
stone
part of it.
involved.
So since my birthday is on April 30th, in our world,
So that
I'm a
could
Taurus.
be.
But apparently in the Pokemon world,
Hey, I'm
I'd be
also a
considered an
Taurus.
Aries. I dodged a bullet though. I don't want to be a Bouffalant. Whimsicott is way cooler. But yeah, I really like the Pokemon they assign to each star sign. Like again, Whimsicott being Aries, Link being Gemini, Lampent being Libra, and Gothorita being Virgo. The biggest stretch is probably Braviary being Leo, because that is not anything close to being a lion. They could have made him Stoutland or something. Anime is an in-universe cartoon. In the Pokemon world, Pikachu is pretty popular, which doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's popular in real life because it's the mascot.
There you go. I don't know how they do their dates, but the dates are apparently different for
Just part
Pokemon
of
for
it.
some
So
reason.
since I'd be Link being Gemini, Lampent being Libra, and Gothorita being a lion, they could have made him Stoutland or something. Anime is an in-universe cartoon. In the Pokemon world, Pikachu is pretty popular, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. It's popular in real life because it's the mascot of Pokemon, but in-universe, it's just another Pokemon. So what if the Pokemon anime isn't just an anime in our world, but in the Pokemon world too? That would explain why Pikachu
Oh
has the
my God.
spotlight. Black and White 023 and Black and White 024 found. In my last Iceberg, I
Lampent,
mentioned these two lost
nice.
episodes that never
Lampent
aired. These
is
two
cool.
episodes were important to the plot and involved Team Rocket and Team Plasma fighting. The script of these two episodes were found in May of this year. Someone had bought them somehow, and thankfully, they were generous enough to share their findings online, allowing people to
Okay,
read.
guys, give me a
There's even
second. I need to
translation-
close the window. It's 34 degrees outside. I like how the weather is so inconsistent lately. Earlier, I opened the window because it was, my parents were making it too hot. And now it's like cold. Let me stand this up there. Okay. Yeah, my room's is starting to go too cold for my own liking. Good morning, Zink. How are you doing? Good morning. Guten Morgen. We're
of it. The episodes
watching
are
so
basically
much
just Team Rocket and
weird
Team
Pokemon
Plasma
stuff
fighting
right
over
now.
Media Knight.
It's
Ash
great.
and Pikachu end up destroying it, foiling both of their plans. Magnemite loot. There was a scheme going on in the Japanese Pokemon community to maximize
Decently well,
reserves on
awesome. I'm glad to
They
hear.
referred to it as a coil loot, which when translated just means Magnemite loot. What you had to do was catch a random Magnemite, go to the GTS, and request for another
Getting ready to go to
Magnemite,
work?
and you just
Awesome.
kept cycling
May you
Magnemites
have a
around,
good
letting
day at
everyone
work.
Take turns with it like an X. And that's it. Magnemite and 2chan. Users on 2chan wanted to mess with an official Pokemon movie poll that was being hosted on Yahoo Kids Japan for the Garantida and the Skyward movie. Out of 9 Pokemon, the top 3 would receive their own wallpaper as a reward. Everyone expected Giratina, Shaman, and Pikachu to win. This led to people wanting to rig the poll to, quote, make the elementary kids cry by making the first place winner a Pokemon who wasn't even the main focus of the new movie. And who did they choose? Magnemite. They also wanted people to help Magnezone and Shieldon win in the poll, since they didn't seem likely to win either. The poll had a very simple oversight. All you had to do was delete your web browser cookie after voting, and you'd be able to vote again.
Oh
This
my
discovery opened the floodgates, and people abused the fuck out of this exploit. Bots were even made to maximize voting potential. It, for the most part, went as planned, but a group of people came together to counter the trolls. They tried to beat the cheaters at their own game and put Pikachu in first. The poll was eventually closed and reopened, this time with the number of votes being hidden and the cookie exploit being fixed. That didn't stop them though. They found out that as long as they made another Yahoo account, they could keep voting. It was way slower than the original exploit, but they tried it anyway. The poll came to a close and Shaman was in first, Magnemite was in second, and Giratina came in third. Because of how suspicious it was that Magnemite ended up in second place, Magnemite gained the nickname second place on the Japanese side of the internet. Since Magnemite's Japanese name is Coil, the incident was called the Coil Shock, named after the oil shock. This incident inspired many more to come though. Japanese fans
Magnemite
are
is
still
cute.
voting Magnemite in polls. In 2021, there was a Pokemon popularity poll in Japan, and they ended up getting Magnemite in
Black and
third
White
place.
movie was a
Nice
weird-
job, guys. Mystery of the Mirage Pokemon released in the US
With
first.
having-
This was a
it had
special
two
episode
versions of the
Pokemon
movie?
anime that was first
Like-
broadcasted in the United States on April 29th,
That sounds
2006,
cool.
and was later streamed on the TV Tokyo Anatelli website from October 13th to October
Two
31st,
versions of
2006.
the
This is
same
strange because
movie.
these almost never air in America before Japan. According to the Pokemon Company, they wanted to give a special episode for American fans because it would have been Pokemon's 10th anniversary there. The director of the special, Kunihiko Yuyama, said that their goal was to convey the growth and evolution of the Pokemon anime over the past 10 years. This special was the first time we got to hear the new English dub voice actors, so if the voices sound strange, that's why. Team Rocket took over Japan's Saga Prefecture. Team Rocket attempted to recruit new members in 2017, and the first step of their plan was to invade the official homepage of the Saga Prefecture. Yes, the real-life Saga Prefecture. You may be wondering why they did this though, especially for an official government website. This was done to celebrate the Pokemon anime reaching 1,000 episodes. Team Rocket is apparently looking to recruit 10 million people in the Saga Prefecture to join its ranks. The reason they chose this number is because 10 million, written in Japanese, uses the number 1,000. Yoshinori Yamaguchi, the governor of Saga Prefecture, is acting as the boss for the campaign, sort of like Giovanni. He's shown with an Alolan Persian to mirror
That's
Giovanni
so
having a Cantonian Persian.
cool!
People also got the chance to see a real-life Meowth hot air balloon in the 2017 Saga International Balloon Fiesta. There was also a Twitter campaign that gave people a chance to win a Team Rocket t-shirt. People also teamed up in a group of 1,000 to form a giant Pikachu shape. Team Rocket themed lights were also on display at the Saga Light Fantasy 2017 event. The website is actually still up if you want to check it out. It's really cool seeing just how far they went to celebrate this milestone. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald glitch found by a fish. A Japanese Pokemon
Oh,
fan was
wait,
able to get
what?
a Siamese fighting
Was that
fish,
the-
Maurice, and Lala to play Pokemon. The streamer Mutekamaru mapped out his fish
It
tank
is
so that when
him.
his fish went to a certain part of the tank, it would trigger an input in-game. The fish was able to beat 2 gym leaders, which means that at least one of you watching is worse than a literal fish at Pokemon. He was live streaming his fish play the game, as you do, but this time, his fish was able to find a glitch that was undiscovered. In October of 2020, the fish was exploring Pokemon Sapphire Sea Cavern when it used Strength, but instead of moving the rock, it duplicated it, which ended up crashing the game. Mutekamaru later repeated the fish's exact movements, which re-triggered the glitch. Nobody online had ever encountered the glitch before, which means that the credit goes to the Siamese fighting fish. Paldea has a
That's
dead lead.
awesome.
Ida and Nimona mentioned that the majority
When
of
we can
students
say that a
stop
literal
before
fish
attaining the final gym
discovered
badge, which means that the
a
Pokemon
video game
with
glitch.
Nimona being one of the
I
few
love
trainers
being
that actually
alive.
succeeded. This might also explain why the Paldean gym leaders dislike
Thank you, Mr.
Ida. She's
Fish.
forcing them to be gym leaders in a league that's dead. Larry not only has to fill out a spot
I'm about to
as a
grab
gym
a blanket. I
leader,
made
but
my room
also
too
as an
cold by
elite
leaving the
four
window
member because
open.
nobody else can. This might explain why
Larry's
the gym leaders have
amazing.
other hobbies instead of
Everyday
just
man's
focusing on being a
amazing.
gym leader like in other games.
He's one of
It
my
might also
favorites.
explain why Nimona is so eager to fight. She has nobody else, which is sort of sad. Poor Nimona. Pokemon Adventures arcs are rushed. Starting with X and Y, the manga has been considered rushed with each generation. This is mostly because the original magazine for the manga got shut down, and the frequency of new Pokemon
Aw.
games forces the manga to rush through arcs, with some being put on hiatus for years. The Black and White 2 manga was put on hiatus for X and Y and Oras, and later resumed during Sun and Moon. Guzzlord is a mutated Pokemon. Some believe that Guzzlord is actually a mutated Pokemon from the futuristic destroyed Howley City, but you might be wondering which one. Well, it's none other than Alolan Muck. Alolan Muck are known for eating trash, so maybe they accidentally ate something radioactive, which ended up mutating them, and instead of eating just trash, it starts wanting to consume everything, just like Guzzlord. Guzzlord. Another theory is that Guzzlord was originally a Zygarde. 100% Zygarde and Guzzlord have a lot of similarities, like the eye and mouth pattern on their stomach, along with the side arm thingies. Not only that, they also have very similar shinies, sort of like Mew and Ditto. Grappaloct smells cheese. This one is pretty simple. Grappaloct's cry just sounds like it's saying, I smell cheese. Take a listen.
Oh no. I'll never be able to unhear it.
These three are characters that appear in a sneak peek at Pokemon promotional VHS.
Guzzlord.
They're actually related to Ash, being his aunt and cousins. It's really weird because aside from Delia Ketchum, we don't really know much about Ash's family. Ruin Legends. The Ruin Legends are pretty cool, but they don't really match with Paldea being based on Spain. They're all Chinese, so maybe they're going to be playing a bigger part in a different game with a region based on
That's
China.
the one thing that I do remember that never got
Origin
answered.
just wanted to give them all Chinese names. Ditto reproduces via mitosis.
Yeah, that
When you
one was
think about
never
it,
explained.
How are there so
That
many
one,
Dittos? Dittos
that
aren't able
one
to breed
is a
with each other,
legit
only other
abnormally.
Pokemon, and the offspring will never be a Ditto.
I do
So
not
the
know how
most
to
likely
explain
answer
that
is
one.
that they reproduce via mitosis, just splitting apart and having a friend right there waiting for them. Beta Gen 4. Around December of 2019, there was a massive leak on 4chan with an anonymous
Wait,
user
Beta
simply
Gen
saying,
4?
Hey VP, check out these silly sprites.
Diamond
And
Pearl?
attached a link to a website with hundreds of beta Pokemon. People were skeptical at first, but by comparing them to early footage of Diamond and Pearl, they were able to deduce that these were in fact real. Some of the sprites have minor changes, and it turns out that there were a ton of gender differences that were scrapped entirely. Rainbow Rocket Mewtwo
Oh,
is
wow.
evil. In order to achieve Mega Evolution, a trainer and their Pokemon needs to have an unbreakable bond, and since Rainbow Rocket's Giovanni has a Mewtwo capable of Mega Evolving, that means that his Mewtwo is probably evil, just like him. Mew Oreo. In 2021, Pokemon and Oreo had a little collab, where some Pokemon designs
Oh,
were more
really?
Oreos. There was your typical ones like Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Pikachu, Dratini, Piplup, Rowlet, Jigglypuff, you know, just normal Pokemon. But there was a very rare design that you
Wait,
were able to
Piplup?
get, that being a Mew Oreo. And of course, with rarity comes people trying to make a quick buck. People started selling and scalping these Oreos, and one was on eBay selling for more than $28,000. I don't know who in their right mind would buy one of these though. You gotta be really stupid.
I
to buy an
remember when a
Oreo for
Cheeto
much.
sold for
Even
way too
$5
much.
is too much for a single Oreo. Just because something
I forget
is rare
what it
doesn't
was
make
even shaped
valuable.
like.
It's stupid. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire for Switch. Some data was found hinting that ORAS was supposed to be ported to the Switch. The data includes name of previous
I'm
Pokemon
glad it
games,
wasn't.
like X, Y, Alpha, Omega.
That would have
Sword,
gave
and
him a
Shield.
reason
But
to
the one that
probably ruin
stands
it.
out is Omega NX and Alpha NX. NX was the Nintendo Switch's code name. I don't think we're gonna be getting ORAS ports anytime soon, so who knows what those are doing in the code. Pokemon Black and Blue. Pokemon Black and Blue is a parody game created by PETA. Pokemon Black and White 2 were the most recent games
Wait,
at the
by
time,
PETA?
so they went with Black and Blue as their parody title. You play as a Pikachu who ran away from his trainer, and you have to fight trainers for your freedom or something.
What
It's
the
really
fuck is
gory
this
because PETA
game?
wants to scare children into not playing Pokemon. PETA doesn't really like Pokemon because, quote, Pokemon are treated as unfeeling objects and used for things
What
as
is
human
this?
entertainment and as subjects in experiments. I don't know why they're spending their time
It
doing
is-
this instead of, you know, helping real-life animals. Oh wait, I know. It's because PETA don't actually give a shit about animals. How noble. Game Lily likes Elio. In Sun and Moon, Lily mentions that she wants to travel the world with you if you're playing as a boy. If you play as a girl, though, her dialogue changes. She doesn't mention anything about traveling with the player. She just mentions wanting to learn from them. This has led people to believe that she has a crush on the male player. Early Shiny
Which is
Go-Go.
weird
In
because of
pre-release
all the
footage of
Yuri
XY showing the E3
stuff
developer
between those
roundtable,
two.
Go-Go's shiny form was shown, but it's completely different from the one we see in the
You know
final
what the
game. I have a
fans want.
theory as to what had happened. Maybe the one we saw was how
Funny
Shiny
line at the
Go-Go
end of
originally would have looked if
Jetsus.
we kept using whatever
Jetsus.
methods they
Oh.
used to create shiny Pokemon in the past. Because X and Y did mark the point in the series where some shinies were handpicked. So maybe the one in the final game was one of those handpicked ones. Pimp Knight fake. Pimp Knight is a YouTuber who makes these Pokemon sweep videos, mainly focusing on people who only use legendary Pokemon, extremely toxic players, and hackers. Some people claim that the videos are scripted, with him either battling himself or asking one of his friends to play against him. But I don't know the validity of these claims. Mew is canon.
That
for
would be
Sinnoh. The
cringe.
movie director of the first Pokemon movie said that Mew was supposed to be more of a jerk.
Oh,
than
do you?
Mewtwo. Mew was planned to talk, but it was scrapped.
Oh,
Mew is more
really?
impish, if anything, in the final version, but who knows what he was saying to Mewtwo. Lewtwo.
Wait,
Lewtwo
you're
is,
evil.
I don't know. There's a lot to choose from. Twitter user, YouTuber, Pokemon archivist, professor, editor, Sigma Platinum director, and a saint. Seriously, this guy's a legend. He archives a ton of different Pokemon related things like art, assets, music, everything really. A lot of which probably would have been lost to time if it weren't for his efforts. I'm assuming he at least has a team of people helping him out because this is one hell of a job for one guy to be doing. And he has a Google Drive filled with every asset imaginable. Please go support him if you can. He's doing God's work. Ghetsis' frostbite. We never see Ghetsis without a cloak over his right side of his body, but in the black and white opening, Ghetsis places a crown onto En's head, and for a brief moment, we see his right arm and hand being darker than his left side. It goes
Oh, is
even
that
deeper,
why?
with some thinking that Kirim gave him frostbite. There's also dialogue that mentions he's gonna take down the player with his hand, using a singular word instead of plural. Pika Girl. Again, like the Pikachu song, this song is really old. It was uploaded 12 years ago, which is insane. It was made by S3RL, and it's like an electronic dubstep type song with Pokemon related lyrics and Pikachu sounds. It's really cringy, but that's just how the 2010s were. The moon is clouds. People on 4chan were discussing Sun and Moon's logo along with Pokemon Go's, saying that Pokemon Go is the Earth and Pokemon Sun and Moon are obviously the Sun and Moon. And someone innocently asked about the stars and clouds. And I guess some guy was trying to be a smartass, but it failed miserably because he replies with, the sun is a star and the moon is clouds. That second part making no sense at all. After that, the thread quickly fell apart with people just quoting that guy saying the moon is clouds. Scrap's new Jinx form. People found an unknown cry that belonged to Jinx in Pokemon Home. In the app's sound directory, you can find a cry similar to Jinx's. The first cry you heard was Jinx's, and the second was the unknown one. It kinda sounds like a Mega Evolution cry, so people suspect that's what it was meant to be. Eternal Flower Floette event. We were supposed to receive AZ's Floette in an event or some other way in X and Y, but we never ended up getting it, which is a shame because it
I
looks
didn't know
really
that.
cool. Plus, it's extremely relevant to the plot. AZ used the ultimate weapon just to revive it. I'm guessing that we were
I
supposed
really
to
want to
get it in
see
X and
AZ
Y
talked
too, but
about in
since that never
ZA.
happened, they just gave up. Rose Battle Theme chanting. Chairman Rose
Oh, A Z Z A A Z Z A. Oh, I can't wait.
Rose's battle theme has chanting in the background. The first chant is in Latin and says Rose setta credo, which
Oh,
means,
that
I believe
game's
the
gonna be
rose. The
so
second
good,
one is,
guys.
"O
I
Rose,
will
save
probably not
everyone,"
sleep when
which
that
is
game
honestly
comes
really
out.
fitting because in
I know we're
Rose's
talking
mind,
about a
he's
year
doing
from
what he
now,
believes is right, and he thinks of himself as a
but
savior.
I can't wait. I can't
Kirim
wait.
eats humans. Kirim supposedly eats people if they were found outside at night. And I know we usually chalk up folklore to just being scary stories, but I mean,
It's a Legends
built an
AC.
entire wall to protect against it, so there had to have been some truth to it.
Oh,
which
have
is
you
pretty
not heard? Guys, I've not seen it. I've not seen it. Let's go ahead and just let's see it. Legend ZA. I've not seen Tyrannitube in a long time. Is this we'll watch that in a second. Because if I remember anything, they were okay. I need to see this. This is the official announcement. Oh. Yeah, I probably should have watched this before doing any kind of speculation. I see Florence. This stuff's so cool to see. Sylveon! Oh yeah, we definitely go get an Eevee. I really want to get a Sylveon going. That's totally the Necrosmos font. Is it not? How do I hide that stuff? 2025. So I say why they would think City Builder. That literally gave us nothing even close to like what Legends is like. I don't know whether to believe it's relevant to the game or just here's a fancy video we worked on. Oh yeah, Legends EA.
Pokemon Legends.
People are like, I don't want to get into videos like what starters will it have? It's like we don't even know it's a game that has starters.
What up, y'all? It's T-Turn.
I do want to see what this one is because like that's a name I remember way back when. Like, is there any way to pull up like
See, I was thinking, what if they...
how long this dude would have been around? 13 years. Oh, that's why emulators. That's why his name rings a bell. The whole game is gonna take place in Lumios. That was the big one, right? That goes around in a circle. Yeah, that I thought the circle pattern looked familiar. I should have known that. So I could see it being a part of the game, but I do feel like the whole futuristic aspect of it. Oh, I mean, I'm still hyped for it. It might not be a game rooted in the past like Arceus was, because let's think about it. We might be making a stretch that Legends, Arceus, therefore past, when the reason why Legends of Arceus was even based in the past was because Arceus pulled the main character to the past, not because it was rooted in the past. The Legends might not just mean past, it might just be Legends as a name to separate mainline versus side project, parallel spin-off. So, could travel between past and future? I'm gonna say, let's watch this, because he's saying what we're saying. Like, we might not, it might not be the game we think it is, but that's not a bad thing. It's exactly what we're kind of saying right now. And what I'm thinking right now, this might not be the game that I thought it was going to be off the word alone, but this could still be potential. So
We're going to be talking about something very unusual,
Flashbang.
but very official and real for Pokemon Legends ZA, and it starts on February 27th when the games were announced. You see, on Pokemon's Twitter account, after the reveal, they posted this tweet saying, Pokemon Legends ZA, an ambitious new entry to the Pokemon video game series, will launch in 2025. And then what happened is Nintendo quoted this tweet and put, watch to see the reveal trailer for Pokemon Legends ZA, a new adventure set entirely within Lumiose City.
Entirely within.
So you see, Legends ZA is not taking place necessarily in the Kalos region. It's taking place in Lumiose City specifically. That's the whole game. That's the borders. This circular map they showed us in that reveal trailer. That's pretty much what we're playing within. So you might be thinking, is this true? This is worrisome. Did Nintendo America mean to tweet this? Was it an accident? Well, we can look at some other sources. So here I've opened up Nintendo.com in the official Japanese article. So this would be in the purest wording possible. And so it doesn't say anything in the headlines here, but if you scroll down through the article, they explain more about it, and they
Pokemon Master XY でミアレシティ本作ポケモンたちと共に目指して新たな冒険を始めます。
They pretty much say here that the main setting for Pokemon Legends ZA is Lumio City. That's it in Japanese, Miyare City. This is
Oh, he reads it too.
I mean, I caught this
Sweet.
when it was first revealed, but I wanted to make a proper deep dive into it. And so this is why
Yeah, the
they chose
Japanese
the careful
name does not
wording of
always translate
announcing an
one-to-one.
ambitious new entry. Because not only
Because
is it
westernization
something
is a
unique
huge
like
thing to
Legends
the
game, but they're
West
taking a whole
on
unique
Pokemon.
approach and setting the whole game within one city, which is like the complete opposite of what a Pokemon game reminds you of, right? You're supposed to be setting out on
Yeah,
your
so, like,
journey, or if it's
I
the
don't
previous Legends game, you're trying
mind
to quell the noble Pokemon.
this
It's some kind of
concept.
adventure
I
always
want to know
with that
how
setting
is this
out.
going
But
to
here
work.
we have the whole game taking place within Lumios. And you know, if you do a quick search on all the big news sites, the idea is going around that this is something worrisome. Pokemon Legends EA hype derailed. Wait, what? Derailed? As a single word leaves
You know
players
how
concerned.
headliners
I didn't
are,
even read these
clickbait.
articles. I don't know. You're trying to hit them that
So I'm
deep.
glad I
And it
found
can
this
make
video
sense
by
the way it is,
chance.
right? Like for example,
Because
when
this
you're
guy,
playing the
you
Scarlet
know,
Violet games, the
he
cities
has
are very
critical
barren. I'm just gonna
thinking
put that in quotes because
capabilities,
you can't go in any
which
of the
is
houses.
weird
When you go to
because
the shops, it's
that's
just like a
not what I
black
thought I
screen.
remembered him
Very
for.
minimal work was done to the cities, of course, right? But this isn't a bad thing at all. I mean, let me put it in different words here, okay? I guess this is my case for why this is a good thing in Pokemon. And it's because, listen, Kalos is based off France, right? Lumio City is Paris. Do you know how big Paris is? You don't need the whole Kalos region. If you properly explored Paris, you can make that the size of Kalos. It's a whole city. And that's probably what they're trying to do here. They're trying to do the opposite of what they were doing in Scarlet and Violet, where the cities were simple. They're going to put infinite detail into everything, make all the houses, you can go into them, but it won't just look like Saffron City, where it's just filled with
I'm
houses.
hype
The
about it,
entire
but
map
that's just because
is
I'm such a
probably
sucker
gonna
for
be
Pokemon
giant,
games.
because not only is
I
this a
will
Pokemon
still
game,
point
but it's
out where
probably
they
gonna
need to be
retain the
given
same
shit for it,
staple,
and
which is
will
setting
give
out on some sort
have
of
shit
adventure.
given for
So
it,
it's not
but
just gonna
that
take
doesn't
place within
mean
some
they will
small
always
city.
just be shit.
But this game is
They're
coming
very
out in
ambitious.
2025. They're taking
It's
their
just
time to put as much
the
work into this
investors
as possible.
and,
So clearly they're trying
you
to
know,
work on
the
something
directors
grand, and the
that
final product you're gonna
direct
get for Lumio
for
City
the
is not gonna
investors
look
are the,
anything
you know,
like it
reasons
does in the
why they
Kalos games. The Kalos games
get
will
crunched
pale in
and rushed.
comparison. Something as small as the 5 hub spots, the plazas, will be something gigantic. Essentially, let's pull up a map of Lumios. So you see how you've got these 5 plazas? Magenta,
They give her the
Rouge,
hit pads.
Bleu. You understand?
Let me get the
These can
hydrate.
be expanded to be the size of a whole Pokemon city. You know, Balon Leia, for example, in Galar, Stow-on Side.
Delicious.
These might
Thank
just
you,
be a
Lily.
small plaza, but it can be expanded infinitely. This is an actual interesting take by Pokemon because it shows they're trying to take a more creative approach to stuff. Because it's not the situation where, oh, they don't want to map the whole Kalos region and that's why they're doing this. I mean, map as in create the whole region in 3D. Because what they're about to do is essentially make the size of what Kalos would have been Lumios anyway. So they're doing the same work. In fact, they're doing more work, it would seem like, because Pokemon Legends Arceus, there's what? 1 village, like 2 settlements for the Diamond and Pearl clan. That's it. And then the Temple of Sinnoh. The rest of it, you could just generate that whole forest. So no wonder they're taking 2 years to make this game. I almost want to say this game will be something along the size of what Paldea turned out to be. All within Lumio City, which might sound crazy at first, because that's a whole open world circular region. But think about it. Think how big Paris is.
I
You wanna
forgot
go
all
from
about
North
Mario
Boulevard all the way to
Day.
South Boulevard? That's gonna take you
I
like
forgot.
20 minutes of walking. So not only can they expand all the plazas into whole cities, but the whole take on Lumios itself can be refined. You see, if you look in the trailers, they said something which I always found curious wording, which is that they're trying to redevelop Lumios into a place where both Pokemon and humans can live and live together. So what that leaves me thinking is that right now Lumio City is kind of a broken city, which is why, you know, in history they're trying to redevelop it. Also, this game's taking place in the past, okay? We're not going to consider the future idea unless they toss us a bone for that. It makes sense this is
Also,
taking
it
place
would
when
be a
Napoleon was
past game
renovating
entry.
Paris into the newer Paris. And so what they're gonna do is throw in an additional meaning in the Pokemon world to that, which is that, check this out. You may be wondering, okay, if this whole game takes place within a city, what about the Pokemon side of this? What about catching Pokemon, fighting, going into the danger? I mean, it's a Legends game. The last Legends game was the most dangerous it's ever been in context. Exile, they mentioned death in that game. Where's the actual gotta catch 'em side to it if it's in Lumios? And that's exactly it. Half the city might be broken because it's run by Pokemon. And it's lawless territory, dangerous territory that you're not supposed to go into. And these are some of the issues of the overall Lumio City.
I
And
like
why
this theory.
Whoever might be king at this time, if that's what's happening, is trying to redevelop it in the first place. So half
They
of
might
this
even be
entire map, they might
factions
say
and
this whole section
syndicates.
is run by dangerous Pokemon.
And
so you'll
it's
have
not
the
even
same adventure
unionized
setting trying to
yet.
go there because this place will be infinitely huge. You might have like some evil team that's
Yeah,
in
this
the region.
it might
and they
just
have
be one
bases
circle,
in all
but this
these
might be a
different Pokemon
fucking
areas. You'll have the
massive
equivalent of the
circle in
mobile
Legends.
Pokemon, right? These monstrous Pokemon that need to be
It's
called.
not going to be
And
the
maybe
same
they're the
scope that it was
kingpin of
in the
various
game.
places
It's
around
going
the
to
map,
be
and so
expanded.
no humans can
And
go
it's
near
going to
there.
take 2
And
years
maybe
to
even
expand
all of
upon this
Lumios's
concept.
population is shoved to some corner like Jean Plaza. And so the whole region is actually run by Pokemon. And so you still get the same setting out in a dangerous land and catch 'em all feel. This is actually something
Yeah, it's
very
like running
out of
around,
character for
somebody
Pokemon to do
shoots
because
you.
they never have to really
But like in a
stretch their trade of
Pokemon
limbs
world
like this. It's a
variation.
successful game regardless of what they make. And if you want one more proof as to how Lumio City could somehow turn giant, well look at this, okay? Unova is not based off America. It's based specifically off New York. That's one state. In fact, geographically, it's based only on New York City. Though they take features from all around New York to paint a representation of New York, that's how big they expanded one state / city. If you really wanted to zoom
Oh,
out,
they
and if
took
made
one.
Unova
I mean, the
based
U.S.
off
is
the whole
New York's small.
America country, then these whole
I
rivers that take
get
up
it. I get
Unova
it.
could be like 6 tiles long. And you just surf over. Where this is the gym and they just would have put houses all around here. This could have been the size of one town in Pokemon. And that's the point, right? And this is when it gets even more interesting because we have a very simple setting for the game, which is a Lumio City. And I'm saying it's half tormented by Pokemon. So where does the actual story of the game come in? As in the logos. Pokemon Legends ZA. We got Zygarde and the Ultimate Weapon involved. Some kind of crazy story is gonna play out in this, even though it takes place only in Lumio
So I wasn't
City.
wrong about the
Specifically,
font
weird thing is that
referencing,
Ultimate Weapon being in the logo, because the Ultimate Weapon isn't even in Lumios. So maybe this is some kind of story where you see how we went
That's
with
true.
the alchemy approach a couple
That
of
was,
videos ago. Maybe this is an
Sun.
approach where the reason the Ultimate Weapon is in the logo is maybe they actually find the blueprints and try to make a new Ultimate Weapon in Lumios here. Maybe you'll uncover some story where the center tower was actually something more ominous back in the Kalos days, and this game's gonna show that it was supposed to be like the start of another Ultimate Weapon. And then after you beat the evil people in this game, it probably still is a weapon underground and all, but it just stands there as like the Eiffel Tower, which fits into the context of the real world, right? The Paris renovation happened around 1850. The Eiffel Tower finished its construction like 30 years later. So the big tower at the center
I will say
of the
maybe there's
region
just a little bit
and
of
the whole
confirmation
shape of the
bias going
region
on, but
being
I
a
like this
circle that's, like,
theory.
leading to the center could be about another Ultimate Weapon, a smaller one or a bigger one, I guess. Think about the context of AZ building his Ultimate Weapon. He built it in a hurry, wanted his Floette back, so maybe he built a very small scale one. And so let's say something like this king gets his hands on the same blueprints
That's
that
possible
AZ
because
referenced,
of the
and he's making a
AZZA.
giant Ultimate Weapon.
And that's
gonna
why
take
they
in
were
a lot
showing
more
blueprints,
life
and
force.
that
There's a
one's
lot of
confirmation
things that you
bias.
can get out of the Ultimate Weapon. The
But it'd be
king
cool if
can
it
get
lines up.
immortality for himself, an unstoppable power force, which is the Yveltal power. But there's also the question of what Xerneas and Yveltal's energy seems to produce. Mega energy, right? Maybe he's trying to do something along the lines of creating some unusual giant megastone. Maybe the A legendary that we like to joke about. Maybe the process of reviving it is you've got to
Oh, yeah, we
use
still
the
need to
Ultimate
talk more about
Weapon
Megastones.
with a bunch of life energy, like 10 times the amount AZ sucked.
He's
or
one of the
like
most
100
interesting.
if
He
you look
really
at how
is.
big this region's gonna be.
I'm fascinated with
city's
AZ.
gonna be, and
I would
creating a
love a
giant
big just
megastone. And so
deep
we
dive
learn
on
more
him.
history about what megastones really are and where it comes from. But you see, the size
It's
does not
so
matter
cool.
because
You guys,
anything
you
can
can't
be
even
made
begin
big.
to
They've
understand just
set
how
up
much I
something
love
really fun with this.
XY.
And it's gonna be interesting once that first trailer
I
comes
love
out,
Kalos
and we're gonna actually
so
see
much.
the scope of the region. But yeah, they picked the city with the most lore potential, right? With the Prism Tower here, The place where Lysander secretly runs is here, called Lysander Cafe. Sycamore's lab is somewhere here. And so the same way you had Rowan's ancestor Komodo, you might see some Sycamore ancestors, or I mean, you're gonna see ancestors for a lot of characters in this game. It's a whole new Legends game, right? Might even see freaking just Adaman. He's just here. Even
Oh,
the
that'd be
Looker Bureau
hilarious.
is here. We don't know anything about the International Police, right? Imagine it spans back hundreds of years as this intelligence agency. Picture meeting some old-fashioned Paris International Police folk who are onto the king's evil behavior here and all. And maybe this is around the time the International Police formed, but you get to learn a huge scoop about them, what they really are and all, because, you know, we know in the modern day the International Police is corrupt, right? So there's definitely some underlying story with them that Pokemon has been wanting to tell us. There's so much potential in just this one city. So that's my best case for why this is a good thing. Obviously, I could be wrong at the end of the day, but I hope this lifts the worries, because I'm pretty sure this is about to be a huge map. The same way you saw some darker things in Legends Arceus, because this wasn't a good time for Paris, you might see a lot of dark things in this game as well. An overall sad theme to the city, people in despair, stories of Pokemon ruining houses and people who go into Pokemon territories and go missing, leading up to whether the king that they all live under is good or not. Infinite potential can be made from all this. Y'all let me know. Good thing or bad thing? Are you worried about this or not? Let's see what the general consensus is. But yeah, essentially it's something like this. Don't think of this as Lumio City. Think of this as the Lumios region. And that's where Legends EA is taking place. Anyhow, yeah, I'll see y'all. Take care.
I'm not gonna lie. That was some great theory crafting. And I literally wouldn't have expected. I just like, oh, name, I recognize. Oh, videos were okay back then. Looked up to see his first video was like literally talking about setting up emulators, and I was like, okay, we'll give it a shot. And then content was actually solid. That was cool.
Pretty terrifying. It's also
God, I
said
want
to
to
be
play Arceus so
extraterrestrial,
much,
which
but like
makes this
I
all
am
more
just a little
scary.
bit.
Something out of this world came to terrorize
I'm debating,
people
should I go ahead
everywhere.
and
This is
sleep
a feature
like
that was
30
introduced in
minutes
Generation 6
and
that
then
describes
wake up
Pokemon's
and
experience
start
with its
playing
current
Arceus?
trainer, along with
Would
its
that be the way to
original
go?
trainer. I had no idea this was even a thing. You can check a Pokemon's memories by taking it to an NPC who can read Pokemon memories, and they can get pretty specific and detailed. Hell, this is stuff
Yeah,
even
I do
don't
want to go to
remember.
sleep in
This was
half an
removed in
hour.
Generation 7,
We
came
can
back
play
for
more
Generation
games
8, but was
tomorrow.
again removed
If
in
my body's
Generation
saying I
9.
should sleep,
Clefable
then
flipping you off in Sword and Shield prototype. In the overworld, crudely drawn
I
emoticons would
should start
occasionally appear on
prepping for
screen, codenamed as a symbol
EP.
chat. They all appear to be drawn by the game's director, Shigeru Omori. They're all really cute. I like this one of Gumi, the Cyndaquil one, this one of Pikachu and Squirtle, and this guy squishing Ditto. But then you find one of Clefable just straight up flipping you off. There's some Japanese text on it, and I thought it was just gonna
Wow.
say fuck you or something, but it just says gather up. So this Clefable probably isn't flipping us off, but I still think it's funny. Lenora Mammy. When Lamora made her debut in Pokemon Black and White, people perceived her design as racist. Lenora's original design depicts her
What?
wearing a large apron, but concerns arose that people would perceive Lenora's design to be a mammy stereotype. The mammy is often depicted as a dark-skinned woman who wears a handkerchief on her head along with an apron. Because of the similarities, Lenora's design was changed from wearing an apron to having it over her shoulder like a cape instead. Despite all of this though, Lenora's
What?
in-game sprites were never altered at all. Not even in Pokemon Black and White 2, which confuses me. They
I
went through
wouldn't have
so
thought
much
that
effort
would
to
have been
change her design in
racist.
the anime,
What?
but didn't even bother in the games, which arguably would have been even easier. It's just a
Like, I
sprite
remember
swap.
Gone with the
Porygon is back.
Roses,
It was
or
thought that
Wind, or
Porygon,
whatever
along
it was
with its
called.
evolutions, would never make an appearance in the anime again
Is stretch
after the
time
whole
broken?
incident. But with the Porygon phone being a thing, it's
What do you
wiggled
mean
its
is
way
stretch
back into
time
the
broken?
anime. While it isn't exactly a real
Stretch time? Out of stock? Maybe try F5. I'll stretch in just a second. I'm gonna see if I can't pull up the channel points, and I wonder if it's related to Twitch being weird. Yeah, there's no limit on redemptions per stream or limitations on redemptions per user per stream. It does have a 10-minute cooldown, but that's it. Yeah, Mythos just redeemed it. Give me 1 second. I need to check out an email. Okay, starting video, and I would just try to F5, yeah.
Bidoof's wish caused future events. In Mystery Dungeon,
All
Bidoof
the
made a wish to Higurashi. He
disconnections,
wished that more
all
people would join the
the
squad. So it's theorized
weird
that Bidoof's
stuff
wish
going on
caused
with
the events of
Twitch.
Sky, Time,
Oh yeah,
Darkness,
Twitch
and
Mobile was
future
also
mystery
pretty
dungeon
bad.
events as well. Lost rarest shiny Pokemon toy. Around Generation 3, there was a
Oh,
red
that's
pink
bad.
Kingdra in the Pokemon Battle Dome playset. Only photos of it exist, and it's thought to be lost
That
in
was in
time.
the
If
wrong
you were to
place.
find this, there's no
Thank
telling
you
how
for the
much money you would
stretch.
get. Paldea Crater and Kalos
Hold
Wetlands.
on.
In
I just knocked something over. Thank you for the head pats. Okay. I forgot about the garlic stuff from earlier. I sat it in a bad spot, didn't even realize it was there since. And when I went to stretch, it was the first thing I smacked. Garlic, garlic flake, garlic everything. That was fun. That was my bad. Thank you for the stretch nonetheless. Thank you for head pats as well. Okay, which one of these is Lavos of Terrazine? Extra index. Put these pills over here. I was looking for my allergy pill. I've not been taking my nightly allergy medicine because it took 2 weeks to finally get the pharmacy to get a refill to get it called in from the Old Town.
In X and Y, we learn about an
Doctors.
ultimate weapon that was
Pain
unleashed
Pekka.
3,000 years ago.
They
But
keep
where
talking
exactly
back.
would it have hit? Some people speculated that it might have hit directly in the middle of Paldea. We get to see the ultimate weapon, and it sort of looks like a crystal flower. And terrestrialization has something to do with crystals, along with Area Zero being filled with Glamora, which is a crystal Pokemon that looks very similar to a flower. Paldea is also thought to be directly south of Kalos, so this just adds fuel to the fire. Paldea Atlantis.
Wait,
There was
what?
something strange found in the code for Scarlet and Violet. They found something called
That is
Atlantis,
true.
which is supposed supposed to be a code name for something. Some believe that Area Zero's missing land is somewhere up in the sky, with future DLC letting us explore it. Okay, while editing this, we got some more news about the Indigo Disc DLC.
Right, that's
Turns
why
out
I
in
need
the
to go
DLC,
back at least.
Blueberry Academy is at the bottom
For story
of the
reasons,
ocean.
I do
don't
need
know
to play
how
that
we're gonna get
DLC
there, but
sometime.
I sure hope we don't use an Xbox controller.
I don't
Why
know when,
Pokemon
but
got easier. In
I will
2014,
have to do
GameSpot
that.
asked Junichi Masuda why new Pokemon games are easier than they used to be. He said it's not because the fans are asking the games to be easier, it's because there's so many free mobile games nowadays, kids might not give Pokemon a chance if it's too hard. That logic is really stupid, and I hope they don't say things
It's so
that.
bad.
They probably do. Belts and whips instead of gadgets. Originally, instead of earning gym badges, you were meant to earn gym belts, sort of like in martial arts. They thought
Don't
that the
forget
belts could be
the
used as whips
largest
during training,
player
but
of
the idea was scrapped
Pokemon are
because
the
it was too
people who've been
violent for
playing it
kids
since
to
it
do.
came
You can
out.
still see spreads of trainers holding whips though before they decided to get rid of them. Claydol is modeled after Celesteela.
I do remember
Ultra Sun
all
and
the
Moon,
whips.
Claydol's Pokedex entry states that people of an ancient civilization created statues based on an unknown Pokemon, and those statues later came to life. Since the Pokedex is from Ultra Sun and Moon, it's theorized that the ancient civilization was in Alola and the unknown Pokemon was Celesteela. When you take a look at Claydol and Celesteela, you can see some similarities in their structure. Pikachu DS tech demo. There was a tech demo for the DS that was available at E3 of 2004, used to show what the DS was capable of doing. It's like a mix of Hey You Pikachu, Pokemon Channel, and Pokemon
I
Home.
remember
It
Hey
was
You
never made
Pikachu.
available to the general
Open
public, but it was implemented
Sesame.
into Pokemon Dash's title screen, just not as
Open
fleshed out.
Sesame.
Pokemon Movie 2000 STD joke. In the English dub of Pokemon 2000,
God, that game was
there's
so
a joke that probably flew over a lot of kids' heads, including me. Marin was telling a joke at her table where the
you think
punchline
there'd be
was
a
an
way to
STD
do
joke.
Hey
I'll play the clip.
Pikachu on stream?
And she says no.
Oh, that would be so good. Did
I don't know
anybody
why, but the
play
delivery
Hey
of
You
this line is really
Pikachu?
good.
Like, honestly.
Krabby's is a play on crabs, which is an STD. I won't go into much more detail than that. That
It
bombshell
was
is for your
cute
sex ed
fun,
teacher,
but it
and
was
that's
so
not me.
bad,
Gets his
but it
plan
was
to meet
cute
Arceus.
fun.
In
It was
Black
so
and White's
bad that it was
postgame,
good.
The Shadow Triad meets with the player and hands them the Creation Trio orbs. They explain that Getsus personally asked them to deliver the orbs to you, but we don't know much more than that. The Creation orbs are used to meet the Creation Trio, along with Arceus. Maybe this was a trap set up by Getsus to eliminate the player and take the legendaries for himself, but like, he had all the orbs with him already, so why didn't he just do it himself? Game Freak thought the Nintendo Switch would fail. Apparently, the CEO of Pokemon thought that the Switch was going
I
to
mean-
He said, quote, I told Nintendo that the Switch wouldn't be a success before it went on sale, because I thought that in the age of the smartphone, no one would want to carry around a game console. It's obvious I was wrong. This guy's a fucking idiot. Holy shit. It just goes to show how out of touch the Pokemon company is with us. He says he
I
sees
do
potential
think
in the
Doc
Switch,
is
but remains
superior,
cautious.
and
Currently, the
therefore it
Switch is
needs
popular
a
among the early adopters, but there needs to be
stronger
one more step to
non-portable
attract a wider
version.
audience. I see much potential in the Switch, but one shouldn't
The
overestimate
wait, Europe didn't get Hey
potential. This probably
Pikachu?
explains why Sword and
Weird.
Shield wasn't the best. They probably
It's possible
just
in
didn't see the point
emulator?
in spending that much time on something they thought would be a failure. At least he ate his words. Sort of. Sword and Shield paid reviews.
I
Sword
know.
And Shield are regarded as
It
some
would
of the
never
worst Pokemon
listen
games in the
correctly. It
entire
was
series.
great.
The majority of people share that sentiment, so that only begs the question: how the fuck does Pokemon Sword and Shield have a 9.3 on IGN? No matter how you look at
It's
it,
fake.
it just doesn't deserve that score at all. And this isn't just on
Guys,
IGN.
I'll write down
On
Hey You
Metacritic, It
Pikachu
has an 80, while the user
as,
reviews are at a
4.7.
4.7. It has an 8 on Nintendo Life. So
Another
what the hell is
possibility
happening?
for
Some people
in-between
think that the Pokemon
incentives,
company paid
because that would
reviewers
be a
to
game I
discount
would
its score.
probably
And you
not
might think that's
do.
dumb, but scores actually play a huge
But
role
if
in
people are
success.
interested,
Your average fan
I
would
can
probably
add it
just
to
look
our
at the score, see
milestones.
if it's high, and if it is, they'll
That
buy
that
the
would be
game.
one way to
And
get me to
personally,
play it.
I think this is just one big conspiracy theory, and reviewers only like the game because it was easy. The easier the game, the easier and faster it is for them to get their review out. But that's just
Oh
a
shit!
theory.
I never updated the question
That's it. I
marks.
don't know why
I'm
you're
so
here. Boys
dumb.
need a new piece of eye candy. Masamitsu Hidaka was a director and storyboard artist for the Pokemon anime. He confirmed a bunch of theories like the GS Ball being related to Celebi and Brock leaving the show for a bit during the Orange Islands out of fear that Americans would think that he's a racist stereotype. He also confirmed that Misty
What?
would not return to the main cast. However, this entry isn't about any of that. In an interview, he joked that part of the reason Ash's female companion switched from Misty to May and later to Dawn is because, quote, boys need a new piece of eye candy to look at every once in a while. Which is a little creepy because the girls he's calling eye candy are like 10 years old. And he also said girls are more customizable and you can change their outfits, like when they're in their bathing suits. Yes, you heard me right, he said that, which makes things even more creepier. What killed original Pokemania? Pokemon was immensely popular in the 90s, but the hype died down after Generation 1, which is strange. You would think after Generation 2 it would only
that's-
grow even bigger, especially with how great Gold and Silver
I'm just
were.
gonna
So,
ignore that
what
one.
happened? I think it might have just been a
There's
fad
so
for
much that
growing
could be
pains in the 90s.
talked
Yeah,
about.
Pokemon is still immensely popular, but there was a point in time where every corner you turned, you'd see a Pokemon-related thing. Game Freak
I do
even
remember
forced to
that.
delay 1,000 Pokemon. Some people share the belief that Game Freak has been delaying the inevitable. I'm not really sure what they would get out of this though. Maybe as like a special number? They have been slowing down with the amount of Pokemon they add in each generation, so I guess I can see why people would think that, but I just think that there's no real reason behind it, so it's probably just people looking too deep into it. Pokemon Amino.
I
Around
agree.
2016, Amino was being pushed out as this app where you could socialize
I think
with
it's
people and
because
share
they're
your
probably
interests, and
cutting
Pokemon
out
was
so
one of the
many
communities that you were able
that
to
it
join.
just,
And back then, I
you
think it
know,
was actually a pretty
crunch
good
time.
app. But now if you go to it, it's nothing but a deserted wasteland of what once was. A lot of people there are interesting to say the least, and I've heard some horror stories from there, and it's just overall not a great place to be. It's filled with role players, groomers, and God knows what else. The app is on life support, and to be honest, they should just pull the plug already.
The Abyss.
N's concept art. N's original design is a lot creepier than what we saw in the final game. It
Oh,
depicts him
really?
as a deranged man with a scary face wearing a gray turtleneck. The only thing scarier than his face is his fashion statement. I wonder just how different this version of N was supposed to be. Maybe he was a lot more sinister than the final version. Zorua trailer researcher was Ingo. In Zorua's reveal trailer, a researcher found
Did
a
we
receipt
just
of
get to the
Zorua
creepy
that was
side of the
attacked by it.
iceberg?
People suspect that this might have been Ingo. The best evidence to support
Yep.
this theory is the fact that the person in
We
the
have
trailer has
entered the
same voice
creepy.
actor as Ingo in
And
Pokemon
this isn't
Masters
even the
X.
creep. We
Giratina
guys,
is
it took. I forget how he separates them. The deeper down, the creepier it gets. We just entered the void, and I just like, oh no, guys, fuck sleep. I'll sleep when this video is over, and I know that's like an hour when I just took my sleep stuff.
but doesn't.
I'm not turning ship now. I'm not. I want all this iceberg. I want this whole iceberg in me.
Bizarre, distorted world that doesn't exist.
Hey, what's
but also
going on,
does
kitty?
exist.
Welcome
It might
on.
exist on the lake through human eyes, but it's only a reflection and doesn't exist.
This
You
is
see
the
it
stuff
only when
that
you're
I
looking
was
at it with
missing in
your
my
eyes. This is
marathon.
sorta
We did a
referencing the
little bit
characters
of
in the
this with
movie when
other
portals
things
to the
last year,
distortion world
and I was
reflection
just like,
of services.
yes.
Hilbert/Hilda died. During Black and White 2, the protagonist's mom from the previous game mentions their child is searching for N in a different region, which is confusing because N is in Unova at the same time, so you should have passed by them at some point. They might have passed away at some point, with their mom being in denial, her even mistaking Nate or Rosa for their child. Shipping. Pokemon shipping has been a thing since forever, but it's more prevalent in the anime community. But people get really defensive and toxic with their ships, and I'm not gonna lie, it's kinda weird, so I tend to stay away from all of that. Each ship has their own unique name, like Amore shipping being Ash and Serena, Poke shipping being
Yeah,
Ash and
Bean
Misty,
Boozle
and
was
Red shipping
greenlit
being
for the
Ash and May.
3000.
The list goes on forever. Rainbow Rocket Giovanni is Pokemon Go Giovanni.
But if you guys would
Ultra Sun
rather
and
me
Ultra
move
Moon,
something
you face off
forward
against multiple
and
villains from past
move that
games, but they're from an
back
alternate universe
a
where they all
milestone, we
succeeded.
can.
After you defeat Giovanni, he tells you that he will look for a new world to
Oh wait,
unleash
no,
his
I said I wouldn't
screens
move the
on.
major
Then,
ones.
2 years later, Team Rocket appears in Pokemon Go, where
But we still
Giovanni
have
says that
minor
Earth
ones
is where he
like
shall unleash his evil
after that one would be
schemes. He uses those
3125,
exact
then
same words, which
3375.
probably means that Rainbow Rocket Giovanni is the same
And I
one that
think
appears
Zang's
in
like
Pokemon Go.
really
In
wanting the
V20,
hot
Mewtwo has
ones
human
gauntlet.
DNA. It's never
So I
explained how
did move
exactly
that one
Mewtwo
forward
this movie
from
can mega
4
evolve on
to
its own, but
35.
there's a theory that Mewtwo
After we
has
had to
human
move something
DNA,
to
which
4.
allows it to mega evolve on its own. We also don't know much about the
It
creation of
is,
movie 20 Mewtwo,
yeah,
so
it
is
would
plausible.
be.
There are no laws against the Pokemon. I hate
I'll be
This
honest, I
entry
am
refers
kind of
to a
scared of
short
it,
skit
and I
about
wouldn't
Joko
mind
telling Batman, "I caught a
picking
little
something
Pokemon,
that's
Batman." This
fun
Pokemon
and
ends up
less
being a Lopunny, and he says the phrase,
hazardous
"There are
to
no laws against
potentially
the
making me
Pokemon."
puke.
That poor Lopunny. Here's the clip.
I caught a little punny, Batman. I caught a little
Like
Batman, there's no laws against the Pokemon, Batman. I can do whatever I want with it. No, no, don't do it. I'm gonna do it.
N is half Pokemon. In Pokemon Evolution,
I
N
mean,
calls Ghetsis his
I like
father,
when
but
that
Ghetsis
logic
gets
was
mad and
applied
tells
to
N
Power
not to
World
talk
as
to him
well.
himself. His mother could have been a Zoroark, either transforming into a human or someone's bar dropped really
There's no
low on him.
laws
This could
against
also explain why N
pals,
can understand
Batman.
Pokemon and Ghetsis calling him a freak. Poke Fables. In 2008, a YouTuber named Insert uploaded a video that would mark the
Probably
start
best
of
for like a
nearly
hard game to
40
play.
episode series of
Yeah, I
Pokemon
was thinking it
stop-motion
wouldn't
characters
just
that
be
would span
just
10
do being
years.
boozled.
The humor is
I
similar
didn't
to
want to
that of
type
an
the
abridged series of
entire
Pokemon, and this series
parentheses
did extremely well.
about
Pokefables wasn't the only
like
hit on the
how we
channel,
would
though. There was
set
also
it up,
Super
how
Mario
it would be
Fables, but he
delivered.
hasn't uploaded for the past couple of years, so I think these two series are over. Volo is a
But
The
I'll be
very last
honest,
thing Volo
if
tells
you
is
guys
that he
would
will conquer the world no
okay, I
matter
need to
how
look
long
away
it
from the
takes,
screen for
whether
a
it's
second.
years,
I don't want to get
decades,
spoiled
or even
just because
centuries. This would be a
he
pretty bold
looks like
claim to
Cynthia,
make, but it
therefore
wouldn't
assume he's gonna have to become some kind of like Cynthia, like, champion fight, final fight. He's got to have some kind of story, right?
Aster is said to have passed away.
Okay, I'm
and
looking
Zinnia
again.
named her Whisper after her. From what I could find, it seems as though Aster was Zinnia's grandmother, since she mentions Granny when
Okay,
you talk to her in
we're
Meteor
backing up a
Falls.
little
The
bit.
name
This one's super important because I love this part of Ozros.
with special powers, who preceded Zinnia, and the only person to ever be permitted.
Wait, she shows up in the anime?
Aster was a lore keeper with special powers, who preceded Zinnia, and the only person to ever be permitted by Rayquaza to ride it. Aster is said to have
I
passed
really
away,
want
and
more
Zinnia named her Whisper after her.
of
From
that.
what I could find,
And if
it
there's a
seems as
movie, did she show up in a movie, the anime, or something? This was one of the best things that got expanded upon into the Ozros series that didn't exist in just Gen 3 standard. The goddamn Jump King getting over it or Pogostuck or other less forbidden games. There is a new climbing one. I've done Only Up. I've done Getting Over It. We've not done Pogostuck. We have done Jump King. I wouldn't mind to do Pogostuck. Unless it's probably best with the hard game to play. Oh, you mean like in tangent with it. Like, I feel like I wouldn't rage at Pogostuck, but that's me assuming because I didn't rage at like Getting Over It or
as though
whatchamacallit.
Aster was Zinnia's grandmother, since she mentions Granny when you talk to her in Meteor Falls.
You think
The name
Pogostuck
Aster
would
comes
be
from the
more
genus of
fitting?
flowers,
I'll
just
think
like
about
Zinnia.
it.
also
I'll be
starts with an
honest.
A.
If I don't get like, because like, page 3 stuff is when I just don't know if it's a good idea or not. And I kind of feel like instead of Bean Boozled, doing something like a hand cam for like either a Lego, a science kit, or even doing the Hey You Pikachu instead, I'll be honest. Spent 60 hours on the first map of just base Pogostuck, 60 hours? That's a long time. But I'm interested if it's hard.
As opposed to
You
Zinnia
know?
Z, it might have also came
That'd
from
be
asteroid as
a
well as
fun
disaster.
challenge.
2 words that fit the theme of the Delta episode, but it might just be a coincidence. Vesa was a spirit tomb. In Legends Arceus, you can
Mhm.
complete a quest for a girl named Vesa. You collect 107 wisps, with the one missing.
Oh, I need to
That
look
last wisp
away.
is implied to be Vesa herself.
Oh
Slowpoke
my
is
God.
omniscient. Slowpoke is slow, who would have guessed? But this theory goes on the claim that Slowpoke is actually omniscient and can't process all the information at once, so they're constantly zoned out. This, as a result, would mean that evolving it into Slowbro would make it dumber instead of smarter, and Slowking would be as smart as Slowpoke because the toxins from Shelter help it focus its infinite thoughts. Anime Acerola's Mimikyu. In the anime,
That does make sense,
Acerola
though.
has a Mimikyu that's a ghost, not a ghost.
I love
type, but
Acerola.
a literal ghost. It's never explained how this happened, but it's really strange. Game Freak's grade. Game Freak, while not as greedy as some other companies like EA or Activision, is still pretty greedy. They cut a ton of corners and still charge full price for their games. 3DS games arguably have more content than some of the Switch titles, and those
Yep.
were only
Yep.
$40.
Yep.
So why are all of the Switch
Yep.
games $60 despite all of the issues? We're all puppets to Game Freak. No matter how bad the next Pokemon game is, we're still gonna buy it no matter what. And they know that, and are more
I
than
didn't
willing
buy
to
Sword and
outsource us
Shield.
disputed Pokemon. There's some creatures in the Pokemon world that have never been officially identified.
But I
as
will buy
Pokemon,
ZA.
but they do exist. A good
Night
example of this would be
night.
the Pokemon
Sleep
that was
well, Mythos.
modified
Take it
into
easy. They come with the
Genesis,
head
another known
pad.
as the original Galar fossils before they fused them into these monstrosities, or even the substitute. There
So
are many
you're
more
saying
examples,
it's
so I might just make a separate video on
significantly
this someday. Rainbow
hard.
Rocket Getsus killed his N. In Black and White, Getsus' plan is to have N capture Zekrom or Reshiram and then eliminate him to steal it for himself. Since Rainbow Rocket Getsus succeeded,
You've
in achieving
convinced
this, we
me.
can assume
I
that he
like
went on to
this
finish his
idea.
plan of killing
I like this idea. You've given me enough reasons. Not just that I don't want to do it, but like, would that be the one to make me rage? Would that be the one where even more people are like, how are you not mad? Will I actually get mad? I'm just like, no. We're committing. We're going Pogostuck. Map 1's hard, but map 2 is 10 times harder at least. If I somehow magically breeze through the first one, then I'll just go on to the second one. We'll get a full adventure out of Pogostuck. How about that? If one's not enough, I'll do two. So let me change it out, because no one like ever said anything or thought the Bean Boozled one was interesting. People were interested in the hot ones, and I will leave that one there. But that was the stuff like the FNAF charity stream, League of Legends, those ones they're really just filler unless we can think of something better. But I'll come up with stuff if we even get that close. They're filler until then. And I can always add Bean Boozled back later on, but I'd rather take viewer suggestions. Might take you 100 hours for map 2.
Wally's illness stunts growth. We know that Pokemon Red and Blue.
That sounds appealing, but that is because I'm like slightly masochistic, or say this to myself to be masochistic, but actually say this.
Something isn't right. He looks exactly the same, which doesn't make any sense. He should have aged just like Red and Blue did, but he still looks like a kid. This could be because his illness actually stunts his growth, not allowing him to grow.
That makes sense.
There is an alternate theory.
I do remember that and wondered why.
Alpha Sapphire on Victory Road, you can see red flowers in the area. These flowers are called red spider lilies, and they symbolize death in Japan. This might imply that Wally is gonna die soon, which might explain why he stopped aging. He passed away. Giovanni drowned himself. In the Celebi event in after you defeat Giovanni, he walks out of the cave. After that, you hear a loud crashing sound. Not the usual exit sound that plays when you exit an area. People have theorized that after losing everything, he jumped into the water and drowned himself, as he has nothing left to live for. Celestica people disappearing.
But he comes back, so he can have, unless they resurrected him for...
civilization are still there, but the mystery remains unsolved. Toxapex was made to deter people from 6v6 singles format. Toxapex is one of the best Pokemon to stall with, and in singles, it dominated. So people think that this Pokemon was created so people can play how the Pokemon Company wants you to play, with the doubles format. In Generation 9 though, it lost Scald and Knockoff, which balanced it a little more thankfully. Pokemon don't lay eggs. Nobody has ever seen a Pokemon lay an egg. Besides, how would certain Pokemon even lay eggs, let alone make them with other Pokemon, like Wailord and Skitty for example?
They ask a good question.
Mammals still lay eggs.
How does the egg come to be?
A baby in the pouch. Eggs just don't make any sense. So maybe Pokemon
They
don't lay eggs at all. Maybe they just spawn in from some sort of energy or something. Overworld items were held by dead Pokemon. There's a theory that the overworld items that you find were once held by a Pokemon, but they unfortunately passed away. Unable to hold on to their items any longer, they dropped them, leaving them there until someone else can make use of them. Guzma was abused by his father. On Route 2 in Pokemon Sun and Moon, you find a house that might belong to Guzma and his father. If you interact with the golfing clubs, the game informs you that the clubs are all bent, and when talking to
yeah,
the
that
says that they were
was
trying to set their boy straight, but got beat up for that. It's pretty grim for Pokemon to include this.
Yeah, I remember
In
that.
2015, Kevin Norton and James Stumbo made threats on a Facebook post. Stumbo joked about, quote, killing competition at the Pokemon World Championships. He also posted a photo of a shotgun and AR-15 rifle on a car. Both
What
of them
the
were stopped when they tried to
fuck?
enter the tournament building in Boston. Cops discovered that they had also brought guns, ammo, and a knife. Norton and Stumbo were arrested and charged for carrying firearms. It's really scary to think about what would have happened if they were never caught. Looker's Croagunk. Although he doesn't battle using his Croagunk, we know that Looker had one. It's basically his partner. In
Hey,
Pokemon
I'd be
X and Y,
down.
though, it's said that one
I
of his
just need to
Pokemon
know
was
if people
killed,
are
but they never
interested.
specify if it was Croagunk or another
I've not
Pokemon.
touched League
It
in a
most likely
long
died
time.
Case, which must have been tragic for
But I
Looker.
think it's
like
enough
Ash
of a
lost his
meme that I would do
Masuda
it
signed
as a
leaks.
thing.
Before the Alola Starter final evolutions were officially revealed, their concept art was leaked online for everyone to see. A fan who happened to be in Japan at the time made fan art of them and brought them directly to Junichi Masuda after winning a chance to meet him at a Tokyo Skytree Pokemon Center. Upon seeing and signing it, Masuda said something along the lines of, "These haven't been officially released yet," which is surprising. You would think he would be panicked or even mad, but it seems like he really didn't care. So this leads to another theory. Game Freak leaks their own info. There are a ton of Pokemon leaks,
Yeah.
a suspicious amount of them, so some people think that maybe it's actually Game Freak themselves leaking their own information to generate
But I
hype.
think
I doubt that's the case, but it is
there's
strange that there's so
no,
many
I think there's
insiders
actually
leaking
good use
information
case
to
from
Pokemon
doing
lore.
that.
Before you fight Lieutenant Surge, he mentions being a former soldier and his electric Pokemon
It's
saved him during the
publicity.
war. Some believe that this war was between Kanto and Johto, since they're so close to each other. Blue's parents and Red's father might have been casualties. However, Black and White 2 talks about a war that happened in Unova, so maybe Lieutenant Surge is from Unova instead, or Kanto and Unova were at war with each other. Cheating in VGC. Despite cheating not being allowed in VGC, many people still do it, and some people aren't the best at hiding it, some openly admitting to it. Kefotix on Twitter analyzed every
I don't know what
2023
VGC is.
Pokemon World Championships team and has found countless hacked Pokemon on people's teams. This wouldn't even be a problem if Pokemon just made a website like Showdown so everyone has access to the same Pokemon, but until then, cheaters will always have an unfair advantage. Blossom's design changed due to Jinx controversy. Blossom's
Oh,
early design showed it
if they
having
can
darker
actually cheat
skin,
within
but
the
the skin
official
color
games, then
actually
I'm
made
glad I
sense
never
since
took
it
the
matched
time
the
out to
design of
put
Oddish,
more time into
and
it.
Vileplume. But because Blossom has a more human design,
Because that
than
means
Victory, it was more
Nintendo
likely to
wouldn't
resemble Black
moderate
Rose,
for
so they
cheated
changed
mon.
it so another Jinx incident didn't happen. Game Freak must have come to that realization
Double
pretty
battles.
late into development though. They published Blossom's dark-skinned artwork before Gold and
Hmm.
Silver released, but when the games hit store shelves in Japan, Blossom sprites had been changed to have green skin with a purple dress. So the change was made sometime between promotion and release. After that, all future artwork and sprites depicted Blossom as green, and dark-skinned Blossom was never seen again. Red lost to Rainbow Rocket Giovanni. Rainbow
Bruh.
Rocket Giovanni
It's like
mentions
people
how
try
he
to
felt
put
nostalgic
racism where
when battling
racism
Red
isn't
in
even a
battle. If he
thing.
felt nostalgic, that might imply that he already battled Red, and likely killed him after so he didn't foil his plans. Arceus' design is a hand. Taking a look at
Wait,
Arceus,
what?
its design may seem to Rainbow Rocket Giovanni. Rainbow Rocket Giovanni mentions how he felt nostalgic when battling the player in their battle. If he felt nostalgic, that might imply that he already battled Red, and likely killed him after so he didn't foil his plans. Arceus' design
I
is a
doubt he
hand.
would have
Taking
killed
a look
him,
at
but
Arceus, its design may seem normal, but some claim
it
that
is
it
interesting that
the hand-shaped
Giovanni
Pokemon.
came back.
In my last iceberg, I talked about Eternatus being the corrupted hand of God, and it looks very similar to Arceus if you get rid of its head, so maybe it is a hand that has become corrupted.
Whoa!
Team Plasma Chiro.
I
Team
never would have
Plasma's
thought
logo looks
about
very similar
that.
to Chiro, a Christian symbol. I made a joke about Ghetsis' Japanese name sounding like Jesus, but maybe it actually was intentional. Team Plasma's outfit also looks very similar to a Crusaders, a religious knight. Rotom Dex is unreliable. Now that Rotom is part of the Pokedex starting with Sun and Moon, it's believed that Pokedex entries have become unreliable now. Rotom is known for being mischievous, so for all we know, it could just be spreading lies. Usain Bolt and Team
Oh,
Skull. There was a
no.
Crunchyroll commercial for Sun and Moon that featured Usain Bolt as a member of Team Skull. The video is private now.
I
for some
remember
reason,
that.
and these commercials were Japanese exclusive.
I
don't know
remember
why they
that.
used Usain Bolt to promote Sun and Moon, but it's pretty funny. Toby Fox is back. In my last iceberg, I mentioned that Undertale creator Toby Fox put a male impregnation song in Sword and Shield. Yeah, it's a long story. Well, anyways, Game Freak didn't seem to care about this because they brought him back as a composer for Scarlet and Violet. He composed the Academy theme, Terror Raid Battle theme, Academy Ace Tournament theme, Battle Zero Lab theme, and the Area Zero theme, Whitewashed Nessa. When Nessa was first
I do
revealed
remember
in the
those
gameplay
bangers of
trailer,
it tracks,
fans loved her
but
design,
wait,
so they started
what?
creating fan art of her. But the trouble started when Japanese artist Najuko drew some fan art of Nessa. People accused them of whitewashing her because she has a noticeable
Oh,
lighter
no,
skin
not
color
this
than what was seen
shit.
in the game and her official artwork. Some people were defending the artist, saying that Nessa has a lighter skin tone in this image because of a pastel or muted color palette along with the lighting. This resulted in an all-out war breaking out on Twitter, with people trying to explain color theory, redrawing the image, and showing what colors they think the artist should have used. Pokemon fans are never
Yep,
happy.
that
No
was
matter
the
what the
thing.
Pokemon company does, fans
That
will
was
never
the
be happy.
thing
This community
when
is
she
known
was
for being
revealed.
extremely toxic in every corner, and that isn't gonna end overnight, no matter what Game Freak does. The toxicity will bleed into anywhere it hasn't and spread like a virus. Pokemon banned in Turkey. In the year 2000, Turkey's government ordered a TV channel to stop airing the Pokemon anime after 2 children leapt from balconies believing they had superhuman powers. It doesn't just end there though. A 7-year-old girl and a 4-year-old boy were both injured in falls from high-rise buildings in 2 separate incidents. For some reason, they attributed the cause of all of
There
these
will
incidents to
always be
Pokemon,
white
which they
knights
claim
out
shows
there.
creatures that can do things such as
Or
leap from
people that
balconies.
actually do
Sounds
the
like
crime.
parents trying to shift blame from themselves. This was the first country to ban Pokemon, but this ban only lasted until 2002. Chateau poisoning. The old chateau has many ghosts, and some believe that the chateau's residents were all poisoned. Evidence pointing to this is an antidote found in the trash cans of one of the rooms. Ash's death in the original draft of the
Oh.
first film. In the original trailer of Mewtwo Strikes Back, Pikachu is seen with an older looking Misty and a child. With Ash being turned to stone, he was probably meant to die. Vi, and Pikachu would go with Misty, unless Ash just turned out to be a deadbeat like his father. The original movie
Wait,
director didn't
what?
like this, though. They claim that this isn't supposed to be an older Misty, it's just a random woman, but I don't know. It looks way too similar to her. And the
No,
fact
no,
that
no,
there's a
it's definitely
Pikachu there
like
waiting
based
for
on her.
fuels the theory even more. Wigglytuff
Wait, but what
orchestrated
is that?
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon 2 events. Wigglytuff might not be as
what?
dumb as he's made out to be, actually being a genius in putting up a facade. The player has a vision of how to enter Waterfall Cave, and the vision has a silhouette of Wigglytuff, but when questioned, he says that he has no idea what you're talking about. Your partner has never gone on an expedition
Also,
before,
map
so
2
why would they have the relic
is
fragment in the
too
first
hard,
place?
and map
It's likely
1
that Wigglytuff took it
is
and gave
easy.
it to
There's
your
map
partner, and he
3
knew that the player
or
would
4
go
in
back in time
Invis
all
map
along. Korean
1
VGC
or map
Metronome protest. In June of
Ice map 1.
2023, a group of Korean players
Damn,
were
so
banned
it's
from a
like
VGC
legitimately
tournament after they
a hard
coordinated
game.
protest where they used
If I
Pokemon
want
that
it to
only
be.
knew Metronome.
I'm
They were
excited.
protesting because they weren't happy with the way the Korean League managed the competitive events, like having battles in a best-of-1 format and banning players for no reason. These 4 Korean players protesting were banned because they were apparently using hacked Pokemon, which made people even more mad because instead of listening to their feedback, they banned them and moved on. Pokemon scientific names. Much like animals in our world, Pokemon also have scientific names. We know this because of a Pokedex entry stating that Oddish's scientific name is Odium Wanderus, which sounds absolutely adorable. The only other Pokemon that we know has a scientific name is Kabutops, whose name is Kabutops maximus. This sort of reminds me of the naming scheme Paradox Pokemon use. While they're not as literal as Raging Bolt, it's the closest we've gotten to more scientific
What the
names.
fuck were
Pokemon
those?
and humans are separate. Masuda claims that humans and Pokemon are separate, but Sinnoh folktales talk about a time where humans and Pokemon may have been viewed
Were
as
those
one and the
Paradox
same. In the
versions
library,
of
it
the
states, there once were Pokemon that became very close
dogs?
to humans. There once were humans and Pokemon that ate together at the same table. It was a time when there existed no differences to distinguish the two. What changed that distinguished them, though? Ghetsis starves Wayless to evolve early. The theory goes that Ghetsis forces Wayless to evolve by starving one of his heads, forcing the other one to evolve early. Hydreigon only has one head, but Zweilous has 2, so one of them had to have died. If this happened to a Pokemon, it would obviously hate its trainer. And Ghetsis' Hydreigon has a max power frustration, Acid Rain. Acid Rain is a glitch that can occur in Pokemon Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver that triggers when multiple types of weather are active at once, damaging all Pokemon on the field. Even though it was discovered before the English release of Platinum, they never bothered fixing it in the English release or in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. If any weather effect is in effect excluding rain, and a player uses Pursuit on a Pokemon that is switching out on that turn and causes it to faint, this glitch will become active. Upon sending out the next Pokemon, the weather will have changed, and all 4 types of weather will be occurring at once until the battle ends. Meat explained. In a Game Informer
Meat?
interview, they ask Masuda if meat in the Pokemon world is Pokemon. Junichi Masuda says, there's a lot of fruits and vegetables in the world of Pokemon. There is also a variety of snacks and various candies and whatnot that come from the different regions. The Pokemon world is much more technologically advanced than the world of our own, so perhaps there is probably a lot of different food that we can't even think of. It basically goes on to explain that the meat in the Pokemon world is artificial, so I guess that answers one of the many questions about the Pokemon world that we have. Silver and Giovanni are not blood related. In the Pokemon Adventures manga,
I still want to
Silver
think
has
you
the blood
can
type
eat
AB, but Giovanni has an
Pokemeat.
O blood type. This would make it impossible for Giovanni to be Silver's biological father, due to the genotypes not being correlated to one another. Machoke's skin is being ripped.
Wait,
Some think that
what?
the red line Giovanni are not blood related. In the Pokemon Adventure
He's adopted? I mean, that would explain the redhead hair color, but like, does that get expanded upon?
Adventures manga, Silver has the blood type AB, but Giovanni has an O blood type. This would make it impossible for Giovanni to be Silver's biological father, due to the genotypes not being correlated to one another. Machoke's skin is being ripped. Some think that the red lines on Machoke could be his skin being ripped apart because of how large its muscles are, which I could imagine
That
is
would be
very unique to
hilarious.
Pokemon. Player's original life. The player from Mystery Dungeon forgets their past life. We have no idea which world they
I mean, you
came from or
could,
how
but
their old
probably
life used to
shouldn't.
be,
Don't
but we can
have
assume that they're
to.
just meant to be
Is the
us,
point?
taken from our own world into the Mystery Dungeon world. Jackred. Jackred is a glitch trainer that can be found in Generation 1. Its name is derived
Yeah,
from a combination of
the
names that
Poke.
the player can choose for
Oh,
themselves
that would
and their
explain the
rival. Those two names are Jack
Poketels.
and Red, creating Jackred.
I
You can
forgot.
battle
I don't
Jackred
remember
by
the
performing the dinner
Tangela
glitch
eat
with a special
thing,
stat
but
of 200,
I
and
believe
unlike
it.
other glitch trainers, Jackred doesn't have a sprite.
But that
You can crash
explains the
instantly. There's
Poketel
also a
thing.
ZZ variant of Jackred, who can be found using the same method, just with using the move Growl 1 or 2 times. If you escape the battle, the player
So
will
it's
be in a
not
glitch
that
city,
it
and
doesn't
if you
exist
open your
or it
menu,
can't
in the rock
happen,
itself, Mato's hand.
but
Mato
they
was the illustrator for the Pokemon
do
Adventures
have
manga until
more
Volume
advanced
9. He was
technology
replaced
and
by Satoshi
options,
Yamamoto. The reason she
and
was
it's
replaced
not
was
the
because she got
norm.
some sort of sickness that was never specified. Anywhere you look, It just says that she got sick
Interesting.
in 2 weeks, so she was unable to draw. She actually does still draw on Twitter though. Her Twitter handle is MatoBook2016, and her art looks really good, so it's likely that she recovered, or maybe she just got really good at drawing with her other hand. Ronsei is a supercontinent. Taking a
I've
look
heard
at
of
the
a lot
Ronsei
of
region
artists
from
that have
Pokemon Conquest, you can see
had
little segments
something
of
like that
regions we've
happen.
already visited in other games. Ronsei could be the Pangea of the Pokemon world, with it breaking off in the future to become other regions in modern-day Pokemon. Legends Arceus timeline. It's not explicitly said how long ago Legends Arceus takes place. Some people claim it to be around 100-ish years ago, which just doesn't seem
100?
right. When I think of Legends Arceus, I perceive it to be around maybe 200 years ago. 100 just seems way too
I
close
was
to the modern
overshooting,
timeline.
thinking
They claim that
1,000.
Pokemon are terrifying creatures, but AZ was befriending one 3,000 years ago, so surely in
And
those
that's
3,000
because of
years, something might
Kalos
have changed.
bias.
Lavender Town has no bodies. It's said that Lavender Town has bodies of dead Pokemon, but that might not necessarily be the case. Lavender Town could just contain the Pokeballs of dead Pokemon. In Gold and Silver, the tower is remodeled into a radio station, with anything from the original tower being shoved into Mr. Fuji's house. His home has much less room than the tower did, so that could mean that the Pokeballs are what's left to remember dead Pokemon, unless he just chose favorites and told the other dead Pokemon to fuck off, but I doubt that's what happened. Furry bait starters. Starting with Generation 6, there's constantly been a starter that people would consider to be furry bait. Delphox in
Marketing.
Generation 6, Primarina and Incineroar in Generation 7, Cinderace in Generation 8, and Meowscarada in Generation 9. So some people suspect
Meowscarada
that
is
Game
hot.
Freak might be doing this on purpose. There's no way that they're
I believe the
completely
Gen 1
unaware of
deck
what
says
people
something
draw.
about
This
cooking
has to be some sort
Farfetch
of marketing ploy to get degenerates
with
to buy
its
more
leak.
merch or something. Takeshi Shido
Oh.
Draws, the original director of the Pokemon anime.
Maybe that's why
Takeshi Shido would
Farfetch
heavily
is so
consume
rare.
alcohol and tranquilizers while writing. He claimed that it helped clear his mind while he was working, but this ultimately ended up contributing to his failing health. He said that when he can't drink,
Aw.
he takes tranquilizers instead. He says he has methods to know if he's been drinking too much and he's reaching his limit. His methods consisted of reciting 10 digits of pi, asking himself what 1 + 1 is, explaining the Fermat's principle, and explaining the Poincare conjecture. When any of those became difficult, it means that he was at his limit, and if he drinks anymore, he won't be able to work as effectively. This kinda explains all of the wacky journeys Ash went on in the early seasons of the anime, but it's pretty sad that this ended up contributing to his
Aw.
demise. Ditto Mew clone answered. In an interview in 2012, Junichi Masuda was asked about Ditto being a failed clone of Mew, and he claims that this is the first time he's ever heard that rumor, and ends it
Really?
at that. When asked if that was his only answer, he said, "In terms of how Pokemon are designed, they are each their own unique living being. The unique thing about Ditto is that it's a Pokemon that can change forms, but each Pokemon we create with its own unique element, so we just make sure that they're all individual life forms of their own." I have no fucking idea what he's even talking about. It's like he's dodging the question and just spouting nonsense. Unknown and Ultra Beast connection. According to Pokemon Mystery Files, a website Hitomi briefly appeared on, scientists theorize that there's a connection between Unknown and Ultra Beast, which is honestly pretty insane because we never hear about this anywhere else, and Ultra Beasts are very
Oh,
mysterious
really?
creatures, so maybe Unknown is an Ultra Beast. Other Ultra Beast starters. We learn that Poipole originates from Ultra Megalopolis
Aw.
in Ultra Space, and it's apparently a popular starter Pokemon, or I guess in this case Ultra Beast. So what are the other starter Ultra Beasts? The type trio could be ground, poison, and grass, with Poipole already having the poison part covered. We just gotta see the other two. Meltan home region. Meltan has no confirmed home region, which is really bizarre. Meltan comes from Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Go takes place in real life. So could Meltan be a Pokemon from Earth? Creatures Inc. Yasukuni Shrine. In January 2019,
I didn't even know that was a
Creatures Inc.
Pokemon.
posted a tweet showing their staff members visiting the Yasukuni Shrine. The shrine honors fallen Japanese
Wait, so that's a
warriors
Go
according to Shinto
exclusive
tradition, but it's
Pokemon?
highly controversial due to having several military officials that were convicted of war crimes. This caused outrage among fans from South Korea and China, two regions that Japan
I was about to
colonized
say,
and
is that
committed war
Kim?
crimes to. The tweet was deleted, and an apology was issued by Creatures Inc. on their website and on the Korean and Chinese Pokemon websites. Generation 2 prevents you from breeding. Every 250 steps has a small
Wait,
chance
what?
that the compatible parents will lay an egg, since at the end of the day it's just a coin toss. You can in theory go on forever without getting an egg, if you're unlucky. In Generation 2 only, if the defense IVs of two Pokemon are the exact same, and the special IVs are either the same or different by 8, they can't breed. This is because of how IVs are passed down from parents, which suggests that the Pokemon are basically related. Tup voiced based on Jesse Pinkman. There's a Team Skull grunt named Tup in the English dub of the anime, which sounds like Jesse Pinkman, a character from Breaking Bad. Someone asked Tup's voice actor, Billy Bob Thompson, if this was intentional, and he confirms that it was.
Like I came to you begging to cook meth. Oh, hey, nerdy's old dude I know. You want to come cook Crystal? Please.
Those tacky uniforms tell me you're not from Alola. Where are you from?
Kanto, you masked dork!
What's a Kanto?
Oh, wow.
Bootleg San Antonio Pokemon Center. The River Center Mall in San Antonio, Texas has this bootleg Pokemon store called Pokemania. From what I can tell, most of the products there are bootlegs, and surprisingly, it's still up and running till this day. And I don't think it's leaving anytime soon. It's already been there since 2017, maybe even longer. Even though the store is called Pokemania, you're able to see Dragon Ball related stuff along with Demon Slayer. Guess they had to broaden their horizons. Red depressed after Generation 1. Some theorize that after the
I think this is legit.
became depressed, knowing that he was now the strongest trainer in the world and nobody can come close to him. So he went to the top of Mount Silver, not to train, but to isolate himself, hoping that somebody will one day surpass him and he can finally have something to work towards. I guess it really is lonely at the top. Old Chateau Rotom.
I'll be honest, I don't just think it's the idea of being a silent pro tag. I feel like there are some indications, although I can't think of any right now, that they did, you know, at least maybe had somewhat of a voice, although not much. Just because you do not speak in the earlier games, that was just a thing. But some of the interactions would imply that something had been said. However, when you see Red again in Gen 2, it just, the way that it was set up just came off so eerie. And then, ever since then, he it's not a soft-spoken, it's a very neutral or serious. Yeah, I wonder though.
You can find in Diamond and Pearl, you find two journals, one belonging to Sharon and the other having an unknown author, but it's implied to be Cyrus. It can't be Sharon because he's never seen a Rotom before. In the journal, the author finds a Rotom and befriends it, and it says that they'll be friends forever. There's only one Rotom in the entire game, that being the one found in the old chateau, so it's likely that this is the same Rotom. This might just be a coincidence, but Cyrus from Rainbow Rocket is the only member to interact with the Rotom Dex. Mega Stones can be created. There's one massive plot hole relating to Mega Evolution. How exactly does Mewtwo have a Mega Evolution? Not just one, mind you, two of them. Mewtwo didn't exist when the ultimate weapon was fired, so a Mega Stone for it shouldn't have formed. This probably means that people can make Mega Stones, so maybe we'll be getting more of them in the future. Pikachu localized as a
we
Mega
wish.
Tiger in the US. In an interview with the Pokemon Company president, Tsunekazu Ishihara, he reveals that Nintendo of America had some really strange ideas for how Pikachu should be localized in the West. They said that the original design was too cute, so they submitted their own designs, and he couldn't believe the kind of stuff they were proposing. They had apparently turned Pikachu into a tiger with huge breasts, looking like something from the Cats musical. When they asked how is this supposed to be Pikachu, they said, well look, there's a tail right there. This probably would have killed Pokemania in the West if they did do this, and 4Kids would have one hell of a job censoring Pikachu. Pokemon anything. Pokemon truly has corrupted us in our collective consciousness. Think of any product. I can almost guarantee you that there's a Pokemon variant of it. Pokemon utensils, already a thing. Pokemon lamp, been there, done that. You aren't able to escape it anymore. You could probably live exclusively off of Pokemon-related merchandise at this point. Misfortune
That would be a
Chibi.
thing
Many
to
people
see.
remember playing a game called Misfortune.
I
but
remember
there's no
this.
proof of its actual existence. Similar to Polybius, the game has no credits, so it's not known who created it. You play as a young boy exploring a gothic building. The player is then met with an entity. They don't say who they are, but some claim that it's a representation of Baphomet or Beelzebub, or even the devil. The being says it exists within the very fabric of reality, and asks if you wish to challenge it. Saying yes sends you to a bunch of maze-like rooms, each filled with pit drops, locked doors, keys, and traps. The most well-known level is one with 4 small cabins. It says, choose wrong, and misfortune will befall your loved ones.
And the thing is,
Play.
this is
The
a
player
game you
makes
could
a mistake. The
supposedly
screen will cut to
access
black
through
and show a detailed image of a demon along with the dialogue box
multiple
reading, "I am God," in
carts.
what appears to be blood-styled writing. In the late 1990s, people started talking about this game, claiming that the side effects of this game was depression and dread
Yep.
shortly after seeing the game over screen. Prominent members of online forums who talked about feeling these symptoms
I
were thought to
remember
have
all
died
of
or
this.
disappeared when they suddenly became inactive without warning. Many people believe this to all be just one sick joke. People attributed these side effects effects to be caused by the game's soundtrack. This is believed to be the inspiration of Lavender Town Syndrome. Again, no ROMs of this game exist, and those who have played it stumbled upon it on accident. According to these people, some Game Boy games contain misfortune in them. You were able to trigger it by cheating or glitching in the game, and depending on what game you trigger it in, misfortune would borrow assets and sprites from its host game. Games it's known to be in are Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, Spud's Adventure, Pucci Karat, Ada Liar Mary, and Pokemon Red. Some recreations of this game exist, but some warn against playing such a game. Do any of you remember playing this game? The Pokemon World.
I'll be
Although we might
honest,
perceive the Pokemon World to be
I think I was going to try to figure out if I could do it or not. And I feel like it could have also been done with Pokemon Yellow. And I think I don't know if I was ever. I think I tried to get it to work, but I think the steps to recreate it, just I ADHD kicked in, and I was just like, I don't feel like doing this. I'll do it later, and I'll do it later never happened. Seeing a creepypasta buried alive being recreated into a real cartridge by only using a glitch that manipulates the RAM memory. Oh.
be fun. And do any of you remember playing this game? The Pokemon. This game exists.
Hold on, I
Some
need
warn
to.
against playing such a game. Do any of you Pokemon Red? Some Link's
I want
Awakening
to copy
borrow
paste this
assets and
somewhere
sprites
real
from its host
quickly.
game. Games it's depending on what game you trigger it in, misfortune them. You were able to trigger it by cheating.
Yeah, I need that
According to these
image.
people, some Game Boy
I need to see if anybody else is gonna respond to this image alone.
games contain videos. Trust me, I've checked. I've been inspired by my bootlegs to finally make a sequel to the Pokemon Iceberg. If you weren't familiar with the term iceberg, let me give a quick little rundown. An iceberg hidden deep within every
Wait.
fandom are mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and I'll do
I
my
fucked up,
absolute
didn't
best
I,
to
by
make the most
accident?
element, so we just make sure that they're all individual life forms of their own. I have no fucking idea what he's even talking. Makes a mistake.
Sorry about
the
that.
screen will cut to black, and to be blood of this game was talked about feeling these symptoms, or thought to have died or joke. People attributed these side effects to be caused by the game's soundtrack. This is believed to be the inspiration of Lavender Town Syndrome. Again, no ROMs of this game exist, and those who have played it stumbled upon it on accident. According to these people, some Game Boy games contain misfortune in them. You were able to trigger it by cheating or glitching in the game, and depending on what game you trigger it in, misfortune would borrow assets and sprites from its host game. Games it's known to be in are Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, Spud's Adventure, Pucci Karat, Ada Liar Mary, and Pokemon Red. Some recreations of this game exist, but some warn against playing such a game. Do any of you remember playing this game? The Pokemon World. Although we might perceive the Pokemon World to be fun and positive, the harsh reality is that it really isn't. Each region has its own evil team that they would have to worry about, some worse than others, but their reign of terror would have continued if it wasn't for the player. Children have to travel the world alone. There's the constant threat of Pokemon killing you, and some believe that Pokemon takes place after a war, which is why there's so many absent father figures. Some also believe that the Pokemon world is structured to create strong trainers to fight in a war when they're ready, encouraging them to defeat each gym and challenge the champion, which would funnel them into becoming a strong trainer. It gets much worse, but I'll
Japan
explain
secretly
down the
training
iceberg.
people for JDF.
Pokemon take over the future. The future paradox Pokemon and Pokemon Violet have people wondering, what happened to all biological life? Is everything replaced by machinery? And is the future doomed to be a dystopia? These future paradox Pokemon are really strong, and if it weren't for us closing the portal, they likely would have taken over our world and destroyed it too. Relicanth is the perfect life form. In Pokemon Ultra Moon, Relicanth's Pokedex entry reads, the reason it hasn't changed at all in 100 million years is that it's apparently already a perfect life form. Relicanth is based on a Coelacanth, a fish that has also barely evolved over the past 100 million years because their habitat doesn't change either, but Coelacanths do still evolve, whereas Relicanth doesn't, so maybe it is a perfect life form after all. This also means that we will never see a regional variant of Relicanth, since it wouldn't need to adapt to anything. Pokephilia Waifumons. There are a ton of Pokemon that people have sexualized for absolutely no reason, on top of Vaporeon being one. Others consist of Hatterene, Alcremie, Lilligant, Meowscarada, Goodra, Meloetta, and so much more. The list can go on forever. It's really strange because some of these don't even resemble a human at all, like Alcremie for example, and some are related to very specific fetishes like Goodra. I have no idea what this slime goo fetish is called, and I don't really want to Google it to find out.
I
don't
mean,
think Game Freak designs these Pokemon like this on
R34.
purpose. It's probably the internet just being the internet. The King Nappy. The King Nappy was a well-known PokeTuber who did primarily Nuzlocke. Nappy and Hoodlum Scrafty had a falling out, and neither one of them would explain what had happened. This was all explained though when Nintendo Decoder and Vegas Jamie were exposed for showing predatory behavior. Most of the group knew and tried to help Nathan, but they didn't expose him. Nappy was peer pressured by his fans to call him out since his voice would have been the loudest because of his following, but something happened that nobody saw coming. Hoodlum Scrafty exposed Nappy for grooming him into a relationship when he was only 16 years old, while Nappy was 22. He wasn't sure about his sexuality or comfortable with the age difference, but he went along with it anyway. After they broke up, Nappy bans Callum from the little group they had, which explains why he was absent for a while. And if you think that's where the story ends, you'd be wrong. It gets so much worse. Stormy Kingdra also came forward and exposed Nappy for forcing him into a relationship when he was 17 years old. Game Boy Luke also exposed Nappy for attempting to get into a relationship with him, and while it was legal, he still felt extremely pressured to do it. After rejecting him, Luke was blacklisted from the group for a bit. Nappy responded to all of this in a Twitch stream, explaining
Bruh.
his side of the story, coming out as bisexual, and made the story sound like an incoherent mess, ending the stream shortly after. Then in 2019, Nappy returned on Twitch, explaining his disappearance relating to personal issues.
But how does
Nappy
this
would
relate to
explain by the end of the
Pokemon?
stream. He started his blind Let's Play of Sword and Shield and ended stream without any explanation, making many people mad. Then, Numb Nexus, JYT Gamer, and Shady Penguin said that Nappy was self-serving, selfish, unwilling to help others despite his wealth, and overall a toxic figure. He tried making another comeback 4 months ago, but everyone is pretty much done with him at this point. First, Dead Faller. As I mentioned earlier, Fallers radiate a certain energy that
Anywho.
attracts Ultra Beasts. Looker explains that there was a previous female Faller before Annabelle, but she's heavily implied to have been killed by Guzzlord. The international police has taken note of this, so they use Fallers in their missions to locate Ultra Beast, without the Fallers knowing that they're simply being used as bait. 10 years before the events of Sun and Moon, Nanu, Looker, and an unnamed female Faller were tracking an Ultra Beast. The Looker hesitated for a moment, and the unnamed Faller was done in by the UB, as Nanu puts it. The way they talk about this incident heavily implies that the female Faller did not survive the mission, which makes it pretty disturbing that they were willing to put Annabelle at risk without herself even knowing. Tentaquill. This was a fake Pokemon created by a
Yeah,
fake
that one
user
was
during a
weird.
Draw Your Favorite Pokemon thread on July 22nd, 2010. They created a strange creature that sort of looks like a blue Politoed with bushy yellow eyebrows and yellow claws. When asked what it was, they simply replied by saying, "It's a Tentaquill." Since then, it's sort of become an unofficial mascot for the board and has appeared in a few ROM hacks with the ability Immunity and
Wow.
a signature move called Puke Blood. But fast forward to 2018, the Pokemon Gold and Silver beta was leaked to the public, containing tons of unused sprites, items, and Pokemon. But to everyone's shock, there was an unreleased Pokemon containing
Hold
tons
on.
of unused sprites, items.
Some of those looks like they probably would have been pretty cool. We see a early version of Leafeon in the bottom right, but that might have been scrapped, then came back. But it could have been a really early design for what Shaman would have become. But it's also weird that there's like an Apom cat. Ipom or Apom was released in this gen, right? There is a recreation using the leaked beta ROM for making it playable. Interesting. So the bird next to Togepi is an early design. There's sprite for Ho-Oh. I'll be honest, the 3 elemental dogs, I'm glad they had a retake. The Pinsir variant is Nightmare Fuel. The Lickitung Poly, or that one's just interesting. Steelix just got a second sprite. It's still Steelix. I wonder what the one is. That a Kingdra? Was that like an alternative version of what was Chansey's evolution? There was a Jiangshi, Murkrow. What? That Farfetch design, though. Cute, but weird kind of Thunder Rat thing that just completely got scrapped. Delibird. I feel like the fire thing next to it got made into something else. Oh god, that Weeping Bellsprout thing is scary. Blossom, I think, got a different design. Early designs for Elekid, Magmar. I forget either name. Mr. Mime Jr. looked like an egg. Pippa, Hip-Up, whatever the thing was called. I don't recognize the thing on the left of it. Hitmontop. The egg form. Octoly, Remoraid. Oh, the little shell thing that bites the Slowbro at one point was separate. Early designs for the Umbreon, Espeon. Probably a Pokédoll sprite for that used whatchamacallit. Also that Ladybug. Just interesting stuff.
And Pokemon, but to everyone's shock, there was an unreleased Pokemon that stood out among the rest. This Pokemon looked almost identical to the Tentacle drawing. Some say maybe the original artist saw it.
You like the groovy plant?
Screenshots, but others think that this is proof of the Mandela effect.
How are you doing,
People stepping
Pancake?
into parallel worlds, and the artist just so happens to come from one where Tentacle is a real Pokemon. Master Ball not mass-produced due to ethics. It's said that Pokemon can choose whether they want to stay in a thrown Pokeball, depending on whether they believe the trainer is worthy or not. This is
I think
further
this one
backed
is
up by the
true.
fact that some traded Pokemon are not willing to listen to their new trainers until they have enough gym
Insomnia.
The Master Ball,
Ah,
however, has a
I feel that
100%
I need to go to
catch rate,
sleep
meaning
after
that
this.
the
It's
free
just
will of Pokemon
we were
is
gonna
no
sleep
longer taken
earlier,
into
but it's just like,
consideration. So mass
and
producing
then I
Master
keep
Balls would
talking
effectively make any
and
Pokemon trainer
pausing.
using
It's
them
just
a
like,
slave owner, which isn't exactly
we're a
something
slave
want
to
be known
this
for. Pokemon marriage.
this
Apparently, there
giant
was a time
iceberg
where
right now.
Pokemon and humans could get married, which begs the question: why did they think this was okay, and at what point was this considered taboo? This sort of change doesn't happen overnight, and why did this catch on in the first place? DMCA'd Haven comic. There was an NSFW Pokemon fan comic that ended up getting a cease and desist from Nintendo, which is
Wait,
strange
what?
because companies don't usually go after people creating Rule 34 artwork. The comic was created by Insomniac Overlord and involves Pokemon going to a resort to breed. They likely sent the cease and desist because the artist was posting it on their Patreon, requiring users to pay for it. That only begs the question though, how the fuck did the Pokemon company find this? Insomniac Overlord has since created an original comic
What?
by the name of Passion Tail Isle. That's basically the Haven comic but using original characters instead of Pokemon. Mystery Dungeon takes place in a Rainbow Rocket universe. Rainbow Rocket consists of villains from
Wow.
universes where their plans succeeded. The consequences of some of their plans, however, would mean the end of humanity as we know it, leaving a world where only Pokemon exist. and
Also, it's
leaving
simply
remnants of
another
civilizations.
parallel.
An example of this would be the Decrepit Lab Friend area in Red and Blue Rescue
I
Team,
swear
an
there are
abandoned lab
multiple
built by humans
timelines going on
long
with
ago, left to fall
Pokemon,
into
just
disrepair.
like
It is
Zelda.
now the home to Pokemon. So humans did exist in the Mystery Dungeon universe at some point, but they're no longer around. Pokemon uses Lamarckism instead of Darwinism. Lamarckism is the belief that organisms can pass physical characteristics to their offspring that their parents acquired during their lifetime, similar to Pokemon passing down moves, IVs, abilities, Pokeballs, natures, and forms down to their children. Darwinism utilizes an entire species for natural selection, using random mutations to pass down to their offspring,
This is true.
and seeing which one would best benefit the creation.
A
I suppose
multiverse?
Darwinism could apply to
Uh-huh.
regional variants instead, since those did evolve to have different traits over time. Anime is a parallel world. The entirety of the Pokemon
It has
anime
to
takes
be.
place in a parallel world. The protagonists don't exist here though, and when they do, they don't fulfill the role they were supposed to. So is this world forever doomed without them? Why do some characters completely cease to exist? Everything is so similar yet so different.
The
1996
movesets?
Pokedex lore book. In 1996,
Yeah.
there was a Pocket Monster encyclopedia detailing
It'd at
many
least
facts
be a
about Pokemon and
hybrid.
insane information about the Pokemon world. One of those being the origins of Pokemon. Apparently, Pocket Monsters first appeared 2 million years ago. The first study of Pokemon was undertaken in the late 18th century by a French author, Baron Tajirin. Pokemon spread throughout Western Europe to include England, Germany, Spain, and Italy. In step with the incredible progress of transportation technology, the academic movement found a home in Japan at the end of the 19th century. This book also confirms that Red is 11 years old and has disturbing imagery of Pokemon killing children. Diglett was the first Pokemon. The question, who is the first Pokemon, has many different answers. Bulbasaur,
But why
Rhydon,
Diglett?
Mew, Arceus, Rowlet, and Victini. Rhydon
Encounters
is
an alt.
first Pokemon designed by
Oh.
Satoshi Tajiri, but Shigeki Morimoto mentioned that he made up Diglett when he was still a kid, meaning that Diglett was created before Rhydon by decades, making Diglett the first Pokemon ever conceived. Berlicify. Berlicify is a YouTuber that a lot of people don't like because of his toxic behavior. He really does not like anyone who cheats in video games, and yeah, don't get me wrong, I think cheaters are lame too, but he takes it to a different level by attacking other YouTubers and making full-on videos about them. He just has beef with pretty much everyone.
Wow.
I'm probably gonna be next one of these days. He had a lot of beef with Poketips, which I don't know how that's even possible. He just uploads tips and tutorial videos. I can't really get into every controversy because that's way too much lore, but two things he's notorious for saying is the spirit of Pokemon, whatever that means, and hating Legends Arceus. I think it's fine to have your own opinion, but
Bruh,
don't
if
attack
you hate
people over it.
Arceus,
Just agree to
then,
disagree and move on. Distant Kingdom Pedo.
I
A Twitter
don't go.
user made a tweet saying, pedophilia is not a mistake. It is a crime, and I think most, if not everyone, can agree with this statement. But a YouTuber known as Distant Kingdom quote retweeted saying, "Should you be jailed for your thoughts?" Which is such a fucking wild thing to say about pedophilia. Naturally, backlash followed, but he stood his ground and said, "But should those thoughts, or any thoughts, be illegal?" Which is what I'm asking. Someone responds to him saying, "But I don't get your argument. All the thread is saying is that pedophilia is wrong. You can't punish people for their thoughts. It's if they act upon said thoughts that becomes the problem. That being said, if you are having thoughts like that, get help." And instead of backing down, Distant Kingdom doubles down saying, "Pedophilia is wrong, but is it a crime?" And when told yes, it is a crime, he says, "So a non-offending pedo should go to jail?" I have no idea what's going through this man's head.
Oh my
These aren't really the thoughts
God.
people have. People also find it strange that he uses a mod to get rid of the majority of Marnie's clothes, and mods that make the player character barefoot. He has a lot of explaining to do. Daycare, sex tape, college humor, now known as Dropout because apparently a ton of people got fired. I don't know, that's a whole nother thing
Okay,
I
so
won't get
I
into.
figure something out. The void is the dark stuff that is, you know, actual stuff. And then the point of no return is like it broke the scope of the game and it's just
Uploaded a video where they claim that you
relevant
could unlock a
but
sex scene
not
in Pokemon X and Y.
applicable.
In the video, they claim that using Cut on the Bush outside of the daycare gives you access to a window, allowing you to watch your Pokemon breed. The cutscene that plays is an animation of Ditto and Snorlax breeding, and while not necessarily being graphic, I'm not going to show too much of it, if at all. Eventually, the video he used to cut down the bush shows up, and they have 3 players in the scene. Many people were convinced that this was real when they were younger. Giratina and Necrozma, Abrahamic symbolism. Giratina represents Satan, and Necrozma represents Lucifer. In Judaism, Satan is more of an agent of God that tempts people into sinning, whereas Lucifer is a fallen angel who tried to rebel against God. Giratina isn't really evil, just seen as bad due to his
Interesting.
destroying things. Ultra Necrozma radiates light and is super bright, which mirrors Lucifer being called the Bearer of Light or Morning Star. Pokemon Go death count. I found a website that documents every single death that has occurred because of Pokemon Go, and it's pretty grim to say the least. At the time of writing this, there's been
Wow.
24 deaths and 62 injuries. I'm not sure if this website is still being updated, as the last incident was recorded on August 18th, 2022, but it's scary to think that something as innocent as playing Pokemon Go can lead to such tragedies. Misty transforming into Vaporeon. This is an edit of
Oh
the scene
no,
where
I
Ash and
remember
Pikachu are
this.
getting zapped by lasers. The art style closely mimics the original series, which caused many people to believe that this scene was from a banned episode. It honestly fooled me too. When I saw it, I was like, I don't remember this scene from the anime.
Oh, it was a spoof, kind of.
Apparently, there's now an edit by the same artist of Serena turning into Braixen, racist/pedophilic Smogon staff. Smogon has had many scandals involving its staff members.
The
Some of the more
Braixen
notable
one might,
ones are Spinella, a mod and
get
30-year-old
nice.
man who claimed to be a lesbian girl to groom young girls. Ponter, a site admin
What?
who was caught grooming teenage girls, and numerous other members like Rodon, who all of them had a private Discord where they shared highly racist views and doxed someone. Smogon has attempted covering these incidents up by removing posts talking about them. Precious Leaf. Precious Leaf was a user that frequently posted on 4chan's VP boards as well as Twitter, making his first appearance in 2019, single-handedly ruining all of VP and Leaf threads for years. The best way I can describe Precious Leaf is the Chris Chan of the Pokemon community, just with not as much lore. He obsessed over the character Leaf to an unhealthy degree, getting into fights with anyone who says anything bad about her, and just overall fighting over her. He also seemed to believe that Leaf was a real person, and gets really mad if you call Green Leaf, and vice versa. People believed him to be a schizophrenic
What?
and mentally unwell. He claimed to be
Oh
around 30
no.
years old, and says that he loves Leaf, but not sexually, and didn't understand the concept of sex apparently. He also owned a ton of super rare Charizard cards, and believed that he himself was red, but something nobody saw coming happened. It turns out that Precious Leaf has been trolling everyone for the past 4 years. The person everyone thought to be a schizo and a complete idiot has been playing the whole community this whole time. His true identity? A user by the name of Mario to Plumber. If you recognize his name, it's because they were the same person who hated Rosalina so much that he bought a fuck ton of Rosalina amiibos, spending over $4,000 because he didn't want any of her fans getting them and quote, cooming on her. Mario to Plumber also had some involvement with the Grinch League for Smash Bros, uploading videos where he laughed at the idiots who believed it and was just having a villain monologue pretty much. He predicted the day that the Grinch League came out and claims that nobody will ever come clean with who exactly did it. Back to what I was saying though, he made over 65,000 tweets on the Precious Leaf account, and that's not even counting the ones that aren't on Twitter. He also joined many Pokemon Discord servers and tweeted an image of Leaf every day without fail, kept up to date with every new piece of Leaf information, spent hours spamming photos of Leaf everywhere he could, made a bunch of edits of Red and Leaf together, recorded himself crying, destroying things, and freaking out, spent thousands of dollars on Pokemon Masters EX along with merchandise, all for 4 years straight. And we only know the truth because his real-life wife accidentally ended up revealing that this was all a joke by posting an image of a park, and people linked it back to an image of Precious Leaf. And that's when the world knew the truth. Afterwards, he said, "This persona took a lot of dedication and work for me. Basically, if I wasn't doing anything in real life, I would make a video of my true thoughts through an exaggerated persona. I would create a ruse with some people. He even had a whole list of how to keep this persona up that I'll throw on screen right now. Nobody, and I mean nobody, expected him to be a troll. Not even the entirety of 4chan, which makes people wonder just how much longer he would have kept this up. Well, I was actually able to get an interview with Precious Leaf
That's
himself.
impressive.
He said it was okay for me to talk about this, so thank you. He told me that he was going to reveal that all of this was a joke in December of this year. I asked him just how much of all of this was a joke, and he said that 50% of the persona was real. He still does claim to love Leaf a lot, but this is most likely referring to his actual wife, who cosplays Leaf. I'm not sure if he's still going to do his big reveal in December since, you know, cat's out of the bag, but to be honest, I think this ending fits better than whatever he had planned. He basically ended up manifesting Leaf to become real, and shock the world either way. He uploaded a short video of Leaf and Red talking about her ruining the finale, with Precious Leaf taking her with him to the new channel anyway. Porky Man. Pahil is a Rule 34 site that uses tags to categorize everything. Nintendo actually ended up issuing a takedown to Pahil because the Pokemon tag got more traction than the official Pokemon website, causing it to appear at the top of search results. The Pokemon tag on Pahil is now under a new name, now called Porky Man. Justin RPG. This is an infamous user who claims that he's married to Reshiram and in love with a ton of other legendary Pokemon. He writes bizarre, detailed, ecchi fanfiction about him and his legendaries, with shitty edits to accompany them. He's most known for his I Love Reshiram song, which sounds so comically bad you would think that it's ironic, but it's not.
No, don't do it.
People have memed one of the lyrics where he says love each other over and over again, calling it love each other instead.
As long as you love each other, love each other, love each other, love each other.
Jethro Tex. Dylan, also known as Jethro Tex, was a Pokemon YouTuber who brought joy to many people. He was one of my favorite Pokemon YouTubers.
This is
because he was
great.
funny. He was just really entertaining, but unfortunately, tragedy struck. He suffered from a brain tumor and took a while to recover.
Aw.
But it seemed like all was well for a while. He announced that he was going to take a break from YouTube for a while though. However, things took a dark turn. Dylan took his own life. His two friends, Zelda Master and Munching Orange, made tweets explaining what had happened. Munching Orange and Zelda Master are
Yikes.
both filled with guilt that they couldn't be there for their friend. His story is really sad, and may his legacy live on. Poke Community owner is a pedophile and scammer. Poke Community is a forum that a ton of fangame and ROM hack developers are a part of. However, in March of 2018, the site became the spotlight of a hashtag MeToo movement when it was discovered that the owner, Steve Heffron, was a convicted pedophile and sex offender. It's also suspected that he siphoned money from the site for personal use. As a result of the movement, several members left and disowned the site, taking their projects with them. Lost Pokemon Center. In November of 2001 to mid-2004, there was a Pokemon Center in Manhattan, New York. Mysteriously though, very few photos exist, and there's almost no videos of the store. Some claim that the employees prevented people from filming, but it's not known how accurate this information is. It's also not known why the store was rebranded into Nintendo World, but some think that the store just didn't meet the Pokemon Company's expectations. Others claim that employees were stealing from the the Pokemon store. Now here's the interesting part. There's almost no record of the store's existence from the Pokemon Company. There's a timeline of stores on their website, but the Pokemon Center New York store is completely absent. If you were to ask the employees of Nintendo World, which has now been rebranded again as Nintendo New York, they'd claim to know nothing about it and simply say that the store was closed or that they weren't allowed to talk about it. So you might be wondering how I even know about all of this. Well, Julie, also known as 2LoveL, left a comment on the last iceberg. They're a co-author of PokemonCenterNewYork.com, which is a website that they, along with their friend Grace, create to preserve the history of this lost store. Julie claims to have asked the employees many times over the years since they live in New York City, but have only gotten employees to talk about the store once. If you have any stories or information about this Pokemon Center, go contact Julie or Grace so they can document it. April of this year was the 25th anniversary of the first Pokemon Center store, but even now, they're trying to erase the store from history. From what Julie has gathered, most employees didn't want to say too much in fear that they would get into legal trouble, but they basically said that the store had a lot of problems behind the scenes, and the Japanese Pokemon Company wasn't happy about it at the time. Junichi Masuda, false rape accusations. When the hashtag #BringBackNationalDex movement was happening, an anonymous user made a Twitter account claiming to be an ex-Game Freak employee. They then proceeded to post fake sexual assault accusations against Junichi Masuda. Many of the accusations were ridiculous and unrealistic, one of the most notable ones being that Masuda would force his employees to use insects for sexual gratification. The fact that they used the hashtag #BringBackNationalDex is what caused many people to immediately not believe it, since it's obvious that they were just doing this to cause drama. This caused the already brewing storm to become even more out of control during the National Dex drama. Once things settled down, Bugs and Amos became a meme on 4chan's VP board, even being referenced in Pokemon Clover. It's pretty disgusting that someone would not only make these false claims, but do it when there was already a ton of drama already happening. Ash Werewolf Dojinshi. This is a doujinshi, or a self-published fan comic where Ash turns into a werewolf and does awful things to Pikachu. All graphic content aside, it's one of the very few NSFW Pokemon works to receive a cease and desist from Nintendo. Nihilego is a the neurotoxin that Nihilego produces gives others a feeling of great power, making it feel like you can do anything, similar to the euphoria drugs in real life give, and reduce inhibitions, again, just like drugs. It drives other people in Pokemon to violence, like drugs, and is known to enslave people using its venom, sort of like how drugs quote-unquote enslave people so that they'd be willing to do anything to get more. Nihilego's rock typing might be a reference to drugs like crack and crystal meth that have a rock-like appearance. Lusamine was a good person who fell victim to Nihilego's control, which is likely a metaphor for drugs. Her research focused less and less on finding her husband and more on Ultra Beasts themselves. Maybe she was using drugs to cope, but fell deeper and deeper into her madness, to the point where it was impossible to escape. When you finally confront her, she's no longer herself. She became one with Nihilego and lost herself to drugs. BGC misconduct. In 2012, a Pokemon World Championship took place in Birmingham.
You did a second
Pokemon
one a
BGC
couple of
competitors
months
from Spain
ago.
were fighting while drunk and throwing their literal shit at each other in a hotel corridor. They understandably
This is the
upset
Rogue
staff and several
Renegades
guests, so the police were called and
Iceberg
had to leave.
explained,
One of the people
number
who were
2.
fighting was none other the winner of the world tournament, Ruben Puig Lisugi. His title of winner has been stripped by the Pokemon Company for failing to maintain high standards of behavior conducive to the family-friendly environment. Ruben claims that this story isn't true, and that his friend was the one who did all of this, and he had no part in it. There's no way of knowing what the truth is, though. It says that very tournament from 2012 was the last time he competed in an official tournament, so it's likely that the Pokemon Company banned him for good after the incident. Satoshi Tajiri has autism. For many years, several outlets have reported that Satoshi Tajiri has Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism spectrum disorder, and that it partially led him to create the series because collecting is a common behavior with people on the spectrum. Everyone that claimed that Tajiri had autism read it from a 2009 biography on Tajiri titled Satoshi Tajiri, Pokemon Creator. The book had a ton of errors and false information, one of those being that Satoshi Tajiri was autistic. The author, Laurie Mortensen, claimed that she got the information from the Satoshi Tajiri MySpace page, which was most likely fake. Game Freak information coordinator Yuri Sakurai even commented on this, confirming that Tajiri was in fact not autistic. Takeshi Shudo's original vision for the anime. Takeshi Shudo made a novelization of the Pokemon anime.
They're not there or so yeah.
Gym leaders barely
This one, like the original one was 40 minutes
Ash's
long.
mom lied to Ash, telling him
That was
his
4
father
years
and
ago.
mother were
This
great Pokemon
one's
trainers,
almost
and
3
literally
hours
they
long.
had no success, calling them both failures. Ash apparently started his journey when he was 10 years, 10 months, and 10 days old, and Delia Ketchum apparently turned down 100 men asking to get with her, but the one man she did fall in love with left her, and shortly after leaving her, her mother died, leaving her only with Ash. She doesn't love her husband anymore, and if he did come back, apparently she would just ignore him. Pallet Town barely has any job openings, so most people become a Pokemon trainer because they have to, but nobody from Pallet Town has ever became a famous Pokemon trainer, not even making it to the top 1,000, aside from Professor Oak, who placed 931st a long time ago, Shudo, so they treat him like some sort of local hero or god, even naming the town after him. Delia Ketchum was described as being really beautiful and looking really young for her age, even being mistaken as Ash's sister. Apparently, her and Ash's relationship was described as being that of two friends. This world is described as awful. The entire police force is run almost entirely by one single family, which is bound to lead to corruption at some point, and most people who become a Pokemon trainer at a young age end up wiping out due to their lack of skills and suffer with money problems due to them being unemployed. Most people who sought out to be Pokemon trainers fail, ending up becoming useless in society because they spent their whole life doing essentially nothing. Only 2 volumes were ever published, the second volume only going up to Lieutenant Surge. Volume 1 was published in 1997 and Volume 2 in 1999, and while it does say to be continued in Pokemonsters the Animation Volume 3, it's safe to assume that we're not getting a third volume. The novelization is really grim, but honestly, I'm really intrigued and want to keep reading. I want to make a full video about it later, I just gotta finish reading it. But there is another thing stated in this novelization that is very strange. Age of consent in the Pokemon universe. According to this novel, the age of consent in the Pokemon world is 10 years old. 10-year-olds are treated as adults who can get married and go to jail. This is wrong for so many reasons. Apparently, education ends in primary school at the age of 10, but students are free to continue into middle school if they want to. April following your 10th birthday is when you're able to get a Pokemon license, allowing you to have Pokeballs. There's a law that states after you leave primary school and you're 10 years old, you're legally an adult. You even have to pay taxes. The point of this law is after leaving primary school, you make your own life choices, and according to the novel, anyone under 18 doesn't qualify as a minor anymore, not even 14 or 15-year-olds. If you were to steal from a store, you'd get arrested no matter how much you or your parents apologize. It also states that if they wanted to, an 11-year-old boy and girl are free to marry without parental consent. I'm not sure why Takashi Shudo made this a part of the world, but he did go out of his way to state it multiple times. Ash's End. Takashi Shudo didn't expect the Pokemon series to last much longer. So
That
he
does
began
line
planning
up
on
with a
how he
lot
wanted
of
the series to
things,
end.
but that
He
is
ultimately wanted
weird.
Ash's story to come to a close at the end of Mewtwo Strikes Back. Months and years pass. Ash grows old. Then one day, he suddenly looks back on his past. He remembers his childhood fondly, the adventures he had with his amazing Pokemon, the friendship, the coexistence. Maybe Ash wasn't able
It
to experience
is
these
normal to
things later.
Japan,
However,
but
as a kid, there was Pikachu and lots of other Pokemon, Jessie and James, and Mewtwo, and so much more. Elderly Ash remembers everything that happened during his adventures as a young boy. He can hear his mother's voice. Go to sleep already. You're setting off on your journey tomorrow. The next morning, he's woken up by his mother. He's a young boy again, leaving his house excited to start a new adventure. He's going on a journey not to catch Pokemon or become a Pokemon master, but to discover the meaning of existence, discover how to coexist with others. It's really somber yet inspiring at the same time. Although Shudo passed away in 2010, he left behind his vision for fans to read and wonder what the Pokemon world could have been. Anime's final episode. Takeshi Shudo also wrote an ending for the Pokemon anime. Pokemon would stage a rebellion, much like Spartacus in ancient Rome. Although at first glance, Pokemon appear to be friends with humans.
oh, is
you would
this why
realize that they're
they
actually being used like
changed
slaves,
Ash
which
from
would lead to
being
an
the
uprising. Pikachu would become the leader of the revolt and
the
end up
protag?
fighting Ash, essentially taking the role of a revolutionist. Team Rocket, who are in possession of lots of sinister Pokemon, including Meowth, who can translate the Pokemon into human speech, would try to mediate the conflict, but they do a poor job at interpreting and only make things worse. He then went on to explain that an episode like this would break the rules of the Pokemon world and make it impossible for the series to continue. He said if it were to ever happen, it would have to be the very last episode ever. He tried thinking of a different plot, but just couldn't, which I guess means no matter what, Pokemon and humans are destined to fall apart. And that concludes the iceberg. This video took so insanely long to make, I severely underestimated it. I hope you all at least learned one thing in this video, and chances are, you did. So I would super duper highly appreciate it if you could subscribe to my channel. I promise you won't regret it. If I got anything wrong, cut me some slack. There's like 400 things on here. I'm not perfect. Also, come on guys, wake up. Wake up. I know some of you slept through this whole thing, so
no, but it wouldn't surprise me, but I might have to look at some of the other stuff later, because that was yeah, that was some interesting brain rot. That would be an interesting interpretation of it, but we could go with that, yeah. I would love to like watch more on this later,
The Kalos War is one of
but I'll worry about it another time, because God, we need to sleep. I'm dedging and my hiccups are coming back and they're getting worse. So, let's see. Hiccup. Thank you for the head pats. Touch of a mic. It should be there. But I'm not gonna be able to fix this one by holding my breath. Thank you for the hydrate and the head pats. Give me a second. The hiccups, please. Okay, so I hope they stop soon. Hiccups are not too. Oh, these ones hurt.
Long jump. If you do it wrong, you'll ascend to heaven. Wait, so what happens if I pick up 2 of them? Oh, I'm not sure if it works like that. Nobody helps me do the dishes in this fucking house. So that means if I get another one, then...
I'll be honest, yet again. If it wasn't for that video, I would have never discovered this channel. 10 out of 10. Shout out to Noodle, wherever he is right now. I know he's not here. We don't know him, but I know of him. Go check him out. Dude, I don't remember while I was watching this, but I do need to go back and watch Noodle stuff because this is what got me interested in the Need for Need for Solvi Seed, the Need for Speed series. He
Oh my
covers
God,
the
shut
entire
up.
history on Need for Speed. I've not played the new one, but I think if I was to play the new one, I'd at least want to play the one before.
Oh man, I was just
I'm
as
sorry,
bad back
Solvi.
then.
I'm
I don't
sorry,
change, do I?
I apologize, Solvi. I have to.
I still
have to go
do
use the
this joke
restroom.
all the
So I'll be
time.
right back.
Guys, I am a very TZ Fox bad of jokes, but jokes that I say, okay, I'll stop. And then I
Wait, did I pause? Why did the thing freeze? The chat's still working. Also, damn, we were literally like towards the last hour of the stream, and this went on from a part 10 to a part 18 series. You guys aren't gonna scare the shit out of me again this year, right? We've not even gotten close to the 1 hour mark. The weird thing is the chat is actually still working in the VOD. What is what? Okay, I'm about to be back in my seat. Give me 1 second. Oh, this was when I was just waking up, huh? What's a soul? This is I forget. This is not just a VOD. This was me during my first year. Mother Nature is satisfied. That's why there's a timer. This was me during my this was literally a year ago. Almost to date year ago. This was thank you for the head pats. This was the first anniversary. And speaking of Solvi Seed, there's Solvi. I'm sorry. I had to. I'm wasted, and I just knew I had to call you. I don't know why that meant I had to call you, but I had to call you.
I wanted to go to sleep, but now I'm just like, wait, what? What's going on here? I mean, I am a tease, but I'm just like, wow, I forgot I legitimately drunk cold so much.
I know. I knew you were. Which is why I don't know why I'm calling you, but I'm calling you anyways. How you doing, Sylvie? How you doing tonight? How's work tomorrow?
You know what?
What did I say?
How's work tomorrow?
I don't know. I opened the wrong browser. Give me a second. Yes, how's work tomorrow? Does that make sense? We're technically about to beat the timer, but I'll keep watching videos. Super loud, super loud. Ears hurt.
No, I was. No, he actually joined. I had to. I'm sorry.
How dare.
It's not even a drunk call this time. And I am sorry because I saw that you were streaming, but I was just like, I can't pass this chance up. I can't pass this chance. Also,
I need to go to sleep. I've been playing Factorio for like 5 hours.
so I was gonna say, it's 4 in the fucking morning. What are you doing awake?
Factorio.
I understand that, but you go to work in like 2 hours, right?
Where are you? Sophie's right
Let's
next to
no.
me.
Oh, there it is. It's gone now.
It's gone.
I'm
Yeah,
trained.
I cropped it.
Wait, 4
even more.
trains.
This looks like Super Monkey Ball before they had balls.
Oh my gosh, shut up!
This is the yikes. This is a yikes. This is a yikes.
Oh my god, I forgot how bad I am when I'm drunk. Wait, why was I drunk? What? What was going on back there? So do you remember this?
Notice, no. Well, Mushroom's not that bad. The artist is the same from Fate series.
Oh my god, you sound exactly the same. The video was confusing the fuck out of me right now.
Granddaughter person did.
How's Factorio?
What's her name?
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's a Factorio.
Like I told you, there would be days where I would just simply not sleep to play more Factorio.
Didn't fit on the screen.
It was
TikTok
unhealthy.
Video. Hey, let me get that for a second. Let me get that.
So,
Waluigi's
sleep,
Chad, yes.
go to work, come
But
home,
yeah, you're just
nap,
about to get into
more
bed. I'm so
Factorio?
sorry. I'm so sorry. I had to. I had an impulse. And you know
I
what
know.
happens when I get wasted? Like, I'm always honest, but I figured it out. I figured out what happens slowly. When I get wasted, it's my
Wait, what?
impulses that get unrestricted.
Oh, wait, what? Oh my god, it's my drunk logic again. It makes no fucking sense.
Can you do it?
Can you do
Bye-bye.
Chill out with that game.
Next Saturday, okay? This Saturday, okay? This Saturday, okay?
Saturday we're gonna have the VR chat hangout.
Yes.
Oh my god, yeah, we were still
What?
doing that back then too.
What were we doing?
Oh my god.
Bye-bye. I'm sorry. Bye-bye.
Oh my god, I need to watch this like I need to sleep. My too. Me, I need to sleep. Oh my god, I'm not drunk, but
Everybody, thanks.
I need to.
You
Do you still have
Yeah.
the VOD for the very first day?
I swear,
I
caused him
should.
so much trouble ever since
I
met
should.
This
I know we
understandable
lost like
book of mine.
one VOD and then the very
every
last
time
VOD
I
because
get
Twitch
drunk, I
managed to
always
corrupt
talk
both
about
of them.
it. I
I don't know
can't-
how
As
that
long
was.
as long as you still have the first one.
So you're gonna have to shut me up. But I'm sorry.
Part
because
one,
I'm
yeah.
supposed to get on VR chat in a
The
little
first
bit.
hours of
Because,
the
that's what I
first
wanted to do
anniversary is
next,
still there,
but,
yeah.
I meant to start drinking while I was in
Okay, good. I
VR
should
chat
check that out
because
later.
I knew I was going to get
We should check it out. We should
And,
like obviously my first year is not gonna have me watching my 0 year. It did have the debut,
Wait,
but
what?
we should take a day where we
think
just
Tony Hawk
chat
just got
and watch those.
put to
That would
shame.
be
That's what I
fun.
regret. Though I
Hmm?
still have
By
the
a
VODs from my
magnitude.
marathon, but like, I should make sure to get some other stuff as well. I forget.
It's 2 a.m.
Definitely
my time,
rewatch
but
some of
Solvi
the-
Is,
The first.
goodbye,
What?
timer. I'm still watching videos. Goodbye.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god!
I lost track of what video we're on.
I mean, it was, but like, oh, Toby, we both need to
Give me a
sleep.
second.
You
I'm
ready
gonna
to
grab
do
at
like
least
a
one more
like
video.
we can always
I'm
do
gonna
this
watch what
again
we
later. We
have,
can watch the same VOD
left.
later. Go sleep for work. I go sleep for tomorrow too.
And-
Problem
Yeah,
with
the
the
ibuprofen. Do
That's
you want this
loud.
left out or put in the
I'm
bag?
gonna finish up this whole chemical plant thing.
We'll get on VR chat in a second.
Okay, I'll let you go back because I know I totally yoinked you out of a Discord as well. So have fun with that and sleep well, okay, Sophie.
I get off
Good
work
night.
in 6 minutes. I'm gonna meet you on the parking
Thank
lot.
you.
Is that why she's gonna catch up to them?
Out of you. Are you gonna put your card in?
Why should I have to push English when it's America?
521.
Oh my god, I'm sorry guys, I couldn't resist. I was just like, there's no way I can't just send him a random call. I also did that because I knew he was awake, but it was also like,
NTR
sorry,
is hot.
Sully. I didn't want to just forcibly pull him out of his. Your impulse control when drunk
That's more
is
sense than I
barely
have.
existing. Yeah, it's like me drunk
Next.
Fox is a very, very different Lily Fox,
Tony
you
Hawk's
know.
got put to shame.
But this is
How do you
why
even
like
do this,
me
though?
like drunk Lily
Wait, is this a Mario
is
Party game? Do I have this Mario Party game?
very much its own thing. It's
Which
very
Mario
much
Party
its
game is this?
own content. Don't be sorry you did him a favor. What do you mean?
Wait, this was a
Oh,
toxic collab, or is that just bait?
I see what you
Is
mean.
that just title bait?
Yeah, I know it's 4 in the morning.
So we go to sleep.
So we go to sleep.
Or I'll be in your bed tonight. I knew you were still here. I knew you were still here. God damn it. God damn it. I knew you were still here. You're so cute.
Kill me.
Wait, she has a dick?
What?
I mean, she is a Grim Reaper. She can choke anybody to death.
You guys
Golden
can
pipe time.
enjoy my drunk ass.
I still remember
Oh,
you, Pokey. I still remember you got a
My
fucking
brain's
custom
hemorrhaging.
dice and
I'm
a
going.
golden pipe while having a custom dice.
I gotta
that
get
was
out
the
of here for a
most rigged shit I'd ever seen, but it was hilarious. And that's why I love Mario Party. I love Mario Party for that reason. Anything can happen. Also, no. What happened, Sova? What happened? You should be sleeping. I am your conscience. I'm telling you to go to sleep, Sylvie. Go to sleep. I played it. Where did I play? The game? I already lost it, Fox. I already lost the game. You all lost the game. Yoshi just got sailed. Blame it on his ADHD, folks. I wish I could shut up. Sylvie would like me more if I did. God, I'm so fucking wasted right now, it's not even funny. And I just laughed at my own joke. Time to drink again. Oh wait, I own this game? I own this game? I've never played that mini game, but I own this game. We'll play it later. We'll play it later. Hello, Wave Bowman, and I apologize in advance. I am wasted. I'm horny and wasted. Wait, what did I say? I'm wasted. Welcome to the end of my anniversary subathon. Well, just about to end, anyways. But yes, Rohi, I'll be honest. It's thanks to me that Sylvie became a gender fluid character. It can be Yuri, it can be Yaoi, it can be straight, it can be whatever you want it to be. It's just, it's weird, because I'll explain it like this. When I'm around Sylvie, my gender fluidity leans towards female, and I feel like Sylvie's trying to be the best, feminine while still being male kind of character out there and whatnot. So it's a weird mix of our two gender fluidities. But you're welcome to do your worst, you're welcome to do your best, and whatever floats your boat, you're welcome to. Oh my god, Sylvie, shut me up. Yeah, I need you to shut me up. Oh my god, I just said way too much in a heartbeat. And the heartbeat only lasts a second, right? I think. Wait a second. How long is a second again? My gender is little creature, I understand. Yes. I don't know what that means, but yes, you understand me completely. What's wrong, Zenk? This looks so fun. Is he actually playing the game like this? Teach me. How do I do this? How does this work? Oh my god. Zank, I told you, this is why I do not get drunk on stream. It becomes so unhinged. I should have gotten on pump a long time ago, but I'm sorry, I have to. Don't worry, we're getting on VR chat next. I don't know what we're doing when we get on VR chat, but we're gonna go somewhere. we're gonna find a place on VR chat. I'm gonna lay down and I don't know. Why is she upside down? Why does she look like a penis?
What'd you say?
Is this Worms?
Hey. Hey, bro. Hey, bro, you don't want to do that.
Oh, this is dangerous.
I feel like I remember this game.
I mean, what?
She'll probably bounce.
No.
I must say, Rat is cute. I don't know who any of them are. Who any of them are. Except, is that Crony? I recognize Bells and Crony. Never mind, I recognize two of them.
Let's see.
Worms. Solvi, I'm a coming to your bed tonight. I mean, what? Ow. I forgot I even had VC face open. Has the tracking been working?
Oh, my slim figure really coming in clutch. Uh-oh.
Behave. Solvi. That is old. Oh my god.
What a sweaty clock.
Oh, behave.
You're welcome.
How old is that reference? Oh my god, Zolvi. Wait a second. I have to know. Solvi.
Yeah,
Solvi. This is old. This is fucking old, Solvi. Oh my god, I swear. You're more of a boomer than I am. And I'm like...
Hold on.
I'm like ever so slightly older than you.
I know, I didn't
This
like
is
taking
supposed
baths
to
when I
be a
was kid
scary
either.
game. So this is me playing Amnesia, right? This is me having
Alright,
the time of my life thinking it's a comedy.
Just
I
know that
wasn't
tomorrow
referencing
morning
that.
Before school, you're gonna be mad 'cause you didn't take a bath.
Sure. Sure. Silly and horny all in one bottle. I mean, yes. Wait, what happened? Why is he crying? What happened?
Tomorrow morning before school, you're gonna be mad because you didn't take a bath.
You're fucked up, man. That poor child just died. You're laughing. I'm sickened. I couldn't hold it in. I'm sorry.
Why?
I had to laugh. Good job, whoever linked this one. You get the crown. You get the Mythos. Wait, did you really link this? Did you really get both of my laughs? Oh my fucking god. You know me so well. How the hell did you do that? That is impressive.
Like, stop.
That is impressive. I don't know if my computer can handle it,
That kid
but
just
I'm gonna leave VC face open. And if I run out of alcohol, actually, I won't run out of alcohol.
I expect that to happen.
But Zank, I have to ask you an honest question, or not an honest question. I need to give you an honest statement.
Is that gonna
If I
happen again?
black out on stream
God, if
in
that happens
VR
again.
chat tonight, please
my
put
God,
the
hold on a
stream
second, hold on.
in
Wait a
emote
second, wait a
only.
minute.
I think you can also change the command or the stream category to I'm just sleeping. I don't know how to do that. But worst case scenario, put it in emote only if I pass out. Cause
I can't do it. I can't take it. Ugh.
wait. Did I hit the start button again? Or is this repeating? Or am I having deja vu?
It was even better the second time. I don't even know who subbed. Hold on.
Wait, what happened?
Hold on a second.
Keep
Oh, my
watching?
God.
I'll keep watching. Let me put the booze down.
Galactically. Thanks for subbing, dude.
I need to see what happens.
Oh.
I'm so confused.
How did I do that again?
How did I do what again?
No shit, go back. I want to do it again.
I want to do... Dude. Why...
I think I'm gonna die on camera.
I can't even make a joke. God damn it. I'm making myself laugh. Dude, you're messed up in the head and it's making me laugh. That's not... I mean, it is funny, but it's not... God. I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that. I swear we're getting in VR chat after this video. Otherwise, I'll get too wasted and I'll not be able to get the VR equipment on.
It's broken. I broke my fucking laugh bone. I can't
No,
do it. I can't
you
laugh
broke
at
your
it
funny
anymore.
bone. And my will to believe that you're a good person.
Fucking think.
Dude. I'm just memeing, by the way. I'm not that far wasted, trust me. I understand this is a joke, and I understand his funny bone got pulled straight out of his orifice.
I gotta get like 5 to come out at the same time.
Wait, unhinged as fuck.
German.
Wait,
Is that his name?
You know what I mean?
wait.
Kim
What did I miss?
Kardashian nerd.
Is it bad?
Kimmy. I can't read his name.
Oh no, should I leave this on stream? Is
Kimmy
it?
Sanders.
Oh, I need to really
Kim
catch it.
is
What
a
did you guys
nerd.
say?
I
Kimmy.
can't even fucking imagine why you would have to do this.
Mortal Kombat
Sans.
wasted on. Oh
Who's
no,
Germa?
you
What's
guys
Germa?
have talked more
his real
in
name?
the like 2 minutes I got up to go
Why is his
brush my
name
teeth than you've
Kimmy's,
talked like almost all night.
Kimmy's a nerd.
What the fuck's going on in the video?
Alright, we gotta go. We gotta
This
go.
was definitely one of the.
Oh my God,
We
what?
just need to.
Finally?
We need to skim
Guys,
my
No.
my first
I've
year
laughed
stuff sometime.
twice. The first
So
time
let me
that
go
I
sleep.
finally laughed to a video.
Wait,
was,
so wait.
Mythos's first video. The cat that got buttered.
It was
and
in
then
fact
flipped
not
upside
a
down,
reference, but a
wrapped in
response to his
aluminum
behavior.
foil. And
Wait, what?
I forget what else happens in that video. But yeah. that was the
90%
first video I
uptime while
laughed.
stream was on.
This was the second.
These days around 50.
It's weird. I feel like
Pencil
obscure
Sharper
humor
Simulator sounds really
just-
fun.
I'm so sensitive to obscure humor that I can't help but laugh.
You're not gonna rate Soul's bed tonight, right? I mean,
But the thing was, I wouldn't have
I do need to
laughed
sleep.
if I kept my mouth
If he needs to
shut
sleep,
on this video. The
but
problem was,
otherwise I
I
don't
made a
think it needs to be
retort
the same
at
bed.
his joke, and I laughed at my own retort.
Believe it.
I'm confused.
I don't know. I'm dumb.
I mean, femboy
I'm
bed
so
would be
dumb.
nice.
I'm so dumb, and
But,
I'm
like-
so wasted. Like,
What?
what was Mythos? What was your video again? Buttered.
I should sleep,
fat,
but I'm like,
aluminum
should I leave this open?
foil.
This might
in
maybe be one of the
Thunder shocks.
what's it called? Maybe one of the more highlighted portions of last year. But I'm like,
What was
I'm
your
really
video
tired,
again? I
but I'm
forget
also
what it
like,
is.
should I leave this?
Oh my
It's
god.
like
I'm wasted.
I am
Kitty,
very
kitty, kitty,
Eefy. You should sleep. You sound so Eefy. It's cute.
This isn't the video.
Wait, me
but
right
it's
now or
cute.
me back then? Wait, how long was I up back then? I thought that was me just waking up. That was me drinking.
That's awesome.
Like drinking from the start of the
That's
day. Or...
unity in a nutshell.
Wait, what?
That was this is the
I mean,
video.
right now-
Rohit, this is the video that
Ah.
first broke my defenses.
I'm.
And the same
You
person,
mean
Lord
my
Mythos, the
EP
same
voice?
person, Lord Mythos,
Wait, what?
got me to laugh a second time, which is impressive.
I mean,
that the same person made
I'll
me
be
crack
honest,
up
sleepy
twice.
voices are cute. I don't know.
This
if
was the
mine's-
video that got first blood.
Thank you.
No, I
yeah,
didn't
it's like
laugh at
I'm
that.
like.
I didn't.
Do I just
laugh at
take the
this.
compliment, or is it
Wait
like
for
where it's
it.
like brains shutting down from eepiness, and
Yes.
it's like how to respawn, how to.
Put the butter on the cat.
There is
I
where
was gonna
laughed
try
the
not
first
to
time.
laugh, and I
That's
laughed
when I
before the
laughed the
funny
first
thing even
time.
happened.
When he taped the butter toast to
Guys,
the cat.
I told you, I have a weird sense of humor. Stuff like that cracks me up, and I don't know why. Mythos, that was a very successful, yeah, I lost a you laugh, you lose thing to this.
I don't understand what this video is or what it does, but yes. That's when I laughed for the... That video is 10 years old?
Night colors. If your voice is so cute, period.
How does this video
I'll
have,
try
like,
to
no
attempt another,
views?
like, what is
That was
that?
hilarious.
Like in, like EP voice, like
How does this channel
ASMR,
have no views?
or just even just chatting EP voice. Like I think I've either made plans or attempted it in the past, but like it's hard to
128
fake
views,
EP voice
111.
and do a stream based on it. And then when you
This
try to do
channel
it
is so
while you're
underrated.
actually EP, it's kind of like
I'm gonna see if I can get Zeffy and Solvi
difficulty,
done before you end stream
energy
or pass
to
out.
like, yeah,
Even if
trying
I
to start
do,
a stream like that and actually do the stream
no
is like,
worries. But
how
that'd
do
be
I stream
awesome.
again?
In fact,
It's like
I
you're
will
damned if you
stay
do,
awake.
damned if you don't.
Here's
kind
the
of
thing, folks. Here's the thing.
You can't.
I
Yeah,
woke
you
up
really can't. It can't be
late,
done. You can try to get close to it, but
I've
it will
only been
not
up for, like,
replace it.
4 hours,
And when you
haven't I?
actually try to do it, when you're
When did I get out
actually
of
EP,
bed
it's
again?
kind of like,
It was
yeah,
like,
like brain
hey,
don't work enough to. So the only times you get it are, unfortunately, like here
but was that Eastern time
in the
or was that
moment.
my time?
It's like a
Anyways,
bonus
I
or
got up
something you can
at
only get by being a
night
part of this.
when
And
the
no, I'm not
moon
trying to
was
like
out.
gatekeep my own content. It's like
So I shouldn't sleep until
it
the
just
sun is out.
it creates itself. I
The
can't help
sun
it.
doesn't come
If you're here, you
out
get it. If you're here, you get it. That's all I can say. I don't.
for 6 hours. And even then,
I'll give
even
this just a
then,
few more
the
minutes
sun-
because I'm
the-
like,
the sun will not
I need to go and turn off my
put me
phone.
to
I can at
sleep
least start doing
until
that.
until the time.
Guys, we'll do bedtime stories another time because I completely forgot about that again. I'm so bad at
I
that.
did, Zank.
I even
I
had
did.
a
Trust me. Like I
a
did the
thing
calculations, everything,
colds
and
or
the
ready
timer
or
only was going to have like 6. No, not
Mhm.
even 6. It was gonna have like 4 hours left or something. So the timer's right. The timer is right.
AFK for
I even added a little bit of extra time just in case.
sleep.
But I'll be right back. Mother Nature, she needs me.
Wake by.
And when I get back, I'll get the VR stuff out. In fact, let me go ahead and get the VR turned on.
8,
I'll come
9
back,
hours from
we'll
now.
get into VR chat.
Round it up.
I'll even leave VC
As a
face open.
safety.
Just so you can
Oh,
you
no.
guys can see that I'm putting
Oh,
the VR
no.
stuff on and not lying
This is
about it.
that day.
I'll be back.
This is that night. Oh no! I don't know if I should leave this one open. This was bad. This is where a lot of clips ended up getting created. I remember one of them specifically while I was like fucking wasted in VR chat looking at my VRC model going like, look what she's doing, she doesn't even know what the fuck she's doing. So, oh no, it's this one so no. I forgot all guys, I'll be honest. I did drink a lot during that anniversary, but I mean in good reason, in good health, not over, not like drinking too much, but we drank often. Guys, do I need to do an alcohol run? Well, I should probably try to get through as much of the mudslide while, people are awake, so I should probably let's do some drinking, chatting, drinking, gaming. Even if we don't do the ASMR drink tomorrow, I do have to preserve the bourbon because we are running out of hard liquor. But oh god, I miss these moments. But at the same time, I need to watch these moments. Should I drink while we watch these VODs? Oh, I'm having so many ideas right now, and I need to go sleep. This is a bad situation. Guys, remind me of these good ideas tomorrow morning. When am I waking up?
The cat
9
exploded.
plus no 8.
That ain't good.
Fuck.
But yeah,
What
it'd
is-
be awesome to see.
Oh man, I'm
It'd be happy
excited,
to
but
see that.
EP Brain is so hard to
I'll be
fight
happy to
against.
see that.
How do I
That'll be
eat?
awesome. That'll be
No,
awesome.
I mean,
That'll also...
oh my
I
fucking
don't know
god.
what I was going to say, but that'll be...
8?
God damn it! Solvi! I took your catchphrase. I'm so sorry.
Sylvie, I apologize. I legitimately like fucking.
I told you.
What's
I told
the
you, I
word? Like
can't
I
shut up
totally
about the little guy
hijacked that.
when I get
Because
wasted.
that's like it became
What was I
mine,
going
but
to
it
do?
was yours. It was yours. I can't help it. All I say, I don't do it. Okay, maybe I don't do it
But no,
all
the time
the
should be
time.
right, Zink.
But I
I'm
definitely.
still sober enough to know
Hey,
that the time
I'll,
is
I'll
right.
say this:
And I
it's
was
your
planning to
fault.
stream
It's
past the
your
timer
fault that
anyways
I
if I was
say
still
"God
going to be
damn it,"
awake.
because I didn't start using
I
that.
actually wasn't planning
I
on drinking,
I
but I'm
do
going to
you know tend to
commit
say
to drinking.
bad words from time to time.
What was I doing again?
But I didn't have "God damn it" as part of my
No,
vocab until you
but
came
yes.
along. You have
But
to
that'll be
take
on
responsibility,
Saturdays.
young man.
That'll
You're
be on
why I
Saturdays,
say.
Pokey. That will not be on stream either. We only do each other on the weekends. Let me find VR
I'm about
chat,
to
bro.
morb
No,
and
wait a second.
cringe and
I
fucking
turned my
run
VR on.
or hold on.
What do I do
Me,
next?
shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to do math right now.
What am I supposed to do next?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself. 8 plus
I
8,
need
no,
to change
4,
my audio
8,
output to the
12,
helmet.
1,
Okay.
30.
It might be a minute or two. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow right
So
now.
that's 2:30 p.m. EDT,
Let me take my headset off.
right?
Okay, let me think. Let me think.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do right. Oh my god, it's literally me being.
VR helmet.
It's literally me. Oh my god. This is like I don't know how to feel right now, but it's like, yeah, that is my brain cell, and that same brain cell in the present is like, how do I do?
My
Ah,
Bluetooth adapters are plugged in.
God, this
Is my
is.
VR adapter plugged in?
I don't know how I
My
feel about
controller is
this.
disconnected. So if my controller is disconnected, that means
In
what's supposed to be
time,
connected is connected.
I'm just gonna fudge the
I don't know
number
what
and
that is,
round it
but
up.
That means it's gonna work.
So
Let me make
let's
sure
say
that
I
the body stuff
slept
turns on.
or actually got in bed 8 minutes from now.
Let me just turn
Let's
everything
actually
on.
try to be in bed
If
before
everything turns green,
that 8 minutes free
that
time
means
runs
I
up.
got messed up. Everything's green. Everything is green. So
What
my
does
full
that
body
mean?
tracking is going to work. Let me
Oh my
move
god, what am I
chair out of the
saying?
way.
I don't.
Let me also put my pillow back in its spot.
I'm going to assume I barely
that we
knew how to
notice
get in
something like that.
VR
My tracking's going
back
all over the
then.
place, isn't it? I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
right, because
What do
it
I
would
do
be
next? What do I do
2,
next?
3, 4 months of fucking
I need to put the full
RMAing.
body tracking on.
I could yeah, this was still
So
back
left
when I
foot,
could
left
barely
foot.
do VR because it took forever
Oh
to
yeah,
get
there is
working
fluffy
VR.
stuff on it. I've got Solvy's fluff all over my trackers. That's why it's not working.
I am about to die. Shut up.
Okay, left foot.
Oh my god.
grab the right foot.
Come on, bruh. You can't do this. Not while I'm like literally
Okay, my right
trying.
tracker is good.
Oh my god, guys, I'm so worried
tracker
about
on.
leaving
Give
the
me a
spot open. It's so bad. It's so cringe. It's so drunk. Okay. Not EDT. I'm going to sleep as of 4:30 CDT,
Hip tracker.
which is 5:30 a.m.
Let me turn the
EDT.
heater on just a little bit.
This was back when I
Just
needed
in
a
case
heater.
I pass out, I don't want to end up getting a cold. It's a little cold tonight.
These days, I just sleep with more on me. But unfortunately,
It's going
the
to do
weather
Solvay
has changed to
when?
the point that
When
I need air
Pokey?
conditioning. I can
Also, I'm
wear
so
more. I
sorry,
can sleep under
Stompy,
more.
Solvis.
You're gonna have to watch it my own time
I
later.
can't speak
It's on
English, I'm
YouTube, yeah.
sorry. I'm so sorry,
I'll even link
Scappy.
the thing
Buenos
directly,
noches.
but the
Voy
other
a
parts of the VODs are
seminasai.
there. Once
Good
again,
night.
there
We
might
will see
be
you
one or
again.
two
We will
parts
see you
missing,
again
and the
later.
very end of the anniversary
We'll
is
see you again
missing
sometime soon. I'm so
because
sorry. Like I
Twitch
said,
just
I am.
it decided to have a
I'm
fun
a little
time
wasted
corrupting
right
some of my
now.
VODs and
And
cutting them
my
from my
like if
VOD
this was
storage
months ago,
early.
if this was like 8 months
I
ago,
actually felt really bad because we
or
had an incentive
back
that
before I
said,
met
yes,
Sylvie and
okay,
whatnot,
I will upload the
if I got
last one,
drunk, you
even
guys would
though
just never
I said
notice.
some very,
I
very
I
cringy
am so
things.
different these days
And
when I'm
then
wasted.
Twitch was just like,
And I don't know
no,
why. I don't know why.
corrupted. And I'm just like, but I promised them. It's like, I was
Also,
just
I
like, guys,
feel like
I'm so
Wade didn't get
sorry.
a shout out earlier.
So that was, yeah, fuck Twitch.
So let me do that real quickly.
But
'cause,
I archived
if
as much
somebody
as I
reads
could
me,
possibly
they
archive.
deserve shout outs.
And I think I'm
And I
gonna
don't
try
want
to
to be
be
the
more
person that
proactive
forgets
this
to shout
time.
people out.
And if it does
So,
look like
oh
it's
my God,
going
they
to
were doing
corrupt,
Subnautica.
maybe if
It's a game I
I
really want to play at some point.
cut
I
1 second
really wanna
off
play that
and
game at some point.
re-upload a VOD as a highlight on Twitch within
I'm
Twitch,
gonna put the
maybe it
helmet
will
on,
uncorrupt the video somehow.
and
I'm
that
I'm
will
gonna do what I
count
can
as
to
my
make sure that
microphone, right?
we save as much as possible. Because VOD corruption might be very
Okay.
possible right now because Twitch keeps disconnecting
My VC face
for some reason.
microphone
It does have me a little
mouth
worried,
might
but I think we'll be okay.
weird. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Okay, give me a blinky.
Helmet on first. I won't be able to see you guys for just a second. I'm gonna have to figure out how to put the Twitch chat back on my hands. Like, I don't know how to explain it, and I don't know how I do it, but my body remembers. My body always remembers everything.
Bruh.
So even if
please.
my brain can't figure it out, as long as I turn my brain off, my body will remember how to pull up my monitors and whatnot. But my headset is on my head now. I
Oh
can't
my
see
God, I'm
anything
so
unless
fucking
it's
drunk
in the
back then.
computer.
I know, it's just like, bro, what are you talking about?
So I can see.
I gave her the headphones, Jen. Were they working? I didn't get to
um,
check.
my virtual room.
But my sleepy thing should be
which
set up now.
Honestly, needs some furniture.
Okay, thank you,
It
thank you,
looks
thank
a
you, thank
little
you.
empty
Also,
in
one
here.
more test of this as well.
And let
I
me
will leave
open
that
VR
turned
chat.
on, reset in the morning.
VR chat should already
Yeah,
be hooked
go ahead
to
and
my
smack me,
OBS.
baby. I don't think
So
we
I
had
should
any big
be-
ones.
I should be fine. I forget what to do after that, but let's get into VR chat first. I remember what to do. I need to open OBS.
I don't think my
I
VC
need to go
face
to
will
my
do that
second
anymore.
monitor.
Because I think it was
Why is the menu different?
however.
Oh my God, they changed. I think Steam VR just updated. Let me get into Steam. Let me get into
I
VR
wonder.
chat.
It would take
And
a
let me
while, but I
figure out
bet I could figure
why
out how to make my
one of the menus is missing.
VRC. Oh my God, this is.
They might have updated.
I need to make my VRC
Nah,
do
I'll
that
be
again.
with you guys in just a second. I can't
Where
see chat yet.
Oh man, I think we need to try to bring back VC face while VR chat is going on. Drinking. Oh, I want to
Bro,
relive
what was
this
that
moment.
old song that had bop? Is it like bop?
I mean, we've
Bop the
definitely
Clock?
made such better
played it at my
memories
college
and like
back when I went to
better
college.
moments, and the overall
somebody
quality
beat
of this
them up and
anniversary
they stopped
has
playing
been
it
significantly
outside of our
better.
dormitory.
However, there are still some things that were unique that
Okay, they
didn't
changed
happen
it.
just yet,
They changed it.
and
That ain't good.
this would be good.
I don't know how to add chat
Oh
back to my
God, this
hand.
is that night. Oh God, this
Because
is
they
that
changed.
night.
Oh no!
Guys, I think we're gonna spend some time at
they
some
got rid
point.
of the update that I need to
I think
put
we
chat
can
on
say
my left
we've had
hand.
enough Asmongold. If we have room for more Asmongold
Okay,
later,
what do I do?
we'll watch Asmongold. But I think
First things first.
whenever we're
let's
taking
not
a long
panic.
YouTube break,
I can
think
fix
we need to
this.
go back and watch these. I think we need
I mean,
to.
I can't fix it because they broke it, but I can find an alternative solution. Let me
Guys,
add.
forgive me. Like I said, we will watch these again. I really need to go to sleep soonish, but I'm pretty sure this is like I'm gonna try to speed past a couple of technical difficulties back then.
Just a second.
and see if I can't
to a
find
certain
where
dominance.
things get really funny.
You remember
So I
that
want to
one?
watch for at least just a moment or two.
You. It
Yep,
might
just
take-
about to go to sleep. Just about to go to sleep. Also, good morning, Yo Yo.
know?
How are you doing, Yo Yo? How you doing?
I have to edit it. I want to use this one for when I'm not using a full body, or not a full body, but like a not chibi model.
And you know what? We ended up working with Mama Hinata. Also, I need to find what I did with that Sylveon outfit.
But yeah, until I do that, the only model that actually has Lily's colors, Lily's ears,
So
Lily's tail,
there's one of
hair, everything
our
and whatnot,
earliest VR chat
I've
uploads.
only got caught in right now. And she was like a
9
1
times.
to 2 month project.
It's probably our sleep
So
thing,
trust
but
me,
like,
if you go
here's the weird thing: do you have like a limited window? Cause like during these marathons, I'm pretty much on stream as long as I'm awake, and my sleep schedule is always moving. So I might be like, I might start at like 2 in the morning, in by 8 that night. Tomorrow I might be like 4 a.m., 10 o'clock that night, 6 a.m., 12 midnight. You know, I'm always drifting, so we should line up unless you have a very specific like time slot that I can only see you at. But I mean, I'll see you maybe when I wake up. Maybe like I'm here basically 12 to 16 hours a day. I'm sure I'll see you again, Yo Yo.
from one base to the next, it's gonna take a little bit of time. It can be done, but trust me, it takes time. Unity is such a pain.
Okay, I might watch just a few more
Thank you so
minutes,
much for
but I
the follow, by
promise
the
I'll be
way,
making up time
Bridget
as of now.
Revolution. Welcome
Or
on
when
into
I
the
start
channel.
streaming
Welcome
tomorrow.
on into the chat. Hello for the first
God, I
time. How
miss
you
that
doing
hair
tonight?
so much.
I am wasted. I am
That was Soraha's hair.
fucking hammered right now.
I wonder,
But I'm
should I
having
go
the
back
time
to
of my life.
Soraha
I'm
and give
celebrating my 1
her
year
hair to my
anniversary.
current model?
Hello, Bedpost. I'm
I
celebrating
forgot
it
how
the
much
best
I
way
love
know
that
possible.
hairstyle. It was very
Doing
unoptimized,
like
but
a
I very much
marathon
did like
with
that
sleep, of
hairstyle.
course,
It's
for
why
the
our
last 4
VC
days in a
face
row, and then on the
models
very
still
last
haven't.
day, I
That's
get
also because I
wasted.
don't want to go back and make another one.
I wasn't planning to get wasted, but you know, it's a good way to end it. Ugh. Give me a
Wait.
second, my respiratory system.
Oh, so this is
has
the
the
first time
hiccups.
we got close to the 1 hour mark.
But yeah,
And I was like,
we're
okay,
gonna
guys,
party
we had the
until
time
this
of our
ends.
life.
We're gonna
It's a
party until it
celebration.
ends.
I don't know if I
T-pose.
was like
I can't even
was ready to give a
T-pose without
speech just yet. I was just
running
like, I was so happy. We
in
had so much fun by that point that I was just like,
Let the poor fuck sleep. No.
let's drink,
I've only
let's
been awake
party,
for like
and
6
yeah.
hours. I'm wasted, not
So
sleepy.
I
There's
got
a
wasted with the
difference.
intention of
Tasty
just
sounds
going out with a
sussy.
blast.
What are we?
The
Wait.
stream was, you know,
What's tasty though?
before
What did I
other
say
people
tasty
were,
to?
you know.
I only say tasty to 3 things.
Oh,
I
wait.
either say tasty
Wait.
when it's food.
Stream time
I say
marathon
tasty
has an hour
when
left.
it's a good meme.
This is a 6-hour
or I say
VOD, part 10
tasty
of an 18.
when it's solvy.
My brain's
grab
about
my
to get
alcohol, by
fried,
the
and
way.
I don't remember what happens.
I have an entire glass that I have not finished off yet, and I'm going to finish it off.
Yes, I
Which is
love to
why,
drink.
seriously,
This is a
seriously,
thing.
Zank,
I also like
if
to
I
drink
pass out
when I party,
and I don't
celebrate.
respond for
You
like
guys
10
know
minutes,
me. You know
you may
me.
put the chat in emote
Also,
only.
God, my first upload is so fucking hot and so cute. I mean, cute, not hot. I mean, hot, yes, but more
See,
so
guys?
cute.
See,
Like, look,
even when I'm wasted, I still know
my
how to be
cutting now is
responsible.
still
I still
better,
know how
but
to ask
I'm feeling
my mods to
nostalgia.
cover for me.
Yes,
when
all my
I
uploads since
am
have
being
been better,
irresponsible.
but maybe sometime I should go back
You mean Solvy?
and
Who's
recreate
Solvy?
the old
The T-posing.
VR
I
chat,
need
Lily.
editor role to change category. Don't worry
on the
about it.
chiffon?
Don't worry about it. If I have to, like I guarantee.
Oh, it'd be so
if
much
it-
work,
if I
but
get
it's
close
just
to
so
blacking out,
cute. You guys like
my
that hair,
body's
right?
gonna tell my brain, hey, you know.
There's been a lot of drinking, but
This
there
might
will
be
be
the
more
last
drinking,
30
Yo-Yo, if you
minutes
just want to drink. I'll
before
even
you
drink if
stop
you want to drink.
responding.
Consume the ruby wine. I want to have
I
some
will
ruby wine. I want to have
change
some
the
sherry
category.
wine. I'd
I'll
like
be
to
the
have
one
both your
change
wines.
The category, okay? The problem is,
But there will be drinking.
I've
There
still
will be.
not changed
That's
my
a
camera.
mood.
Give me a second. I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
do
remember
what
that
Solvi
old,
does. I'm gonna set up a local camera instead of a world camera, and it's gonna face me
Let me
in a certain direction.
hold on. There's a scene I have to see before I go to sleep.
We're gonna local. Let me
God, that outfit's still one of my favorites,
solid
but
camera. Do not forget.
it's an
to
outfit
make
I
the
only
camera
have on my
solid.
cardine.
I'll grab my camera. So
But
I
yeah,
stopped-
this was back when
Actually,
we
no, I
used
do like to
cardine,
stare at
not
myself
just used cardine, but
in VR
used her
chat.
for the 1st
Don't
time.
get the wrong idea. I'm not a
I have
narcissist.
recreated my cardine upload,
I'll lock my
but
camera
it's also
so I know
like
where it's at.
I need
So
to go
if I
back and do a
spin,
recreation
then
of
I
the
can
nostalgic
still
1.0 Lily
see
VR
what
chat
the
model.
stream is doing. And
I'll go to sleep after the scene happens, when it happens, if it happens.
let's go somewhere. What does chat say? I am concerned if blacking out is something that may.
Oh, let me change my stream category
Don't
over
worry,
to
if I black out, like I blacked out once, only once in VR chat while wasted. It wasn't bad. I woke
To
up
confirmed,
like an
I have
hour or
not
two
blacked
later.
out drunk in
Everybody
VR
else
chat
had already went to
since.
sleep tonight, so we had already messaged me, hey, you woke up what, or you
And yes,
blacked out
Sylvie was there when I
while
did.
we were alone in a room. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna charge myself, or charge my stuff for the next day or for tomorrow.
I
and
love
I'll
how
see
my
you tomorrow.
fragmented
So
thought
I was like,
process
oh,
is still the same.
my trackers are like
That's one thing that'll
3%,
never change because my brain is
8%.
disabled.
I'm awake now. I'll go log out. I'll charge my stuff. And I'll go to sleep like everybody else did.
God, that upload was just so fucking adorable.
And then I woke up next morning. I had some soup. I had some coffee. I did a little bit of exercise. I think I even played Beat Saber like that morning. And
I've not played Beat
I was
Saber
good
in
to
so
go.
long.
So update real quickly because I just realized getting
I
in
hope
VR
that
chat
the
would have been a bad idea
base
if this was
station
yesterday.
helps.
My legs, or not my legs, my thighs still hurt, but thanks to the alcohol, I don't feel the pain anymore. So it took 36 hours, but the pain in my thighs is gone. I'm not gonna squat. That is how you know when I'm too wasted.
Look
The
up
fact
and
that
to
I
the
know that
right and
squatting
tell me
after an
that.
injury from workout means that, you know. Hello,
Why am I so
hello, bedpost. Sorry,
I
didn't mean to
mean
hit my
the
controller,
model,
but I was gonna
not-
say that's how you know that I'm sober enough to realize that I'm not supposed to overexert my thighs. The alcohol has shut down the short-term memory. No,
Is it
no. I remember everything.
Sad that I kind of do find
I
drunk me
promise.
kind of
But it's a
endearing.
conditionary memory. I do
Like, is that
not
actually
forget
me?
anything. I might forget like small specifics. If I was drunk enough, I would tell you what I mean. But I
What do you
can't
mean?
because it's,
Even
you
I
know,
don't know what you mean.
There's certain things I can't actually say on stream between me and a certain little fluffball. But as long as I'm not at that point, I won't actually. What am I talking about?
I don't
Anyways, I know
know.
the
I'm
difference
fucking
between being
lost.
wasted
And you
being
are me.
Unsafe.
Also, how the fuck does the timer expand?
Wastedly unsafely wasted. There's a difference.
I'm gonna have to find out later.
Hold on. What?
Because
were we talking
obviously
about?
you guys
No,
will
I
also see
remember
the
everything
continuation after this one on
until
autoplay. Hurry
I
up and do
black
the
out.
thing.
I've
I
never
want to go to
blacked
sleep.
out drunk before. Until 2 or 3 weeks ago. Me and Sophie were hosting a drunk VR chat.
You
hangout.
just explained this.
That was the first time I'd ever.
Yeah, this is a VOD of this is me last year.
And not just that.
Like,
that was the first
you
time
know,
I
like right
blacked
now
out
I'm doing a
drinking
marathon
in
to celebrate my
VR.
second year anniversary,
remember
2 years
much about what
anniversary.
happened that
This
night.
was my VOD of me doing my
But that is
first
the
year
only
anniversary
exception, that is the only
marathon.
time, as long as I
So
do
like
not
this is
black out,
literally
I will not
365
forget
days
anything.
ago.
I will not.
Not
forget
exactly,
anything.
but roughly
Whether that's because I
360
want
days
to or
ago.
don't want to. Like, I've tried to drink to forget in the past. It don't work.
No.
This
It's
dumb little fox becomes smart
it's-
fox, and just I
no,
still remember everything.
That's oh, my brain hurts.
Oh, head set. I shouldn't have done that.
There's types of forgetting that can and cannot happen
Trust
with
me.
alcohol.
As much as I make it sound like I'm a masochist, I'm actually a sadist. And I'm a
Sadist.
sadist against myself
Sadist.
too. It's not because I'm masochistic that I, torture myself. It's because I'm a sadist. That I
Sadist.
torture myself.
Oh
and
my
I'm just ever so
God.
slightly masochistic enough to allow myself to be an S to myself. But it's because I'm an S that I do this. It's not because I'm an M. Trust me. I've been an S to everybody at this point.
I'm a bit
my
of an
saddest
M,
self
but
always
no,
comes out.
it is
I mean, just
exactly
look at
how
poor
I'm
Solvay.
explaining
Look
it.
at poor
It's because I'm
Solvay.
an S
If
to
I
my
didn't like him so much, would I
self.
torture him the way that I torture him? Would I be honest with you guys? The way that I am, if I wasn't a sadist,
sadist.
think about it. The power
There's no
of
rules.
alcohol. What kind of
I
power
mean,
is that? It's
yes,
a bunch of carbons
it's a
bound
funny
to,
way.
an
Sometimes
oxygen
I still
chemical
do it.
And maybe a
I'll be
hydrogen
honest.
atom.
I've been trying to
Wait,
correct
what is
it.
alcohol again? Isn't it like CH2 or wait a second. I know there's oxygen, carbon, and hydrogen involved. I think there's actually different types of alcohols. There's ethanol.
Yes, there's different
there's
alcohol
methanol,
change.
But
Usually
I
extensions of
think the
carbons,
drinking
oxygens, and hydrogen
alcohol
atoms and
is
bonds.
COOH.
Drinking alcohol, rubbing
But
alcohol,
I feel like
mixing
there's
alcohol.
a reason they don't
Um,
make it CO2H. I forget. I just know that when it comes to alcohol, those three elements from the
carboxylic
periodic
acid.
the elemental table is
Yeah.
present.
I'm drunk.
No, do not do. I mean, do ship us, but don't ship us. I say this all the time, and I have to apologize to it all the time.
Just for context,
Because
I won't spell it,
I'm
but
an
this was
honest
before,
fox.
other
Let me
developments
take a
took
drink real
place.
quickly. No matter how much I want to,
For better or worse, those
keep
are
some-
memories of
some
the
stuff,
anniversary
like a
stuff,
secret
and
or stuff like that.
I will not hide those.
I can't
Yeah.
shut the fuck up. And I feel
Snagly,
bad
yeah.
for Solvay because
Salty for not
my
pronouncing
feelings
everything.
are like 100% obvious. And I always tell him this.
What do you mean?
Even if he ends up with somebody
I
else,
suck at pronouncing
I'm
a
still the type
lot
of
of
person
things.
that will never, be sad about it. I
I
always
could try to
look
connect.
forward. I'm always
Here's the thing:
optimist, and
I'll
I'm
try to
always-
correct some things,
I
but
just
there
want
are
people
some
to be
things that will
happy,
never change.
And if they end up happy
and
with somebody else, I'm still gonna be
the
happy.
thing is, I humored it, but I
until-
guarantee,
until he
Jen,
finds somebody else,
if
I
my
have a
brain
crush on him.
forgets or
And
isn't
I'm
thinking
going
of
to
it,
have a crush on
I'll
him until
go
he ends up
right
with
back to
somebody
saying
else.
Oshawott. But like, I find it funny that happened. So Oshawott might be forever changed. Braxian will end up
I don't know
coming
why.
back.
But I
Even though
think
I know
the
it's
orange
like
and the red-
Braxton.
Was it Red Banana or
Like,
Red Dragon?
I
Anyways,
guarantee
there's two MDs that I
habitual
had
pattern
that were
will
better than
prevent
the
me from
rest.
using the new knowledge on that one.
the-
Just because Braxian,
I still like the
obviously,
MD overall.
so fucking wrong.
But I think this
but
one
I'm so
tastes
used
too
to it,
much like
and it's like
a Merlot.
you can't necessarily fix my. I know,
just
like in general,
Like a
in
Merlot. I
general.
feel like I'd rather have a real Merlot wine instead of
Oh,
a
we're
red
talking about
grape
wine,
wine.
Sherry. Back then. Like, no, I would love to try Ruby and
red-
Sherry.
great.
I'm a big
wine.
or at least would be a big red wine
But
enjoyer.
I've not had actual wine in
Wine's
some time.
expensive, but
I blame JB.
I know I prefer red.
But at the same time, I thank JB. Because
Yes, we
MD
thank JB.
2020 is so
JB's a
disgustingly
legend,
cheap
and he will always be
that I just
remembered.
want to load up on more bottles of it because it gets you wasted, and it tastes delicious after the first fourth of the bottle.
Fourth
like
of
it
a
tastes
bottle. What are you
delicious
talking
after
about?
the first fourth bottle. You just want to
Also,
drink
when
the
you're gonna
rest
do
of
the
it, and you
thing.
do. And
Oh
guess
god, I
what?
stayed up an
Guess
entire extra 15
what?
minutes watching this shit. I'm
2020
sorry,
is about $5 or less, depending on where you get it. Less than $5 for an
I like how I have
entire
no
bottle.
self-control
750
now, back then,
milliliters.
and when I started, like,
You have to drink just a
Mm, ah.
little bit of it.
one more.
That first part will not taste the
One
best. It tastes
more.
okay. It tastes
It's
okay.
like-
But once you get buzzed,
Never change, Foxy.
oh my god,
Never change,
it's
Zuffy.
delicious.
Never
It's
change,
delicious.
Lily.
And it costs as much as a small, tiny.
There's too much
you know,
Lily at the
penis
same
drink
time.
That you'll get
I think
from
it
a
only gets
restaurant,
worse. I mean,
and it won't even get you buzzed.
yeah, one
It's
thing
like,
we did
"Here's
last
your
year that
iron
we're going to
mule.
see at some
That'll be
point,
$10,
looking at
sir."
these
It's like,
VODs,
I didn't even get buzzed.
you'll find a video of me watching
750
me
milliliters.
in the past
750
of watching me in the
milliliters of fucking
this
hobo
is going
wine.
to become a thing.
Mad
Don't
Dog
worry.
2020,
It will.
also known as
The
Moon Davis
Lily
2020.
Void. The Lily.
You can find it at your
Yeah.
local liquor store or a gas station liquor
Though
store.
maybe at
somewhere
some
that
point, be
carries
so
this
much
shit.
of me will finally get
It
sick
is
of me.
cheap. It's
Thank you for the
addictive,
follow, Kyle
and
Alley.
it'll get you wasted.
We are supposedly about to get
Well,
ready to
you
go
might
to
have to drink
sleep,
the
but
entire
I'm
bottle.
having the inability
The
of
first night
trying
I
to go
drank
to
it, I
sleep
had to
because
drink the full
we're
bottle to get
watching
wasted.
me from literally a year
But for
ago.
some people, depending on your tolerance, you
We're
might not
watching
need
my
that
1 year
much to get
anniversary
wasted.
VODs.
You might need more to get
and
wasted.
we're like
Some
celebrating
people
our
who have
second
been
year.
around MD for a long time might need more. Trust me. You can build a tolerance. My tolerance is higher than normal,
I've only caught you
but it's not like I'm a
mindfuck
heavyweight.
drunk
But I'm not
once so
an
far, I
underweight.
think. And we spent
So I have to drink the
hours
whole
in VR
bottle.
chat talking about
You know,
something I was not
I
expecting
do
that
have
night.
to drink the whole bottle.
I have a feeling I can guess which night
I'm
that was,
behind
if
on
it's the
chat.
one
I'm
where
so
we
sorry.
went somewhere.
This happens every time I go off on a tangent, even when I'm sober. I always forget about chat and I have to go back up.
I do
I
get
have
drunk
to
a
go
lot in
back up.
VR
Give me a
chat,
second.
but it's very rare that I get plastered, mindfuck
Thank
drunk.
you so much for the follow. Let me see. That is Tykalar Pharaoh. Tykalar Pharaoh. Welcome on to the chat. Welcome on to
I
the
can't pronounce
community.
for shit, don't
Welcome
worry.
here for the
I
first
didn't know how
time
to
and
read
for
that
the
name
follow.
even now.
I am definitely under the influence of alcohol, also known as smashed, also known as wasted, also known as madly in love with a certain little fluff. I am. The
Oh my god,
alcohol
shut
has
up.
shut down the short-term memory part in the. No.
I
Pokey,
did
already
have the
explained
biggest
that.
crush
I
on
already
Silva back
explained
then.
that. Unless I black out, I'm going to remember
I won't hide
everything for
that.
better or worse. I didn't say I remember the best parts and forget the rest. No. I still remember everything. Unless I black out, I might forget about
But
things.
obviously, as people know,
But,
that wasn't the only one
I
going
am
on.
90% sure. I will bet
That
you
caused
guys.
a lot
I will
of
bet
back
you
and
guys
forth
real
and a
money.
couple of issues.
I'm not going to black out.
I won't
I
give the
might
full
get
details,
wasted, I
but
might get
everything
very
has settled
wasted,
since
and I
then
may
and
lay
has
down
settled
in
for
my
the better.
bed and actually
No
sleep
friendships lost, no
because
hard
I
feelings,
might
nothing.
sleep. But there's a difference between me falling asleep.
Oh, that's
and
right. That
blacking
hairstyle
out.
has one
If
thing
I
I'll
say,
never
"Oh,
be
I
able to
don't
fix.
Feel the best. I'm gonna sit in this corner for a little bit and I'm gonna
Okay.
talk.
I love the hair. I adore the hair. But you guys saw when like one piece of my hair stood up and it was just like jutted out. The colliders on that hair are cringe. I love the hair, but I don't think I'm gonna go back to
To
it.
you guys about.
I do not want to try to fix that again. You can't hide
That's
that.
when you know I blacked out. If I'm like, hey,
I mean,
I'm just a
I
little
could
bit
take
tired.
down
Can you
all the
guys,
VODs. I
give me,
could
like,
throw
half an
away
hour,
the
give me an hour.
clips.
I'ma
But
lay
like,
down on my pillow. I'ma
that would
talk
be
to you
like,
guys.
but why?
Hey, I'm on my pillow.
Am I
We're
that
talking-
ashamed
we're
that that
talking
was
for half an hour. I actually sleep I'll wake up a little bit later. It's like, hey, that was a cool nap.
Okay, so
That was a cool nap.
that's definitely the beginning of some extension.
Is in solution.
Wait.
The
So,
question is yes.
Mythos, did you just... Oh my god, I'm
Oh
so
yeah,
burned out.
Zane
Give me a second,
gaslighted me into thinking that was
speed through chat.
Mythos.
Be safe, Foxy. I'll be very
That's
safe.
when he
Let's go on an
started
adventure.
using
We're
the
going on an
not
adventure. I
person
will leave
in
this room,
front
I
of his
promise.
donation
I know we've been
names.
stuck in London solitude for a little while, but I need
And that
some
would
execution from this room.
become a meme that
I
he
think chat
will
is a
do
third
from
wheel
time
at
to
this point.
time.
No. I'm still reading it. LOL. True that Sylvie Zephy relationship is precious. People are shipping us, but it's not actually a ship yet. Maybe, yes. At the bare minimum, you guys know
It
I have a
wasn't
crush on
yet,
him.
but my
I'm not
God.
gonna lie.
Like
But I'm not
hey
gonna
guys,
pressure him. I'm
there's
never
one
gonna
thing
force
that's
him.
still true to
I
this
will give
date.
him all the time he wants.
Back
and if he
then,
finds someone
now
else,
I can't
that's
hide
life. I
shit.
support him. I just want him to be happy. He
I
made me
literally,
happy in a
when's
bigger,
the
in like in a
wedding? No,
big
we're
way that I
not
can,
that
you
way
know,
anymore.
Probably never give enough
We
thanks
tried
for.
it didn't work
That I don't
out.
care if
It
he
took
ends up with
months
me, I
of
want him to be
rebuilding
happy.
trust,
I want him to
friendships,
actually
and
be
stuff like
happy.
that.
So that's my
And
goal. That's my goal.
we have a stronger friendship now.
MD20 is not
I don't think
discount
we'd ever get back
W4 or
together because we know our
WD-4020
limitations.
because I know what MD
You guys already know. I
WD-40 is.
kind of
It's some sort
already
of
have
like mechanical, electrical
well, if you know, you
lubricant
know.
or something like that.
There's no actual
Like
relationship,
someone
but
in the
I do
past
have a
told me,
sweetheart.
Take your graphics card because it's dying.
Wait.
Spray it with WD-40. I don't know what it does. I really forget what it does. But I never did that because
Do not
you know,
do
people
this to your
that to keep the
graphics
cards
cards.
alive. But yeah, I don't know enough about what it is that does
What
it.
the?
Hey there, Yui.
Oh
Hey
my
there,
God,
Yui.
that sounded almost like
sorry.
Verge level
We've
of
known
bad
each other
advice.
for about a year or longer at this point.
Yeah,
And
like
I'm sorry because
like
it's the first time
that's
you
what I
have to
said. I
see
don't
me
mind to admit that.
being
I do not
intoxicated,
mind. I don't hide
under the
anything.
influence,
And I think that might
and
be
being a drunk little silly
could be a
fox that I
negative
am.
trait sometimes, but it's like I just want to be honest, understood,
But yes,
and
I hope you're doing well.
yeah,
I hope you're doing well, Yui. I
it
hope
definitely
you're
took
doing
a
well,
lot
my-
of time.
My fluffy little cat boy.
And there will always
Actually,
be
how
things
have
that
you
take
been
time. There will be
lately?
new,
Like, I
like
felt
new
kinda bad
things
because I've not
that
got to
pop
watch all
up
your
both good
streams
and
and stuff
bad, and that's
lately.
just being human.
Have you been playing
That's just being human.
like more?
He was my best friend.
You've been playing
We
Epic
tried a
7 since I've known
relationship,
you.
didn't work out.
But
I didn't
what
want
else
to
are you
lose my
kinda
best
doing these
friend,
days? How have you
and I
been?
still have my best
Did
friend.
you ever play Phasmophobia again?
There's a friendship and
Like,
a
ever
level of
since the
trust
collab?
and just
'Cause
things
they
that we
do have
talk
an
about
update.
that could
They
never
do
be
have an
replaced.
update. Excuse me. Last I know, they updated the game as of today, like hours ago.
It definitely
They
taught
added
me a lot about me,
insanity
myself, and relationships, and
or difficulty.
I still to this day, and I knew before back
Squats,
then.
what the fuck is
I
Lily
just
doing?
don't think I am
I
a
think I
good
did
person
hear
for a
wrong.
relationship.
No, you didn't hear anything
I think
wrong.
there's too many
I'm just being
complications,
Lily.
both mentally,
We'll do one
long-term
squat,
goals,
just so you know what a squat
my
is.
disabilities,
But I'm not
my
going to do
financials,
squats because
my
yesterday
inability
we
to
did
ever
over
be
200
somebody
squat.
worthy of being in a
No,
relationship.
2 days ago.
There's
2
a lot of
days ago,
factors
we did
at
over
play
200
that
squats. Yesterday, my legs were shot. Today,
You
my
know.
legs are shot, but I'm wasted. And because I'm wasted, I can.
it would be a very
it
hard thing
hurts
to
to
get
do.
over. However,
It hurts.
life goes on.
I
Anything can
can-
happen.
I can still
I'll wait
show
until
you what a
something
squat
happens to
kind
prove
of
my
is.
current mindset wrong.
Let's not do that again, okay?
You know? You still talk
But
to your
yeah,
ex? I don't feel like we're
I'm still
drinking
here.
or
I'm
drinking
sober enough to
apart as friends.
get through chat.
Drifting.
Watching the Zephyr
Yeah.
Mall is amazing.
That's
I
why
need to
like
go to
some
another
people's like
room. I'm so
some
sorry.
people I
We'll
think
do
just
that
give X a
soon.
bad name.
AKA Soul
X is only bad
Zephy
if it
don't remember
you know,
what-
if the
that he
relationship is
forgets
bad
things.
afterwards.
When do I forget things?
But yeah, we are
Or
X's,
not
but it's like
Mythos. Whether
there's no
that's
negative
Mythos
connotation.
or not Mythos.
We're X's just because we
Whoever.
tried it and it
I'm
didn't
pretty
work
sure
out.
it's you,
That's
Mythos,
all.
but if it wasn't Mythos, anyways, it doesn't matter, but it does matter because you're part of my community, whoever you are.
Guys, I'm
And
sorry.
whoever you are,
I
thank
will
you
go
so
to sleep
much.
in
Thank you
7
so
minutes. This may not be the one where the
For the
one
50. Oh my
clip
God, that's so
or scene takes
much.
place at.
You guys need to take care of yourself better. You gotta, you know, don't spend so much
And
time.
we can always catch it
like,
later.
you know, just doting
But I
on
should
this,
really
this,
sleep,
this
so
dumbass little fox on the screen. that
7
not-
minutes.
But they. Oh my God!
It's 6
I forgot
a.m.
my VC face was on. I just now opened
Yeah.
up my other monitor on my screen. so I could see what's
I
happening.
did that by
on my
complete
OBS
accident,
while
and then
I'm
it
in
became a
VR,
meme
and
because I
just
would
noticed
forget to
my,
do it
my
again.
tracker, my webcam over there does not like my headset.
Yeah, it's like it's so it's like
does not
why
know how
just
to
close it? It
respond
looks so
because
goofy.
it doesn't see my face.
But it's like
it only
wait,
sees my mouth in a
yes,
giant black
just
brick
leave it
on
like
top
that.
of my
It's
eyes,
perfect.
So it does not know how to track me. It
That's
doesn't
why I'm
know how
thinking
to
we
track
need
a
to give this a
single thing
try
about
again
me.
while I am
Because
drinking.
VC Face, as the name implies, needs to see your face. Guess what?
Here's the
Even if
fun
I look
thing.
directly
In the future, we will
at
actually have a
my
Vroid to do
webcam
this
right now,
with.
it only sees
We'll be able to
this
do it with
black
actual
box on
Lily
top of my
Lily.
face and my mouth.
I need
That's
after
not
the
enough
marathon is
information.
done,
In fact, VC Face doesn't even really need
start
your mouth.
asking about her openings and
VC
maybe
Face
around
does your mouth
June.
visings
See
or
if
your
she can
mouth
start
shapes
working on
based on
the
your
Vroid.
microphone settings. So in fact, the fox over
Free
here,
subscription that gave me the
down
Telwag.
there,
Aw.
I should probably turn that off, but I'm not. I want to see if my computer can handle doing both, even though it makes no sense to do both because... What was I talking about again?
Given how weak my PC was back
Who's
then,
this
that was a
imposter?
mistake.
Who is this
The funny
imposter?
thing
His
now is,
confidence-
even with a stronger
You
PC,
guys,
V2
you're
programs
making me
are always going to be
embarrassed.
intensive.
I'm trying to sound sober, even though I'm long past sober. But no, that was a lot of money. Trust me. Trust me.
Here's the one thing I'll
I'm
never
sober
understand
enough
about
to know when
myself.
something super important
Why
happens,
when
and
I'm drunk,
I definitely
talk about
notice
being
them,
sober
and
than I am or
you
drunker
guys
than
know,
I
You've been
am.
around me long enough.
But
when stuff like this happens, I tend
both
to tear up. Whether I
behavior
tell you that I
patterns
tear up or
are
I don't tear
indicative
up,
that I
do.
am,
I do.
you know,
But when I'm
drunk.
drunk, it might.
So it's like,
Oh, I'm so sorry, bedpost.
yeah, I
My
still
right
run into
controller is
bedpost. Don't
Monkey
worry.
underscore Minch tipped
Bedpost is still alive and
$25,
well.
15 squats. Without it, there will be no question for a solution.
You want me to destroy my limbs? Fine. For 25, I'll do it. But I'm gonna do it my way, okay? I'm gonna hold my bed and I'm gonna.
Zank, I
do 15
forget, but did you
squats, okay?
literally throw money at me to try to do squats
Let
while
me
I was
catch up with
drunk?
chat first. Thank you so much for the 25. Zank, is that you? Is that you? Or is it
That's
actually
sadistic
Mythos?
and
or is
I
it
like
actually
it.
Porky? I don't know.
See,
at
I
this
did it
point.
again.
This
I
is
said
what Zank does, but I
say
feel like
instead
it's
of
not
sa.
actually Zank.
Wait,
Zips
no.
are
Wait.
zips.
No, I'm
Ships are so
confusing myself.
silly,
I'm
fun,
dumb.
no pressure at all. No worries, no worries. Like I said, it does kind of become a joke just a little bit. And I would ship, I like, I'm
God, the VC face
I'm not
thing
an artist
freaking out
per
is
se, but I'm still
probably
just a
some of
tad
the
bit of a
best
character
parts
designer.
of these
I do have that
VODs.
habit of, hey, this character would look cute with this one would look cute with this one, and I'm not a Fujoshi, but I do
God,
have
I
a
need
bit
to
of a
sleep, but I
degenerate
can't stop
shipping
watching.
brain myself. I do kind of imagine this character with that character from
If I
time to
pick
time.
this
and
up
stuff
again,
like
I'll
that.
remember to
So I
start
feel ya,
around
I
the
feel
hour
ya.
mark, maybe.
Facts.
We'll
That's
see.
not
I will
a
find
super good
time to
idea.
watch these,
Needs to be done
like
in a
off
proper
and
way.
on
What are you
throughout
talking
the
about?
rest of the marathon.
WD-40, water displacement, fourth formula. That is not what it stands for, but hey, that is a cool idea. You've been vibing, and no, oh, I'm so sorry, Yui. I hope you're doing well. Like, was it in regards to the Epic 7? Or
Wait,
was it?
are we
no,
still talking about
I remember,
WD-40 for some
like I
reason?
said, I still remember
Drunk
things.
Lily's too
It
cute
might
for the
take me
world.
a night of sleep to remember what I'm talking about.
Here's
but
the thing, guys.
I remember I
can't
asked Yui about Phasmophobia.
replicate her
You gotta play it again sometime, my boy.
without
You gotta play it.
actually getting under the influence.
1,000 squats? No.
That's why it's such a
We need
unique
the Zeffy mouth, though.
treasure.
The
and
other
it's
parts,
like,
including the voice too.
I
Well,
guess
I'm still
maybe
right
why
here. I might
you
be
know,
hugging my bed
it
just a
feels
tad, and
weird
I
to
should
say I
probably
find
go to
myself
another
cute, but
world,
it's like,
lay down
it's
or sit down somewhere
like
so I can keep talking. so I
drunk
can
me
keep
is like a
drinking,
very
and
kind of
stop-
separate entity.
Stop slapping my
For both in
bedpost.
like good and bad
you know?
reasons, and it's like I could say
realize
that
I
because
probably
it
shouldn't
is
be
like a
standing,
separate
but still,
entity. It's
I like
okay to
stand,
be
I like
like,
to talk,
like
but I need to
I
go
guess my
somewhere
mind is
else
saying, okay, it's
where I can,
it's you, but it's not really
be the
you.
silly
Therefore, it's
fox
okay to
that's not in
find
an apartment.
that you.
I don't know where I'm gonna
you
go
know,
just yet.
and
We'll go somewhere because
like kind of cute
After I
and
catch up
give
with chat,
them
I need to go see
compliments
Mother
because
Nature.
it's
She's
not
waiting for
actually
me.
you, but it is. It's like that's a roundabout
the
way of
update
saying
dropped. It's like a half update though. No progression system yet, but they did add insanity. They did add the monkey's
it's like
paw.
seeing
They
another
did
version
not
of me,
explain how the
and
monkey's paw
because
works,
it's not
and I'm not going
necessarily
to spoil
me,
myself. I'm gonna wait
my
till I
brain's
play
like,
it in a
okay, you
few
can
days
compliment them,
to
and
figure
I'm
out
just
what
like,
happened.
but what
How
about
does the
yourself?
monkey's
It's just
paw
like,
work?
no, we're critical of
the true
ourselves.
enigma.
We must work harder and
What
just
is
like
needed,
brain.
Zephy?
You're dumb. You don't make sense.
What is needed? What do you need?
Persona
do you need
cute.
me? Do I need something? What do you mean?
That's
Zach, what
another
do
thing.
you
I
mean? You're
find my own
moderator.
character absolutely
You've
fucking
been supporting
adorable. I
me
love her
ever
design.
since the beginning.
I love her hair. I love
What
everything
do
that
you
I've
need?
done for
What
her,
can I
made
do
for
for
her,
you?
and
It was
she
the Phasmo.
like
I
that's
was
the one thing
right.
I will never
I was
not
right. See,
compliment
guys,
is
I'm sober. I know what
my
I'm talking
work and everybody else
about.
that's helped with her
And
as well.
Phasmo is
Her
like
inputs on
addictively
Lily as
fun.
well
It
as
is
like
super fun.
I just love
I have
Lily.
to get
I
back
love my
into it.
character. But I was talking
Zank,
about the way that
last
I was
thing you
acting while
said
I'm cute
was,
is
what is needed,
wait, why did I
Zephy?
turn around?
So I'm asking you.
Why is it turning around?
What did you need or
What the
was
fuck
needed?
is going on with
What was I talking about
BC
that was
face?
needed or what did you mean? Also tell me, what were you making? What kind of food did you make? What kind of food did you make? Did you have something delicious? Did you have something tasty? Also, how did my BC face model? Why is it turned around?
I just asked that.
Dude, I'm sober. I'm sober enough to see something's wrong. I'm sober.
Thank you, Lily, for giving a gift to the
Lily on the
community.
bottom
Congratulations,
right is not
Nabushi.
What happened
Enjoy
to
the subs
her?
and like of ads on the channel.
Why is she doing this? Come on.
Sleep well, take care. Bye bye, yo yo. We'll see you later, okay?
That's not how
We'll
we
see
do
you
it,
again.
folks. This is okay. I know what's going on. You guys remember I said I'm gonna leave VC face open because
See you later,
I don't
alligator.
think my PC can handle it, but I want to see what happens. This is what happens when I leave VC face open for no reason with a giant brick on my eyeballs and my nose. It don't work, folks.
Oh wow, so I was already having
It
CP
don't
issues
work.
with VR chat back then.
But I'm still gonna leave it
I
turned
like how
on
it would
because
take
it's
us a while,
fucking
but before he
hilarious.
knew
Like,
that
guys, look.
like my old
I'm
PC was
staring-
having issues.
Actually,
Zank,
hold on. I need to turn. Wait.
Zank, there
I
was
need to turn this way.
evidence long before
I'm in
it
front of
had
my
made bigger
webcam, but I had to
problems.
turn 30
My
degrees
PC
because my
was
camera
not
turned 30
handling
degrees and I
VR.
don't
Oh
know
my
why.
god. I like we literally waited till my PC was practically about to explode and break
Yeah, even
down.
my webcam doesn't
We
know that I'm
literally
facing forward
funded
right now.
a new
It thinks-
PC. Well, not even a full new PC, but like
At least she is doing
basically
squats.
new parts,
Not like
new
some
PC,
kind of drunk fox.
just in time.
Okay,
I
Zank,
do not
I'll do
think
it
my
for ya.
last PC
You
would
might
have liked
break my
living
legs
any
in the
longer
process, but I'll do it
if
for
we
ya.
had to
Here you
force it
go,
to do
not
VR
Porky.
stuff for another month,
This
2 or
is
3.
for the last.
I do
15
remember
donut.
saying
Thank you
I
so
had
much,
to
by the
step
way.
down
Thank you so
from
much for
VR
the,
content because I was
whoever's-
afraid of other things
Zank,
going
I know
to
it's
happen.
probably you, but if it's not, whoever's doing it, whoever's trying to be anonymous, thank you so much. Thank you so much, and
Yeah, guys, I'm not
if
joking.
I'm
I
correct,
literally did like this was before I knew
Me
like
and Sylvie
I
are gonna
still
have to
don't
plan
know
an
for sure,
ASMR,
but I'm like
stream
99.9%
for you
sure
guys,
that
'cause
that
I think
is Zank that does
even
the
if you're
not
like, if you're
person.
more than $20 off, I might. We'll do it anyways. We'll do it anyways. You guys are close enough. It won't be on this stream, but some stream in probably the next week or two. Me and Sylvie will get together. We'll do an ASMR video for you. But anyway, Zank wants.
I don't
15
know if
squats
that
and I
VOD
need
is
to pee.
out there, but
I'm
me
gonna
and
do the
Sylvie
squats,
did
and
a
I'm gonna go pee,
very
and I'll be
scuff
I'll be back in a second.
ASMR stream in April
Count with
where
me.
I literally did
Oh,
not
it
know how to
hurts.
whisper,
One.
and he taught me the entire
Oh,
time. Was it?
hurts too.
Okay, I was like I knew I was like
this counts as your
90%
seduction,
sure,
by
but
the way,
yeah.
okay? I owe
We
you
thought
one
the not things
seduction
were you,
and 2
but like
insults.
you could
So
hear
for
it
your
back
first
then, right,
insult,
Zank?
Zank, I'll find you
This
in a
was
locker,
months
and I'll
before
make sure
we thought
nobody finds
the
body,
CPU
okay?
was having issues,
Everybody else,
or my computer just couldn't handle.
Sylvie's mine. I'm
like
sorry, you can't have them.
there was
You might take
evidence
that as
of
an insult,
PC
but he's
failure going
mine.
on before the bigger problems
See?
even came to be.
I can insult
I'm just
you
like,
guys and
how did
seduce
we
you
miss
guys at the
this?
same time. Just like I'll step on you after I break
Then again,
my
it, like
legs.
it wouldn't.
3,
It's not that it was
4,
clear indication. It was like we thought
5.
there wasn't any
I know I'm cheating
indication
a little
when
bit with my
we're
bed,
seeing
but
now,
here
like
we-
a year
I
later,
actually
that
know I'm drunk, I
okay,
can't
yeah,
do that.
there was
Here we go. 6.
there was stuff going on that would have told us
7. It's
that
practice.
yeah,
It's
that
practice
there
for
is a
Solvi.
connection. It's like, oh
7.
my god,
Solvi's gonna kill me when I wake
presence
up.
did lesson. What do you mean? I do think it is good. My presence did lesson. Why?
Don't tell them. Don't tell them, okay? What
Why?
number was that?
Why do you think that?
10.
You've been
I
like
can't feel my
you're
legs,
like an
folks.
OG of mine.
11.
You're like literally one of the
12.
first
If
people
you
that
wanna
like kind of
see me
started
doing
this
this
journey
again,
with
if you
me.
want to see me
I
drunk
wouldn't
on
want your
stream,
presence to become
We'll
lessons
do more
unless
drunk streams, but I'm
you
going to
want it
Pomp
to
next
for
time, guys.
personal
I'm going to
reasons
Pomp.
or something like that.
I am.
There were
I get
streams when I
unhinged, and
did
I worry
occupy
about
most of your
myself when I'm on
attention.
Twitch like this, but hey,
I have
I
a
just
lot
wanna
of
stream
room
me
in my
being
mind
silly.
for everyone.
I'll go anywhere.
You don't have to feel like
11.
That's called being self-conscious,
lying. That was
Zang.
number
I'm
12.
sorry if you felt
It was
that way.
13, right?
I never would have
14?
wanted you to back away because you felt like
15.
you were overpowering.
I hate that I can get
Here's one
drunk
thing about me.
sober
I'll just be
instead
honest.
of drunk.
When
Like, what's my
people
name
pull
again?
away,
What's my age
I
again?
notice,
What's my name again?
and when people
I just
feel
asked
they
that
need
twice.
to pull
I'm still
away,
sober.
and
I'm still
everybody
sober.
starts pulling
I
away,
have one
I get
finger out.
really
2,
lonely.
3.
Because it
2,
feels like
3.
everybody's being self-conscious of everybody else.
I did it.
And what
I fixed my
happens is everybody
tracking.
leaves me alone.
I'm a genius.
Even though they're not leaving me alone, but they want everybody
my
else to have a
gestures
chance,
even
and
turned
then
on?
nobody takes a chance.
I
And
can't
what
see.
happens as a result
They've
of
been
that
on.
mentality
I'm a
is
dumbass.
I get left alone,
Anyways, let
and
me
I
catch up
get
with chat.
lonely because
I need to
nobody
go
is
pee
actually talking
in a
to me,
second.
and I get depressed.
I don't know
So
who
please
redeemed
do
the
not
squats or
back
why I did
away
the
if
squats,
you
but
feel
thank you so
like
much, Anonymous.
you feel
Thank
like
you so much, thank you
everybody
so much,
else
thank you
like
so-
we're growing.
Guys,
Like we
you
are
spoiled
growing.
me too much.
And I even
was
when I
already
get
more than
depressed, I keep
satisfied, like,
going
real.
in hopes that we
Like, I do
can
these things for
change
you
that. But I'll
guys.
just
This
say
was-
that
this was my
user
anniversary to spoil
interaction,
you
even if it is
guys,
just from a few people, is user interaction. And
you so much,
user
okay?
interaction
Thank you, not just for
actually
today, but the
helps
entire year. The entire
keeps things growing.
year. I would not be here without
So,
you guys.
in
I would have not
theory,
met any of you guys
even just a
without you
few
guys.
people can
And
help
I wouldn't have met
more and
Solid
more
without you
people
guys.
stay.
So
But
thank
when
you so
there's
much, okay?
less user
Thank you so much.
interaction, it will actually hurt stuff long
Hey,
term.
Whoopa,
And
welcome on
I'm not
in.
saying,
I
I'm not
if you're
trying to
new
be
here,
like,
if
because
you're
you're not,
lurking for the
it's gonna
first
make
time,
things. No, I'm
I'm
just.
wasted. I'm drunk
That's
right
my
now.
opinion.
I
That's what I
don't
have seen.
really get
It's
wasted on
logical.
stream.
It's
Maybe
statistical.
once, 2,
That's
3,
just
4,
how
5,
user
10
interactions
times a year,
work.
but no more than 10
But I'm
times a
saying
year.
this because I don't
Unless
want
it's
you to
on
hold
Pomp,
back if you
then
feel like you're
whatever.
having to
But,
hold yourself
this
back
is-
because you think it's a bad
This
thing.
is
I'm
me
just saying.
when I
I
when
appreciate
drink.
you.
Well,
I
this
love
is me
having
when
you
I
here,
drink
and I
after
don't want
meeting
you to have to
Solvi.
feel like
Before I met
you have
Solvi,
to
when
take
I
a
got drunk, it
backseat
just
because
didn't make a
it's
difference.
bad for
It
everybody
didn't
else.
make a difference. I was more
I
stubborn,
want to
and
make
I
time for
always
everybody
sounded
else.
sober.
I'm here
these
for you
days,
guys as much as you are here for me.
I can't
And when
defend
you start
myself
taking
anymore.
yourself out of the picture, then you're taking yourself out of my
Fuck you,
picture.
Mythos.
And
Not actually, but yes.
then I have
I guess
less
my
to
groaning
be
during
happy with.
squats
I have
sounded
less
like
to talk to. I have less to.
So yes,
you
that
know,
was my attempt at
to
seducing
be
you.
true, it worked
Although
well with
I
you
felt like it
streaming
would've
far
turned
outside
Solvi
of
on the most.
there. Now that one, there's logic.
Oh
There's
my
that's fine.
God, shut
Obviously,
me
I
up.
stream to
Solvi is
U.S. times
shooting me from
normally,
his sleep.
so I'm not saying
Solvi
you
is
have to adapt your
literally
schedule. What I'm just saying is,
sleepwalking right
if you're
now,
available
asking
and
me
you want to talk,
stop,
my doors
and
are
he's
open.
stabbing me.
You'll
and
never
s-
feel like you never feel
well-
like you have to overpower. Like you won't be overpowering, guys. I
stop there.
talk so much
I mean, I'm
that
not
if
done,
I
but
was, if
yeah,
all my words were to turn into
it'll
text
get
in a
dangerous
text
if I
chat,
don't
I
stop.
easily
Spoiling the
overpower
Fox is what the
anyone, even
community
if they
does
are
best.
the only one who's like
Just as the
talking
Foxy spoils
90%
us. That's
of
what
my
I'm here
chat. chat.
for. That's what I'm here for, 'cause that
I
makes me happy.
overpower chat
It
with
makes
my
me happy to
voice.
spoil you
Do
guys.
not feel
So,
like
you
it's
know,
you
If it
know.
makes you happy to spoil me too, I love you. I love you even without
Hello,
it, but
Madu. How are you
still,
doing?
I'll worry
If
about
other
you,
people get
okay?
jealous of you taking up Lily's
Don't go too
attention, then
far.
it's them a
Don't go too far.
problem.
I'm
And
so
it's on their
old, you guys don't
responsibility
actually
as well,
know.
by
Like, I'm
extension,
over
to
400
just
years old.
chat. It
You
can't
know?
be a jealousy thing. It's like,
I've
I'm
had
jealous
my
because
fun.
he's
I've had my
talking
fun.
more.
I'm
Then
not used to this kind of fun,
talk
but I'm liking
more
it.
too.
I'm
What I'm
loving it
saying
like
is,
McDonald's.
don't
But
underestimate me. None of you
take
underestimate
care of
you.
yourselves.
If you chat, I will
I'm
see
here
it.
to make you happy.
Yes, there may come a day
Okay?
where
Don't make me worry about
I
you too
can
much.
get overwhelmed
He'll
when
be
there's
out
enough
cold in under
people
15 minutes.
chatting.
You wanna bet,
And there may
Pokey?
come a
You wanna
day to
bet?
where I can't
I'll
respond to
drink,
every single thing
and
that
I
goes
will
in chat. That
bet
is not because I'm ignoring you.
I can last
I do
another
manage
15
to
minutes.
read everything,
However,
but me
not gonna
responding
start
to
that 15
everything is
minutes yet
something that
either.
may
I'm gonna
inevitably
be a
change. I
fucking
say may
Chad
because I have
and
no
prove you
guarantee.
wrong.
If we were to say, if
Okay?
we were to be like logical, yes,
gonna
I
go
might
pee
get a
in
bit
just
more
a bit.
following
Mother Nature
long
needs me.
term,
So I'm
therefore
gonna turn
that
into a
would make
loaf,
it
of
more
course. I have to take all
difficult.
my trackers off.
I will
Otherwise,
just say this though, guys,
Steam's a
and it's
little
one
bitch
reason
and
why I kind of just don't like
forgets
doing
my trackers
collabs.
exist if I leave the room with them on.
Let me be honest.
But
I
when
love
I come
doing
back, you can
collabs,
start your
but one
little
thing I
timer,
really
okay?
hate
You
about
can
doing
start. I'm
collabs
still insulting you guys.
is because it's so much
We
harder
had
to
to
chat with
redeem
you
for
guys
this.
and
I'm
read
not
what you're
doing it
saying.
because I want to,
And
okay?
then
I
a
have to
lot of people
seduce
will
you.
say,
And
I
seducing
don't like
you
those
might mean I'm
streams, or
insulting
you feel like you're
'cause some
ignoring me
people get
now, and I'm
after
just
that,
like,
okay?
it's
Not
a
me.
collab.
Not me.
It
I only get off the Soviet,
it just
okay?
don't
But,
work,
I
and I'm
mean,
realizing a
insults
vast
and
majority
seduction were
of my
part of the things
audience
that I
and my
owed you guys
content
for the dice,
do
the dice
revolve
incentives.
around my ability to
So,
communicate with
by
you
the way,
guys,
remember the timer was
and
extended by
you know, keep a
3
very close interaction with chat. And I enjoy
Zank,
doing that. I
while
do
I'm
like
still
doing that.
sober-
I'm just saying
so,
that
Sober. While I'm still sober, I need to tell you something super important. If I black out on stream before the timer ends, tell me. Let me know how much time's left. But if
okay,
I'm still doing
I was
this,
at,
if I'm
I was
still
like, are
acting
you
like
drunk or are
Austin
you asking
Powers,
a
like,
legitimate question
this is
over there on the
Sylvie.
other side of the screen?
If I stop doing weird stuff and I turn completely unconscious and I stop moving and I stop doing anything at all, let me know. I'll add the time back. But it counts. Me
My
being
brain
drunk
hurts.
counts.
I forgot
Me
what I
being
was
passed
saying.
out or asleep does not count.
I
that is
I
when
shouldn't
I draw
have
the
looked
line.
back at
That
me
is when I draw the line.
because I instantly forgot what I was saying. I
behind
noticed
on
both
chat
when
again,
Maya
Vincent.
and Claire
You
are
guys
doing
talk so much,
collabs,
you
the
guys
chat
talk
tends
so
to.
much.
Yeah, it's
You
like
guys are
we
making
aren't
me
doing it
hungry
on
for
purpose.
McDonald's.
Almost everybody will still
I want
read,
a
but they won't
McFlurry.
read it
I
out
want a
loud
Big
and
Mac.
respond directly to it
But
because
it's 3 in the
there's
morning.
more variables at play. And with more
Can I
variables at
break into
play,
McDonald's and get a
you sadly
McFlurry?
have to cut certain variables. I
Guys,
take it
let
easy,
me
Mario.
read
Thank you
chat
for stopping
backwards.
by.
I don't know
Night
how
night.
much chat I've missed. I'm so,
So yeah,
sorry.
this is why, guys.
want
This is
Macca's
why I
too?
feel like
I
maybe
just
in a way
realized
I'm
Zeffy is dead on the bottom
disincentivized to
Yeah.
do collab streams.
Like I told you,
and I still like
my
to do
computer
them.
can't handle
But I don't think
VC
they'll ever be
face
a
while I'm in
priority,
VR.
just because
It
my
requires a
enjoyment,
face.
the way chat
And
responds
I have a brick on
when
my
I do
face.
them,
My
and
mouth isn't covered, but the
the risk
my
reward
eyeballs, my nose,
just
my
makes
eyebrows,
collabs very
you know,
difficult to
the
do,
stuff
stomach,
that VC
and
face
you know,
requires you to see.
go forward with.
It can't
Obviously,
see
that
it,
doesn't mean I'm
so
going
it
to
doesn't
say
know how
I'm
to
never going to collab
respond.
again, or I won't
I
plan
don't even think
collabs
my
anymore.
CPU
I'll
likes
still
it right
make
now.
them.
I think I'm
I'm
at
just letting you guys
100%
know
CPU.
that
I am.
the
I
trade-off
actually
is
am.
not as
So
great,
we'll be careful
and
about
that's
what
why I
worlds we
don't
go to,
push
okay?
them
But
as
yeah,
like normal
that's why
content.
the
They're a rare
Zeffy,
treat,
you know,
and
my little
it's our
bottom
responsibility
half
to the community to be like kind of
is
respect
not
one
able to move.
some people's wishes to
The
want to see
webcam can't
collabs,
see
and
my
two,
eyeballs.
my wish is to occasionally do a collab. So
No worries, Zank. What's
we
going on?
just
Why
have
are
to
you
make
sorry?
room for
What
each
happened?
other is basically what it is.
Hey, if I
I
add
think I
in
do a pretty
additional
good job
insults
with
or
management
seduction,
and at
you
least
guys get it for
balancing my
free.
content.
It's my
I would
fault I
say there
made it
might
a-
not
an
even be a lot
incentive
of collabs in that
rolled
balance,
onto?
but I think I'm
yeah,
managing
I'm so
the
sorry,
comfort
Kiz.
of that
And
balance
no
pretty well.
worries. Thank you so much for moderating.
I've
the
never
chat.
really
Thank
liked
you for being
watching
here, chatting
collabs
with us
so
and
much.
doing all
Jen,
the good stuff to help
I
out
feel
with
the
our
same
channel and
way.
stuff like that.
I find a lot of collab
Every
streams
time
I
he
end
says
up
it refers to
toning
Solvay
or
Thick Zip,
tuning out
I'd be
because
dead
there's
in
too
an
much
hour.
going on.
Sipping the
Or
Foxy is what the community does.
I think what
Actually,
it
I
is,
had an
guys. Let's
idea.
be
I had an
honest.
idea.
Let's be a big honest,
There were
because this is one
two,
thing I notice, and it's
redeems
one
on
thing I've
my
noticed
board game that
both
didn't
on
get hit.
myself and on other streamers I watch.
I'll mention that in a
Do
second.
you
No, we have a
not
McDonald's, but we don't have a 24-hour
feel like
McDonald's.
the
I
streamer
live
you're
in
watching the
sticks.
stream
I
for
live in a rural area. I live
isn't
with 80-year-olds who come here
like
to
doing
ferment for the
like
rest of their life.
you know what I'm saying?
This is a
It's
parking lot
not
of a
just
town,
them
and
on
I'm
their
stuck in
stream. There's
So
other
yeah, our
things going
McDonald's
on
isn't
that
open
isn't
24/7.
what you're wanting to watch that
3
streamer
hours from
for,
now, it might open. I think they do open at
unless
6.
the collab is
Actually, no,
very
that's
cohesive and it feels like it
Dairy
is
Queen
a
opens at
very
6, McDonald's doesn't
very
open till, like, 8,
integrated part.
I think.
There's a
I think.
good level of
Breakfast is
balance,
open
trade-off,
24/7, but
interaction.
they don't
If it's
open till,
just
like, 8
two
o'clock.
people doing something, it feels
What did
less
you clip?
than if it was just them doing
What did
it.
I say? Zank, what did I say?
That's what kills a lot of collab
What
streams for me.
happened?
There has
I
to
will
be a
hydrate
very
in
good
just-
back-to-back
let me
to keep
hydrate.
it
I will
tasteful.
hydrate before I see Mother Nature.
And
but I need to see her really
I'll also
soon.
say this.
And I have to take
I
my
think
stuff
doing
off.
that kind of collaborative
My
content
equipment.
is
Don't
extremely
get any
difficult.
ideas. I am sober enough to bonk you
Extremely
and ban you.
difficult.
Except I won't ban you because this is my fault. Just don't break
I'm
my
watching a
rules,
streamer,
okay?
I'm
Just don't break
watching
my rules,
for them,
okay?
not the other
Pinky promise,
person,
please,
even when I'm already
please,
familiar
please.
with them. Exactly.
Don't break my rules.
Exactly. 100%.
Thank you for the hydration.
Yeah, I noticed the
That
trend
was
on my own
redeemed by
self, like,
Christopher.
even more than a year ago.
Thank you so much.
But the thing is,
Also,
I
thank you
noticed
for
that
the
on
head
other
pats,
people's...
Ryan.
I was like, why is
I'm
that
so
head pat
sorry
not...
it's not in the right position. Zank, if you can
Oh my
reissue
God.
another head pat.
Anyways.
I'm going to... Let me move this one into VR chat. I feel like the VC
Thank you
face is a little
for
too
chatting
broken
with
to
me. I
trust
know I
the
stayed
head
up
pat
like an
redeemed
extra
to
hour
right
and
now.
a half because...
And I know I might,
Welcome to
move
my marathon streams. We did this back then
too much
too.
in VR chat, but it's probably still going to be
Okay,
more accurate
I'm done. I'm going to sleep. Fuck that shit.
than
I
this
had
one
enough
down
cringe
here.
at myself.
This
back-
one can't see my
Guys,
face right now because my face
I love
is
you
being
all.
sucked
Thank you for being here.
on by
Thank you for
this
not just
index
making
on
memories
top
back
of my
then,
eyeballs.
but for making memories with me now.
You said I'd
and
be out
more
15 minutes ago.
in the
15
future.
minutes ago.
And thank you
I haven't
for
even went to
also
go see
listening to
Mother
me when I
Nature
do,
yet.
like, you know, I
The
think
15 minutes
more than the
don't
average
even
streamer, I
start yet,
do a lot of
Porky.
like, you know,
If
transparency,
I black
honesty,
out before it even starts, you
like
win.
not brute, but like
Until I say it
brutally
starts,
honest kind of do
your
you know, like what we're
$15
just doing
bet
now, anyways. But
or whatever.
welcome to me.
What did
I guess
say?
you guys like
The
me for
15
those
minutes don't
reasons
start
too,
until
or
I
at
say it
least willing to
starts.
make allowances for those things.
I like
Whatever happens
Wendy's
to be the
too.
case.
It's okay. It
Thank
don't
you.
exist where
Welcome.
I live.
I'll
but
be back.
It's nice.
I'll
I
be
like
back.
a baconator.
Night night, guys. Take it easy. I'll
I'd
see you
like
again.
multiple baconators. Thank you for the head pad, Stank. Thank you for the head pad, Ryan. Thank you for testing the head pads once again for me, Ryan.